Masani ya saa 8 napiga ka walk pale mtaani kidogo, naona base ya kudishi. Very nice, very nice. Ndo mimi huyo nikaingia tu polepole, then nikajiposition. Waiter akakam nijenge mega.
Ati mega?
Waiter akashtuka. Kama customer pia wanashtuka. Wanashtuka nini? Nipe mlima. Wakaanda. Ndo hiyo kidogo imelandi. Hii ndio dishi, hii ndio mega. Kuna pale kasol, kachumbi, nini. Nikaiposition vizuri. Nikaanza. Hii ndio mega, hii ndio jackpot.
SportPesa Mega Jackpot sasa iko over 400 million Kenya shilling.
Hadi waiter enyewe, hii ndio time ya kudishi. Masani ya sana.
What does it mean to beat the odds? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. Kwa world ya betting, it's not just about meet some of our incredible winners who dare to dream big and turn their bold bets into extraordinary wins. These are real people who took on the big challenge and came out on top. Their stories remind us that at SportPesa, we are made of winners. Na sisi ni factory ya mamilionea. With every bet, unakaribia the big mega seat. So, uko ready to beat the odds this season? End up on KE.SportPesa.com. Uko the next mega millionaire. Karibu SportPesa. Beat the odds. Shinda sasa. What does it mean to beat the odds? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. Kwa world ya betting, it's not just about taking risks. Ni kuturn challenges into triumphs. Behind every win, kuna jani iko filled with dreams, determination, and defying the odds. Meet some of our incredible winners who dared to dream big and turn their bold bets into extraordinary wins. These are real people who took on the big challenge and came out on top. Their stories remind us that as SportPesa, we are made of winners. Na sisi ni factory ya mamilionea. With every bet, unakaribia the big mega seat. So, uko ready to beat the odds hii season? Enda pale ke.sportpesa.com. Ukue the next mega millionaire. Karibu SportPesa. Beat the odds. Shinda sasa.
From the beautiful city of Nakuru, and after an action-packed day 1 here at the Nakuru Athletic Club, day 2 is live for the 2025 SportPesa National 7th Circuit, and this is what they call the business day of the tournament, the business end of the tournament. So right behind me, we have Mombasa Sports Club playing against Zetech Oaks in the Challenge quarterfinals, but today all the eyes will be on the main cup quarterfinals. And just to take you through, in case you didn't know what happened yesterday, Mwamba, out of the all teams, caused a huge upset in topping their pool after beating Kabras, and they are in the main cup quarterfinal for the first time this season under the leadership of Lavin Asego, one of the brightest fly halves Kenya has ever produced. And who are the other 7 teams to make it into the main cup quarterfinals? We have Kenya Harlequins, we have Strathmore, we have Mwamba themselves, Catholic Monks also in the building, Menengai Oilers, and Nakuru, who will be playing in the Nakuru Derby. That is a match to watch out for. We also have KCB Rugby and perennial rivals Kabras Sugar, which is one of the highlight games. I'm telling you, today is gonna be fire-packed. Today is gonna be epic because all the action is happening right down here at the Nakuru Athletic Club. So who will it be? Remember, it's a knockout match. You lose your game, that's it. You have to win your game to make it to the main cup semi-finals. Strathmore Leos are the defending champions here after winning in 2024. So we are waiting to see if they'll be able to defend their crown. But for today, it's just gonna be like that. The 8 teams, the teams to watch out for, I've already told you. So we are gonna see what the action unfolds. I'm gonna take you to the action, but before that, it's Rada Safi na Biggie who's gonna give you a brief highlight of how the first outing of the 2025 SportPesa National Sevens was. And this is Rada Safi na Biggie 29.
Welcome to the new edition of Rada Safi na Biggie. Rada Safi na Biggie is all about good vibes powered by SportPesa.
Rada Safi na Biggie.
Ini Rada Safi na Biggie. Kata simu, tupo site. County 001 tuko in the house, tuko in the area na Mazejo. Na tumekaa hapa hivi kujua. Ukishika over 420 million Kenya shillings ya mega jackpot ya SportPesa, utafanya nini nayo kaka?
Naweza jenga nayo nyumba, nifungue biashara kama ya manguo hivi, yaongoza watoto.
Okay, mimi nikishinda bro, mimi nitanunua ploti, nijengea wazazi wangu. Alafu pia ile ambayo itakayobaki napiga sherehe bro.
Inabaki hapo ni kama 410 million. Unapiga yote sherehe?
Bro mzee, unajua tuishi once bro. Hata mwili lazima upige pole kidogo na mabesi ya nini.
Shikilia. Haya, ukashinda hii pesa 420 million Kenya shillings. Utafanyia nini?
Nitanunua my island.
Wapi?
Wasini.
Najenga nyumba kubwa na nanunua gari, alafu mambo mengine nafanya miradi yangu, yani mimi kutoka kuajiriwa mimi. Sipendi tu hata kama kwenda Amerika naenda huko nikaenjoy maisha yangu vizuri. Sija wewe kupanda ndege, nitapanda nayo hiyo niende Amerika huko na nini. Kula bata vizuri.
Mimi ni fan wa SportPesa. Nachezanga sana mega jackpot. Hapo msee ni kupumua kwanza. Nitulie hivi kwanza, akili irudi vizuri. Ndo sasa nipangie mikakati vizuri sasa.
With 420 million, I'm going to buy a plot somewhere. Start constructing immediately. I think I'm tired of paying rent.
Nitajua jinsi ya kuboresha maisha yangu ili nisiwahi sota. Nione kama naweza fungua biashara hivi.
Wadau, this could be you bana. As we said, Rada Safi na Biggie is all about good vibes, and it is happening now.
All eyes on us.
Good vibes are inshallah. Hey, inaweza mbaya. SportPesa is doing the best actually.
I'm here for the vibes, and the vibes should be here for me.
Vibe iko top notch. See your vibe iko top notch mazee.
Driftwood 7 leo imebamba bana, imeweza kinoma.
Tunahitaji support kwa players especially na pia ku bring up the game, to up the game. So the more the merrier.
Asanteni sana for sponsoring, and I like to see what you have in store for us.
Prinsloo na Nakuru, so tukama kesho tumalizie shuke Nax.
Prinsloo 7 we are there. Nakuru Sport Athletics Club,
Yes.
We will be there. Nakuru, we are coming. Dume Zabo.
Straight from Mombasa County, this is Rada Safi na Biggie, Rada Safi na SportPesa. We out.
Rada Safi
Na Biggie.
Rada Safi
Na SportPesa.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome. Welcome to the Nakuru County. This is the newest city in town, Nakuru City. This is the home of Nakuru Rugby Club, Menengai Oilers, and of course the home of Prinsloo 7th. My name is Walter Orangi. Welcome to this bright morning, coming to you from the Great Rift.
To you, Walter.
Very warm welcome to Eli. Karibu sana. Day 2. We are keen to see what comes this beautiful Sunday morning. However, the closure of yesterday set the tone for today, too.
Absolutely, Walter. We had a good number of fixtures yesterday that were eye-popping, and for me, one that comes top of my mind is the Kabras loss. Yeah, Kabras losing that game to Mwamba and just upending the tables in their pool. And that pool was really the one to watch because we had to wait until the last game to have an idea of what the pairing was. And also seeing Mwamba RFC with very nice performances, 2 straight wins. By the time they were going for the 3rd fixture, they were already having their feet in the quarterfinals. And that was a big step up, coming in 4th seeded in their pool and then finishing the 1st seeds in their pool. That was really something that caught my eye. So really looking forward to these knockout games. That's where we are going to see, that's where boys will be separated from men.
Yes, definitely, boys coming out of, actually men coming out of the boys.
Yes.
It's a group of boys who are competing. Prinsloo 7th, second stop of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit 2025. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Coming to you live from the Nakuru Athletic Club. This club, ladies and gentlemen, is celebrating 100 years of existence. 100.
Big, no mean achievement, that one. And the history around Nakuru is really great. In fact, this particular tournament is the 2nd longest running. It had a big, it had a long stint of 25 years when it was named Nakuru 7th, just between 1949 and 1974, until it was brought back in the 80s by Prinsloo himself, just reigniting interest in rugby 7s in Nakuru, and they were onboarded onto the National 7th Circuit in 2007. So really Nakuru has a lot of history to it when it comes to rugby.
Yes, the history is rich, and most definitely a beautiful, rich history created, of course, century on the mark, and looking forward to the next century. Hopefully it builds a future of Nakuru sports, because this is a multi-sports facility.
Yeah.
And it's something that it exists within the city, it's within town, it's big enough, it has quite the space that you need in terms of development. Even if they ever wanted to develop this into a fully fledged stadium, this would have enough space, and they would do so well with developing it.
Yeah, just looking around, you know, they will easily have 5 pitches here. You know, what we normally see on the tennis courts with different courts, but the space here is quite massive. That's why the Division 2 games are just being played right across the Division 1 field. So a really fantastic ground to host rugby 7s, and for all the enthusiasts, please make your way here if you're on the road.
Yes, if you haven't made your way to the Nakuru Athletics Club, this is your chance. This is the first match of the day. This is the first Challenge Cup quarterfinal match. Mombasa Sports Club taking on the Zetech Oaks. So ladies and gentlemen, courtesy of Live Eye, grab yourself something warm, something hot, something this morning to really cheer you up, and grab your front row seat. This is the HD center for the Prinsloo 7s. Now folks, that is another try for the Zetech Oaks, taking matters seriously this morning. Remember, this game is a serious one. The winner here books a place at the Christie 7s. The loser here drops to the Division 2 category, so it's an all-stakes game. The stakes are high, and this is the business end of this year's Prinsloo 7. So it's all to play for today. It's knockout. You snooze, you from the semis, you drop out of any semi-final match, you head straight home.
Yeah, I mean, Zetech have had that in their minds from the time they were promoted to come play in the Prinsloo 7s, and they're doing a good job of booking their ticket for the next Division 1 tournament. Mombasa will have to wait for an invitation if it comes their way, but Zetech doing quite well 31 for the good so far.
Yes, Zetech getting promoted last weekend from the Division 2 category at the Mombasa Sports Club, where we had the first of the SportPesa National 7 Circuit Caravan Tours. And I mean, it's a statement. Division 2 category team qualified, has been able to hold a bit of their own. Took on Mombasa, and they've made Mombasa look like, I mean, they look like the one who have been promoted from Division 2, really.
Yeah, you wouldn't, if you're just watching them for the first time, you would think that Zetech Hawks have been here in the Division 1. However, that's not the case. This is their first appearance. Mombasa, for them, is the second appearance, and looks like it will be the last one as the final whistle goes there, and Zetech leading in that one, winning that one 31-0 against Mombasa RFC. We'll wait to see whether we'll see them later on in the Division 1 circuit. They'll have to contend with qualifying for that. As we move on quickly, things are now flowing fast and furious here for the second Challenge Cup quarterfinals. And that one is up between Impala RFC and Kisumu RFC. Kisumu RFC also making their first appearance in the Division 1 tournament at the Prinsloo. Impala, of course, with the second one.
Kisumu will be playing host to the rugby fraternity in a couple of weeks. Remember, Dallas Evans is slated to be coming up. But first things first, time now for Impala to book a ticket to their neighboring rivals, the Christie Sevens. Kickoff, Impala kicking us off 10 meters plus into the Kisumu RFC's half. Kisumu RFC steady, the platform is set, swinging the ball wide. Kisumu swinging the passes, playing in dangerous territory. It's a grabber there, looking to turn Impala around. It's touch. It's Matoka with ball in hand. Impala have started off strongly. They've put pressure on Kisumu RFC. Kisumu RFC have had to respond by kicking that ball, and it's gone into touch. That is a small win in this battle.
Yeah, Impala, you know, coming off a strong performance yesterday. Unfortunately, they find themselves here, but they managed to give us the second draw yesterday when they played Masinde Muliro, and also managing to beat Mwamba RFC, but in that match that ended 14-10 in their favor. However, that wasn't sufficient enough for them to make it to the main cup quarterfinals. They have to contend with this one and secure their place for the Christie Sevens.
Most definitely, it's all about securing their chance to play at the Christie Sevens. Gideon Makumi looking to feed that scrum. Well, it was a line out for Impala, who eventually lost that line out in that small battle. And an opportunity here to try and attack Kisumu RFC. Gideon Makumi has David Nyangige on the blind side, just making Kisumu RFC make a decision on if they'll need to position somebody on that channel. Nyangige comes round, Nyangige passes the ball, looking for a short run there through the middle part. That is Matoka who quickly taps and goes. The referee asks them to go 10. Matoka kicks behind them. The bounce now looking straight and needed. And that, ladies and gentlemen, as the referee looks to consult, that Looks like a try to my eyes.
Yeah, close one, that one, taking down the spectators there, and the ref calls it as in touch. It was touch and go really there, but the referee adjudges it to be out of the penalty of the try box area.
Come close to marker, guys. Crouch.
Kisumu survived that attack.
Bind. Stay.
Looking now to fashion their own escape.
Number 6. Shoving not straight.
And shoving straight to the call there by the referee.
Bind the keeper.
Agri Kitoi looking for touch and doesn't get touch. David Nyangige fielding that long kick. Impala strong on the attack.
No hands, Kisumu.
No clean balls so far for either side. It's been rugged. Gideon Matoka, sorry, that is Gideon Makumi. Matoka now taking charge. Matoka looking to drive his team forward, but apprehended there. Good sweeper business there for Kisumu. Swung to Timothy Makia looking for Amon Bwambok. Amon sets the platform there. Kinyari to Gideon Makumis, shows and passes it straight into Agri's Kitoi's hands. Kitoi had pace back in the day, but is now laboring towards the try line. Kisumu with a grand opportunity, just needing to beat that one defender, but defense for Impala arrived, but so many numbers to the outside, just swinging it all offside, and an opportunity here to play for Kisumu. Referee playing an advantage. That's a knock-on. There wasn't an offside there.
There was a tackle, yeah, that was completed, and you will think that the retreating players from Impala were offside after that tackle. The referee never saw that, and the hue and cry from the bench, Kisumu bench, about that particular call. They expected more than just a scrum down in favor of Impala there.
Well, there was an offside, but the player that made that tackle, if you see from this replay, the player that made that tackle was onside.
Guys.
However, I think the person who came, Derek Kinyari, who came to counteract, maybe was probably in an offside position.
Yeah, prior to that breakdown, there was another one that involved a tackle, and I think it's from that they were thinking that they interfered with the options, the attacking options of Kisumu RFC there. However, both teams, turning over possession, and Kisumu doing well to intercept that one and turning defense into attack, coming all the way into Impala's territory. But now they have to get back onto their horses here just to defend that particular one. Bundled into touch from Impala, losing possession there, gifting it back to Kisumu RFC. Referee calls it timeout for a medical break. I think there's a player that is down and needs some attention.
Time on.
Time back on.
This is your mark, red.
Gets back to his feet, gets back into action.
This is your mark, white.
Trying to get away from his marker there, Timothy Makia.
Time out.
But he had to contend with the touch also. Not sufficient space for him to complete that run. Kisumu also doing, having some good show yesterday. Having one of the most popular tries when they were playing against Catholic Monks, scoring right at the end, Kipchirchir. One that they have to look out for, number 14. Now waiting for his time with ball in hand. Gets it, but it's not a good ball for him to work with. Just to set a platform for the next phase of attack. Kisumu get it and swing it out to their left. Numbers here 2-on-1. And just when he had a clear highway, just eager to get going. Never caught the ball well. Knocks it on. David Williams guilty of just losing that opportunity. Bit of a start-stop of a match here. Being the second match in the challenge quarterfinals. A lot of action to come later on Of course, immediately after this, we still have Daystar Falcons taking on Stallions, then Nondies taking on Masinde to finish the challenge quarterfinals. Good evasive run by Matoka, stepping in off his left foot and keeping the defenders on check there. Ball goes out to this flyer. Timothy Makia once more floats back in, numbers out, but he decides to park the defense there. Attracting three Kisumu players, numbers out to their right if they can move the ball quite fast. They step up a bit, that pass missing its mark, just affording Kisumu the opportunity to reset. Now they go into bruising contest there, but he was leading with his forearm. The referee calls it. And I guess he's going to issue a warning here.
That's a good play.
That's a good one, yeah. I don't see a forearm leading there, but the referee called that one for leading with the forearm. Shoulder contest, though he finished with the arm.
Well, it's a cagey affair. It's one of those games that you really don't know what it now needs. Individuals to step up. It needs individual brilliance to come to the fore. It needs that one player to actually decide to take the team forward, because they've been swinging the ball so much. Nobody has had a clear line break as such. And as we speak of a line break there, Kisumu looking to attack the outside, but then going to the edge and goes into touch. That is halftime, and it's a very cagey halftime score. The halftime score: Impala RFC 0, Kisumu RFC 0.
Stay back. Captain ready? Ready?
Kisumu RFC kicking us off for the second half. This cagey affair. Goalless scores here. No points coming from the first half from both sides. Not much being made in terms of ball in possession. The attacking hasn't been varied. They've been able to shepherd each other one-on-one. Urgently stops the game. Seems like there was a head clash between two Impala players. We'll have to wait for a replay of that one, but seems to have been something we're listening and just here. Yeah, there seems to have been a contest. Airborne and Matoka, the ground there, having received some attention. That particular collision there. Yeah, the Kisumu player guilty of interfering with the jumper. Number 21.
Captain.
Byron Odur is going to face some sanctions here, probably very serious.
Time on.
Yeah, that one was a tackle in the air. Byron Odur gets 2 minutes in the sin bin, and this is the opportunity that probably Impala have been waiting for if they are to make an impact in this game. Remember, you're not supposed to contest, you're not supposed to touch. The responsibility is on you, who is jumping up to ensure that whoever is actually higher than you and with the rights to the ball is not interfered with. Matoka just identifying the gap, running into it, but not protecting the ball in that contact, spills it in the tackle, gives the ball back to Kisumu RFC with just with 6 on 7, Walter. You would think that Impala should be more clinical with ball in hand. They only have like a minute remaining of that sin bin. Should take advantage of these ones.
Yes, you'd expect Impala to do so well in that, but they've done so much and counteract there.
Let's have it a scrum down from way of obstruction.
An intentional obstruction there called by the referee, and they reset for another scrum down. Time being taken here by Kisumu, managing this yellow card very well, not conceding any try, any points as they count down for their full complement to be back on. Impala have to make use of this particular ball. That missed pass just transferred pressure, but a good run there, going all the way to score the first try for Impala. Timothy Makia fends off his defender, goes all the way. Impala needed that one.
Yes, Impala needed that one. It has been a struggle. It had to come down 6v7. That is Timothy Makia on the outside there, getting the first 5-pointer for Impala. Navi moments this whole game, and there Impala strike fast. Kisumu RFC there caught. The numbers were not adding up there as Makia goes over for that try. However, it's 5. It narrowly turns into 7. And now the job or the onus is on Kisumu to actually try and mount a comeback. Now Kisumu know very well that this game is in the second half, and they have to score, and they have to score next.
Yeah, good for them. They are back to the full complement of 7, and time running out for them here. If they can apply pressure on Impala, just ensure that they have something to think about, even as they have ball in hand. That's an offside play.
That's an offside. Referee, I mean, he just milked it.
Yeah.
That is a typical milking of a penalty. Now, what he did there, the halfback there noticed that Kisumu FC were offside. John Baraka was retreating and went straight into
That's
the
very
man.
Mischievous.
I think that is a very, very tricky play there. That is David Nyangige.
Yeah,
besides being a good halfback, he's also very, very nimkora.
Yes, because he forced the referee's hand there. I mean, in 7s, offside, interfering with play in offside is a straight yellow. And he forced the referee to dish that one out.
Yeah, David Nyangige there. Wrapping round, missing that mark. Gideon Makumi, yes. Controlling this game through the midfield there. Derek loses his feet, falls, gets up again, continues, takes several Kisumu players. Kisumu now, I mean, they're defending so many in number and being attracted to the rack area. That means that if Impala can swing this ball out wide, they could be having overlaps. And it all comes down to execution there. Gideon Matoka receiving it, carrying the ball in 2 hands. Just deceivingly people would think that he was about to pass. That's a try for Impala. Second try for Impala RFC in the second half. 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, left. I don't think Matoka is okay to continue. The medical teams are ushered to get onto the pitch.
Indeed, Walter, you're spot on what Kisumu are doing, defending in numbers, being attracted to the breakdowns, and therefore overshooting in defense. Impala's execution hasn't been the best when they get such opportunities. The passes have been either shoulder high or back or the bootlaces, and that really slows down the attacking ball. But in this instance, the inside pass did the job for Impala, though Matoka got the attentions of the defender while scoring, and I don't think he's playing on in this match.
Conversion is unsuccessful. That is Impala 12, Kisumu 0. Coming up next, we have Daystar Falcons taking on the Stallions. Now that's the third Challenge Trophy quarter-final game. Remember, later on we have big games coming up, big matchups. Kenya Harlequins taking on the Strathmore in the opening Cup quarter-final match. Mwamba RFC will be taking on the Catholic Monks. Menengai Oilers will be squaring it out with their Driftwood champions will be taking on Kabras Sugar RFC. Another chance for KCB and Kabras to renew their rivalry. Battle lines are drawn, champions on the line.
Yeah, very mouth-watering Cup quarterfinals there. And we'll just want to see who emerges, gets into the semifinals, and it will be a good opportunity for those who lost out the main cup, the cup semifinals in Mombasa. If they can leaderboard, then they need to get to the semis. So it's going to be something interesting to watch. Kabras and KCB, of course, meeting earlier this time round. Last time when they met in Mombasa, it was a very gritty affair, ending 10-5 in favor of KCB. This time round, they meet in the quarterfinals. And Kabras really risking losing momentum in terms of the
racing park. And you know, egos come into play here when it comes to trophies. And the trophies now in the country have always been shared for the last couple of years between KCB and Kabras. So it's a chance for our top two sides, arguably our top two sides in the country, in terms of the quality and depth, to take on each other as that forward call is called there by the referee. So it's good times coming up. This is Nakuru Athletics Club celebrating 100 years, and you, the fans, thank you so much for coming through, joining us and following this live stream from across the globe. Our friends in the diaspora, our friends in Africa, our friends in Asia, South America, North, Australia, the Aussies, and everybody else. Karibuni, this is the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. This is where we draw our talent from. This is where Kenya Sevens gets its players from. These are the future stars, ladies and gentlemen, as Kisumu RFC make forays into the Impala RFC's half. First time this second half that Kisumu are piecing something together, and it's brought to a stop there by a knock-on on the floor. However, they're lucky enough to have possession. Kisumu, time has run out, and this could be a case of too little, too late.
Yeah, Godfrey Namai taking to his heels there, but was mowed down just short of the 22. Kisumu not clinical with possession, and from the ensuing rack, they didn't make much of it. And whatever their score here, I think they've run out of time, and Impala should be booking their ticket for the next Division 1, being hosted by Harlequins, the Christie Sevens. Not shoving straight is the call. A quick tap there by Kisumu, trying to finish strongly here. They carry and offloading the tackle, looking to go out wide, but John Otieno just gets into contact there. Mall not created there as they go to the left. Marcelius Odori steps back in. Kisumu slowly grinding their way towards Impala's try line here. Another show and go there by Mikal Habil. But Impala savvy to that, stop them, their tracks. No advantage being played for not being 10. Tries to go route 1 but gets knocked down. Godfrey Namai, not 10. This might result in a yellow card, repeated infringement. Yeah, same call, not 10, twice in a row. That will attract most heavy sanctions from the referee, and in this case Impala lose a player to the bin. The hoot has gone really, and this is just an issue of saving face here for Kisumu if they get to score and of course finish at the high. Stretching and scoring despite getting tackled on the try line. Barry Opondo giving some gloss to the Kisumu scoreline here.
Barry Opondo serving Kisumu's blushes in this game, at least getting some points on the scoreboard against Impala. Agri Kitoi getting the extra 2. That is a full-time scoreline. Impala RFC 12, Kisumu RFC 7. And Impala safe. They've sailed into the Christie Sevens. A draw, very important for them. And Kisumu RFC have to go back to the drawing board and of course decide if they'll want to take part in the Christie Sevens tournament, and that will be seen later on. So ladies and gentlemen, quick in succession, in goes Daystar Falcons. The Falcons there taking on Stallions Rugby. This is the Prinsloo Sevens. Match day 2, the business end. The third challenge trophy quarter-final match. After this, we'll have Nondies taking on Masinde Muliro to decide the final challenge trophy semi-pairing. Remember, if you lose in the cup if you lose in the challenge quarter-final games, you drop to the position games. They'll be playing the 13th place semis later on, the losers, and we'll have the challenge trophy semi later on. Kicking us off, Daystar. Eddie Wambugu goes high with a long hanging kick. Duncan Olile was coming off the bench yesterday quite often, but today early days, and we have Duncan unleashed. It's a penalty there to Daystar Falcons. An early opportunity for them to kick down. Looking for touch. That ball bouncing sweetly into touch 5 or 6 or 7 meters out. That's a very, very good kick.
Yeah, one of the best touch finders we've seen in this tournament so far. Putting them right into the red zone for the Stallions in the 5-meter channel. With the possession of the ball, they need to secure this line out. They have to strike early enough in this first half, just seconds into the game.
Yes, they do have to strike early. Stallions challenge, they go up. The trick with that line out is you have to go up just to create that impression that you challenged, and hopefully hope that the ball thrower would not throw it straight. Now the ball has been lost forward there. Stallions asked to attack from deep. Zulik Buyuni has wheels for days. Kicks, chases behind. It's now a foot race between Duncan Olile and Zulik Buyuni, and the big man in Duncan Olile is quite fast for his size. That's a turnover there. Beautifully perfected. Duncan Shamala quickly taps and goes. Players not 10 meters out, and the referee will have a double blow. That is a definite yellow card for the Daystar Falcons. Well played there for the Stallions.
Yeah, Stallions just turning defense into attack and gaining all of 75 meters. Also benefiting here with a penalty and now with an attacking ball in Falcons 22. They have an extra man opportunity for them to score quickly here. Stallions with a good setup there.
Stallions looking to attack, score fast, set, the early pace. Duncan Shamala with ball in hand. Shamala feeds the scrum. Cedric Ebenezer, referee playing an advantage. Lawrence Dungu gives it to Zulik Buyuni, who looks to take on Obuya on the outside. Obuya strong.
It was bound to happen. They had numbers, an extra man out. They made hard work of hitting the front in these third challenges quarterfinals. And Daystar.
However, early days, just 5 points to the good for Stallions. Lawrence Dungu misses a conversion. It's an interesting start. 6v7. They've taken advantage of that 2 minute in the sin bin for the Daystar Falcons player. I guess that is Kiragori, if I'm not wrong, who was sent to the bin. His 2 minutes have been to the detrimental of at least attack. Eddie Duncan swings wide. Clinton Amkwachi goes to the lowest of the points. Contact points there. He is a very, very hard customer to handle. Obuya looking for his pace. Obuya supporting his kick with a good chest line, getting that ball for Daystar Falcons. Kwachi, Duncan, Lile with continues. Clinton, referee says the counteract is good. A lot of hard work there at the breakdown area. Sindoli shows, trying to attract the attentions of Cedric Ebenezer and Obed. Swung out wide. This is Sunday. Sunday taking on David Obiero and Brian Odhiambo. That is Sunday who goes over. Try time at Daystar Falcons. Now, that's a very important try. 6v7. They've been able to score, and they've scored importantly under the hedge.
Yeah, very, very nice play there from Daystar. Very patient, coming out of their 22 and putting pressure on Stallions, moving them from one side to the other, opening them up in the middle, and strong ball carries there that has enabled them to set platforms for their finisher here. As you see, steps back in, goes all the way to the center post, and with a successful conversion, Daystar hit the front. 7-5.
7-5, the scoreline there. Of course, Daystar back to a full complement of 7. Eddie Wambugu asked to make sure that all his players are behind the kick. Looking for 10 meters, it goes 10 meters. No, it doesn't. I thought it crossed 10 meters, but went straight into touch.
Yeah, I think that was the call. It bounced in within the 10 and went straight to touch. So the accuracy missing out there from Wambugu on that kickoff. And Stallion getting much needed possession here, having defended in the last several phases. They go to the right and an immediate knock on, very eager to step off and take off, and just not waiting for proper ball reception, knocks it on. And you know, these are just jittery moments. Joshua Mosh coming worse off there.
Well, those are those moments that a coach would not love to see, because I mean, it's center pitch. It's a tap and go. It's an easy pass you'd expect at this level, but the players executing and letting you down. So it's one of those hard ones on the coach, because how then do you explain that? Because that is not something that you've been doing at training. You most definitely meant the team simply because you've been doing the right things at training.
Speaks to the concentration levels and being switched on throughout.
Yes, it does. Clinton Amkwachi looking for yet another customer. Bumping them off. Strong contact. Clinton, how he's able to handle players 1v1. That is on the attack, on defense. You can see that to do. So I think it has been a good stint at the Kenya Sevens for Clinton.
Indeed, it has. It shows in his ball carrying, at least is able to retain possession in the same. But Stallion really giving a good account of themselves in defense here. They were over ball, but still in the wrong territory, defending here.
Good.
A hint of a forward there. Yeah, that chicken pass or whatever it was.
That is halftime, ladies and gentlemen. Daystar Falcons 7, the Stallions 5.
Thanks. Stallion, do you watch offset breakdowns? Yeah. So I make sure I go behind you.
Second half, a high hanging wristed, well defended.
I missed it. No.
It's a rack formed and referee penalizing Stallions. Hands in the rack.
Short touch.
It's a good touch finder once again. Eddie Wambugu being very, very good with his kicks for touch. Most importantly, these kicks for touch are able to garner 30, 40, 50 meters down the pitch. It's a very, very good tactic for Daystar Falcons to always keep the pressure on the defense. Bubuya steps right into a gap. That gap is a pseudo gap. It quickly closes. Karagori to Clinton. Clinton once again looking for contact. Clinton Amukwachi, try time, Daystar Falcons.
Yeah, strong ball carry there by Clinton right at the heart of Stallions defense. And Daystar really doing the basics right, swinging from one end to another, setting the platform, then attacking at pace, really playing flat line rugby here. And Clinton just comes in short and hard, too strong for Stallions in that particular phase play.
It's the intention that he runs with. I mean, he runs with so much power. You can see there the medical team attending to, I guess, his knee. And for a guy who plays with the aggression that he does, he's prone to injuries, niggles here and there. But he's been able to serve the Daystar Falcons quite well over the last 2 days.
Yeah, and an interesting fact is that Daystar Falcons are actually the youngest team on average, the Division 1. Literally the whole team is post 2000. And that's something to watch. Even as you look at the way they play, the maturity with which they have played the circuit.
Yeah, it's a tap back by Red.
Yes, they are the youngest, but age is not a determinant here. You can see the scoreline. They don't shy away from the contact. You can see how hard they fought against KCB yesterday. They also don't shy away from the trickery, so you can have it both ways. You can have a good team that has a balance of both physical and the skill level attributes being either at par or probably the skill level being slightly higher.
Yeah, and you know, the youthfulness of it all, being in a setup in campus, you know, these are things that they do. These are teams that even train almost on a daily basis. You know, they have that chemistry well worked out from them.
Yes, the chemistry is all we are looking for here. Cedric Ebenezer going down the blind there. Obed knocking the ball on there. I mean, lack of concentration there. That's an easy catch there. There's really no reason for the player to lose that ball because there was no pressure in terms of the defense. What do you do as a coach?
Yeah, these are enforced errors, unfortunately. Is really nothing much you can tell the player except to concentrate, because that's the second or third ball that Stallions are dropping with no particular defender on the ball carrier. So a hint of what they need to work on, giving easy possession to Daystar Falcons when they needed the ball more.
Stolen. Ondieki to Shamala. Shamala looking for that opportunity to break. He's a very fast filler, this one, once he breaks the line. But the attention of Keragori, Obuya, and our good friend Clinton Amkwachi means 2v2 on the outside. Sindoli carries into contact. Isolated. Obuya. Sunday. Keragori jumps, looks for his outside man in Eddie Wambugu, who kicks, chases. Stallions defending it well. Tackle is complete. They have numbers on the outside. The defensive line hasn't come up yet. Brian Ondieki takes the ball forward, goes into contact. Duncan. That is Lawrence. Lawrence to...
Handling errors for Stallions, really killing them.
Yes, the handling errors are just killing them. I mean, it's just one try out. Just hold on to that ball. You see the pass there, it was high. Credit to the guy who went for the ball. The ball wasn't really passed into the right place.
Not the best of passes for sure.
Yes, but you'd expect Stallions to execute there. They're better than that.
Yeah, they've been their own worst enemies. Whenever they have spells of possession, they just end up giving it back to Daystar, and really under no intense pressure, because that was a case of ball to hand. The pass was really high. And Stallions really, at the end of it all, if they're to lose this one, they'll have only themselves to blame. It's not for the lack of possession. They've had opportunities. Daystar, on the other hand, just doing the basics right, moving the ball, having enough discipline to retain possession whenever they have it. That's why they are leading currently. Referee penalizing Daystar's scrummer for kicking the ball back into the rack. Moses Keragori into the scrum down. Sorry. They opt to go for the scrum. Stallions again with possession here. Hopefully this time round the execution will be better in terms of their passes, ball reception. Kenfrey Munai coming in for Stallions. The changes are being rung here in the final minute of this game. A tight affair, but Daystar Falcons leading for the moment. Big shove there from Daystar Falcons, making that scrum very messy for Stallions, losing their own put-in. Even the technique employed there was quite good from Daystar Falcons. Identified the right moment to just shove. Immediately the ball was put into the tunnel. A lot of time being spent on this particular scrum. All that working it down from here. The result in the end of quarterfinals, and we move immediately to the Cup quarterfinals shortly to you after Nondies and Masinde complete their last Challenge Cup quarterfinals.
Stallions for the very first time.
Wow.
Told they've defended so much.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Stallions. And you're actually right, they've had a very strong showing, finishing 10th in Mombasa and then ending up going to play for the 13th place. It's a step down, but again, we expected it. Being the second leg of the SportPesa National Circuit, 7th circuit, it's expected that team working well in the first leg, the competitiveness is showing.
Yes, the competitiveness is out there for everyone to see. The next game is Nondies, the oldest rugby club in the country, taking on Masinde, 1923. That's when they came into existence.
Yeah, the Red Lions have a serious pedigree. Most Kenya Cup titles, I mean, when you look at what they have done in the 15th space, they have not been able to replicate it in the 7th space. And yesterday they had a really bad day in the office, really bad day, and it's been the bane of some banter over social media. They were the receiving end of a big thumping from KCB. The Battle of the Lions, they are ending 52-0 in favor of KCB, and Nondies is looking to come back day 2 and make amends for that, see how strongly they can finish. What is on offer for them is the 8th place. They have to go for it.
They do have to go for it indeed. They have to make a step up from the performances yesterday. I guess the hold-up is because the color of the kit is all white. So they have to make a decision on who changes the kit. I guess this is an easy one, just a coin toss. I believe in the tournament manual, you were told to come with the alternate kit.
Yeah.
So that means Nondies should be having a blue. Is it a?
Fortunately, Nondies' alternate kit seems to be just trying to check what Nondies' alternate kit is.
Nondies' alternate kit is Nakuru's kit. Anyway, Masinde Muliro clearly have lost the toss.
Yes.
So they'll have to get a kit that doesn't color clash. Second stop of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit, offering us scenes from Nakuru Athletics Club, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, a tournament that has been hosted well so far. Yesterday the turnout was quite good. The grounds were fully packed. Could hardly get any space to walk behind those bleachers that we have here on the ground. And coming into day 2, still early days, early morning hours here. But the weather is better than yesterday at this time, certainly for sure, with the sun just peeping through the clouds here. Fantastic ground, it's not wet, the underfoot is steady and solid enough for good running rugby.
Most definitely for good running rugby. Remember, today we'll be giving you pitch-side access. We'll be talking to the coaches from right besides the pitch, just getting their insights, their thoughts and opinions as we draw closer to the end of the day. But this is the early days of the morning, bright and early, beautiful sun. The grounds look fantastic, the weather amazing. An opportunity for the family to step out. So come through to the Nakuru Athletic Club, the part and parcel of the 100-year celebration of this great sporting facility, and of course the second leg of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit 2025. Pleased to have you on the ride. We're just awaiting Masinde Muliro to come through. and we will get back to match action. This game's alive on SportPesa YouTube page, and right there we have from you, our very able fans. What's your take on the tournament so far, and who do you think will be carrying the day today? Who will be carrying the day today?
Masinde Muliro, of course, having not so good yet day in the office yesterday. They came in as the second seed, and from that result, from the games that they had yesterday, they had their best outcome was a draw against Impala RFC, 15-all in that one. But they managed to finish bottom of the table, bottom of the Pool D, which has given them a fixture against Nondies.
Well, another day for Masinde Muliro and Nondies to make right of the wrongs from day one. Well, it's time now for Masinde Muliro, who carry the ball forward. First possession goes to the Kakamega side. Nondies strong up on defense. Coming straight. Charlie Odhiambo spins, goes round. Ronnie awaits. Hillary gets that overhead pass over his head. Nondies. Ronnie cuts back, and that is a dangerous Ronnie there. That is try time. Nondies kickoff. They received the possession, they lost the ball there on the floor. Masinde Muliro handed the possession back to Nondies, and they've paid the price.
Yeah, Ronnie coming in on a very acute angle there, and Veron Kaburu was not able to lay a finger on him. Strolls into the try box and gets the 5 points in, which is ably converted by Daniel Okito. Nondies striking early here, showing their intentions to go for that 8th place.
Yeah, and most definitely, I know Nondies fans, they're those ones who are always in my corner, the likes of Peter Lugano, yeah. And they'll be clinching and hoping that Nondies can do something here. That's a forward pass. Masinde Muliro afforded Nondies yet another opportunity in that attack. A ball marginally going forward. Easy way out there for
after you just conceded a try, you need the possession to give yourself a chance to, just give yourself points on the board. But in this case, Masinde Muliro just spilling that ball, throwing it forward, and Nondies get another opportunity in the right areas, just 5 meters short of the try line. And they will go coast to coast here, just trying to spread out. Strong carry in the middle of the field there. Looks like he's upended, held up, and this will be a maul called in favor of Masinde Muliro.
Too little, too late there for Ryan Odwa, who had stolen that ball. But Masinde Muliro have stood up there. They didn't want to lose yet another try. An easy one, but they'll be needed to attack 85 meters to make it to the try line on the other side. Veron Kamburu comes round, kicks, chases. Nondies.
Rogers Omanyi just brought down there, but stable enough to secure possession for Nondies. They reset here, lost ground, but still in possession. And Masinde Muliro making the breakdowns very contested, heavily contested here, slowing down balls that Nondies were looking to use to strike a nice inside pass, opening and splitting up. Masinde Muliro, they do well to recover from that, and the play has just bunched up one side of the pitch here. A lot more space there for Nondies to work with. Baraza with a switch that didn't go to hand, and Odua just knocks it on. The ball was quite short.
Well, it's always interesting to see the big men try those switches on the edges. Hillary, you can see he wanted that ball to really hit the mark, but Ryan could forgive him, but that is a chance that has been missed by Nondies.
Yeah, the forwards combining there, but not executing it well. Gifting the ball to Masinde Muliro, who would make a mess of it at the wing here. They go back into defensive duties. That was a rush coming round the rack, and ref penalizes them immediately for offside. Ronnie changing the play line of attack here, but that loop pass, missing his man and going into touch.
It's a knock-on, it goes into touch. They have two options. They can either call for a scrum or decide to go for a line-out.
Get to see one in this particular match, and I think they opt to go for the scrum down. Easier to manage that one, easier to retain possession on the scrum calls. Still in it, Masinde Muliro still very much in it. Slightly over a minute to play in this first half. Just 5 points to the good for Nondies. The game just ebbing and flowing here. No real urgency from both sides. That scrum is not stable. But Masinde Muliro managed to retain possession, carry it back short, and then release it out. They have space here. This is now where speed comes into play. Good tackle there that curtails the run from the winger, but Nondies still have a lot to do. Carry it short. Baraza goes for the steal. Referee calls it as a traveled back, risking a yellow card there. But Nondies turn over possession. Again, a lot of physical contests in this match. Game being played at a slower pace. Each team just trying to identify where the spaces are. Good step off his right, and he goes no support, and he has to do it all alone. Good call for him just to wait for his support to come in, but he's bundled into touch. Daniel Okito. Both teams really measuring each other up quite well, but will the Masinde Muliro really guilty of turning over possession more than they need to?
Yes, they've given away possession quite easily, but the scoreline still remains for the amount of possession that Nondies have had. I think most have done well in terms of the defensive effort. However, it's now time for them to turn that defense into attack. Referee playing an advantage for offside. Baron Kaburu hits a beautiful line.
Wow, that was nice.
That's some good running line. Nondies caught napping there. And as I said, it happens as quickly as that. Nondies gave away the ball there, were driven into touch. The line-out was successful. MMUST, having defended the whole game this first half, have scored and have taken the lead going into halftime.
Absolutely, just one moment that they needed, just sustained possession, but they have not had it. Nonetheless, they lead at the break of the halftime.
Yes, they do. That is the halftime break. The halftime scores. Nondies 5. Masinde Muliro 7.
starting us off for the second half. Masinde Muliro, after tying the match 7-all, the bars of the Huta, they get into their attacking rhythm here, but immediately lose the ball. The first man in turns over possession for Nondies. They go to the short side. Hillary identifying that as a setup, steps back in and is going. Support is required here. His offload goes to Masinde Muliro's hands and it's all messy here. Referee calls it to a halt. That was a forward pass and Masinde Muliro gets to reset it here. Hillary Baraza just doing well to identify the gap in the shorter side of the pitch. Two players out with his step back in, but failed in his offload. And again, just same theme for this game. A lot of breakages, a lot of stoppages, no sustained attacking rhythm by either team. Masinde Muliro bring it back to the left. Numbers here just need to step it up a bit and pass, commit the defenders, and he steps through two defenders there. Sloppy tackles there, helping Masinde Muliro to gain some 20 meters here, and they then go to the right. Again, another handling error, miscommunication in that switch play. The ball is turned over to Nondies. Little bit of ping pong in possession here between the two teams, and gap opens there and the switch is called, but the scramble defense arrives in time to shut it down. Then they pick to go the shorter side, opening up the pitch, making the width more for ball in hand. Then now they spread it out. Ronnie with ball here goes for the gap, attracts two defenders and offloads from the deck. Now it's 2-on-1 here, but he doesn't need him. Pins his ears back, but suddenly realizes that the defender was on his case. Lucky for him, there was enough support coming through. Daniel Okito arriving in time for Nondies to score their second try of the match.
Yes, that is Juma Tomaso going over for Nondies' second. And that was made on the wing there by Daniel Okito, who had no space to run away from Veron Kaburu, turned back, and Juma Tomaso was running a beautiful support line. And they get the 5-pointer, which Daniel Okito quickly turns into 7. Nondies have taken the lead, full control now in this game. Second half, as the next teams make their way to the player holding area. Nondies have one hand on that quarterfinal, semi-final opportunity.
The 8th position.
But we have so much time left, 3 minutes, 40-something seconds. A lot of time there.
Yeah, Masinde Muliro just need to have a couple of faces, 3 or 4, and they'll be able to open up Nondies. But they're not giving themselves that opportunity. Really a lot of handling errors, and most of them not forced. So they just need to polish up on that one, and they'll be able to make a dent on the Nondies defense.
I think the speed in which they are attacking, they need to increase the speed, the accuracy of the passes. The ball is not working as it should. They've taken charge and they've gone into contact way too many times, and that's a very clear picture there. Instead of moving the ball, spreading it out, asking Nondies to defend wide. So it's an easy job for Nondies to defend close. And with the Masinde Muliro prone to making mistakes just like the one that they've made isolated, but that means that Nondies strike with ease. And you can see actually Nondies are keeping it close, swinging it, going different directions, asking the questions about Masinde Muliro's defensive line. Can you be able to defend? Can you turn quickly? You know, you could be a good rugby player there, but the agility levels are not the same as your opponent. You see, there's Charlie. They've asked Veron, the sweeper, to make his way to the defensive line, and Charlie breaks the line. And it's as easy as that. Try and time Nondies.
Very agile play there from Charles Odhiambo. He looked at his man, ensured that he had made him stop in defense, then took off out, stepped back in for the second defender, and from there he had sufficient pace to go all the way and score Nondies' third try of the match. As you see him go there, sustained ball possession, moving it from side to side, stretching Masinde Muliro, and eventually Masinde Muliro cracking under pressure there. Just a couple of missed tackles.
Yes, Daniel Okito adding the extra 2 points. Daniel Okito having a good day with the boot, splitting the uprights quite easily. When I grow up, I want to be a kicker like Daniel Okito.
Yeah, I mean, he has his angle and technique really worked out and perfected. And in this case, Masinde Muliro really wise. That was streetwise. They anticipated that ball to be tapped back and positioned themselves right behind the jumper, gifting themselves possession here. And now the urgency can be seen by Masinde Muliro attacking at speed, moving the ball to their left, looking to go coast to coast, and they seem like...
That is Veron Kaburu diving over. It's try time for Masinde Muliro, their second. You did talk about the speed of play that they've attacked there. You can see them moving the ball to the wing, and Veron Kaburu beating Charles Omondi. That's Charles Odhiambo to the try line. Well, they needed to score this sometime on the scoreboard, but the only problem with this is they have to convert, and I'm not sure that angle is favorable, and that means they've missed it.
Yeah, they missed that conversion.
So they'll need to score twice, and with the time on the clock, I don't think there's time enough for Masinde Muliro to actually mount a comeback. So this seems to be a far-fetched dream for them now. Charlie Odhiambo passing it out wide, ladies and gentlemen, to Felix Nangole. Felix Nangole knows his way to the try line. An easy try there. Nangole signals, celebrates. It's a big boy there running. Big boy with wheels.
Yeah, Charles Odhiambo manufacturing that piece of play there, committing the defender and releasing Nangole. In the previous, the score from Masinde Muliro, they identified Charles Odhiambo, who was huffing and puffing after scoring his first try of the match, but he's made amends there, and Nondies doing well to just finish strongly here, as Daniel Okito showing that he's also human. That missed attempted conversion.
Yes. And that is the end of that one. Very, very convincing win. And that means Nondies survived the drop. Nondies will be playing at the Christie Sevens tournament, the third top of the SportPesa National 7 Circuit Caravan that will be making its way to the RFA grounds. Masinde Muliro, on the other hand, have dropped to the 13th place semi. They'll be looking to make amends in the next leg. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Cup quarterfinal games. The first match, Kenya Harlequins taking on the Strathmore Leos. Here is the business and Strathmore Leos in the final last weekend in Mombasa, losing to KCB in the Driftwood final. They've been afforded another chance here to take on a good-looking Kenya Harlequins side, a good-looking Quins team that ruled the mistakes in Mombasa. Went there as defending champions, but had to drop out courtesy of a loss to Nakuru Rugby. Once again here, Kenya Harlequins looked very strong yesterday on defense. They were quite good when it came to making sure that they punished the offense by using their defense. They'll be looking to do the same on match day 2. Leos, on the other hand, were looking quite good yesterday. Didn't manage to top their pool, but still got an opportunity here today to proceed to the Cup semi. 7 minutes each half. Victor Odwara, center referee, kicking us off Strathmore Leos.
receiving the Kenya Harlequins.
Yeah, Strathmore Leos coming unstuck yesterday against Oilers in the top of table clash, but this is the main cup. This is more important. They have to get past Harlequins, who were quite clinical yesterday, winning all the 3 matches. Really tactical side, if you ask me. They manage their game very well. They are good at ensuring that they use the opportunities, and they really choke space out for the attacking teams.
And
so
what
this is
say
a
you?
good matchup.
What say you? Patrice Agunda on one side, Charles Kadovilis on the other side. Those are proper Quins.
Yeah, familiar names, shared the same jerseys once upon a time.
Coached by Kadovilis, that is Patrice, and William Baka. Now competing against Foxy and Charlie. Strathmore Leos come down the blind and pass it into touch. Not something that they would have wanted to do intentionally. But that is an opportunity they are allowed to slip away. Quins, quick with a line out, taken well there. Referee on the path there, the passing path.
Yeah, always a tough one for the referees to position themselves. There are a lot of dynamics around set pieces, and the referees have to learn where to really position themselves, and Victor Dor caught in the middle of that one.
I think he was offside. That's a yellow card offense.
Yeah, I'm sure the Harlequins players will be eager to dish that one out.
Amon Omalo feeds the scrum. Arnold tackles. Ball is stolen there, and Barnabas. Referee asking the tacklers to release quickly. Tisha Wangila shoots up, trying to shut out the options. Out wide, Elton Amalemba to Barnabas. Nijo on the wing there, dancing. Comes back, goes into contact. Elton Amalemba shifts quickly. Once again, Risho looking to close that space. That's an easy running line there for Stanislas Shikoli. And an offload there. Arnold Muita is a genius. He actually saw the space on the outside. It's been shut, looked up, had no other person than the one man making that run from the inside. That was Stanislas Shikoli there in your picture. And he grounds the ball close to the H. Strathmore Leos have taken the lead.
Yeah, if I'm not wrong, I think Jam Reke was guilty. Jan Reke was guilty of shooting up there. And so what Arnold Muita did was delay the pass to allow Stanislas to just go past Remke, and from there it was highway all the way to the center post. Really guilty of our shooting there in defense and getting punished. The clinical approach from Strathmore Leos, one of the favorites to lift this one.
Yes, when that move is perfectly executed, it comes out beautifully. But sometimes teams are guilty of holding onto that ball for so long that it then becomes a forward pass. So Strath have done so well there. They have scored fast and they've received an intercept. Victor Mola staying alive. That is a poacher's act. The referee will have to consult. He has awarded it, and I'm pretty sure the linesman or the assistant referee on the far side, the lines lady, will have something to say about this. In your picture there, Jan set the rack. The ball was clean. Wangila passed it. It was offloaded. I don't think he was offside. The camera angles would have shown that perfectly.
Yeah, but the assistant referee helps Victor Dor with the decision there that it was offside, and Amon Omalo going to his best weapon. He utilizes that. It is his best arsenal. The grabber kick behind defenders. Him and Eddie Wambugu Daystar, I think, are some with the highest stats around kicking. But Harlequin survived that try.
That's some hard work there. For a minute there, I thought that ball was going to be stolen by Quins. Quins are very strong on defense. You can see the the contact area. They're very keen on it. Strath on the other side are looking to shift this ball quickly from the contact point and look to ask a lot of questions from the Kenya Harlequins defense, and Quins strong defensive effort there. I mean, it's early days. However, this is a big game. This is a strong matchup. The two sides are not missing tackles, as we can see.
Yeah, Harlequins do not look phased with the occasion. They're just going through the paces, they're going through the motions, silently confident that they are able to turn tables on Strathmore here. But they have to also play what is in front of them. And this time round, just selecting their best to start off, acknowledging that this is a knockout, not yet to make an impression in their attack. Strathmore have been quite good in defense. Quins, of course, just a bit guilty of overcommitting numbers in the set pieces, in the rack areas. And that denies them an opportunity to put Strathmore under pressure with ball in possession.
Masinde passing it to Sami Risho.
Lucky with a grabber there. Foot race to the try box, ball bubbling all over. Victor Oduor very sighted there and sees a knock-on from Strathmore as they try to retrieve that ball. Quins not shy, and actually not just shy, it's one of their tactics to employ the grabber kick behind defense lines. They used it to great effect last season as they emerged the circuit champions. But I think teams have pretty much prepared for that attacking play from Harlequins, and they're not reaping benefits so far in this game. Carrying strongly here, but well marshaled and offloads in the tackle. Seems like he'll go over, but Strathmore strong in defense and making that rack very contested. It will be a penalty for Strathmore. Good defensive play by Strathmore. If you look at the numbers there are 4 of them against 3 attacking Harlequins. And that just shows you how well committed Strathmore are.
Yes, they've been committed. They've gone into the halftime break in the lead. I'm not sure how Quins didn't score 5 meters out of the try line there, but the halftime scores: Strathmore Leos 7, the Kenya Harlequins 0.
Preparing to kick us off for the second half. Lucky DeWald, Harlequins, ball in hand. They've been good in ball retention. They've been good in recovery of the kickoffs. They'll be put to test here. High ball. This one will be contested, but Strathmore up to the task. Well hoisted, recovers the ball. Aimba just offloads to his right there, but a quick rush defense there puts pressure and applies pressure on Strathmore, though there is a knock-on to it. Referee says no advantage, comes back for the knock-on in the tackle by Harlequins. Really upping the ante here in defense. They're employing the blitz defense, trying to limit space for Strathmore Leos. When you have a blitz defense on you, the ball carrier really has to be very confident in their skills, either to offload quickly or to step, because the space shrinks immediately and you have to make your decisions quite fast. Advantage here for Harlequins in terms of territory. The base of it, Arnold Mwita. They put in and they come quickly to the right here. Stepping his man and goes for the winger. Then they were just going down in contact there. A high shot, referee penalizes, and there's a quick tap and go from Strathmore. Flooding out, good reception, good hands there. And it seems like they're going all the way. Strathmore hitting early here in the second half, applying more pressure on Kenya Harlequins, going down for their second try.
Try time, Strathmore Leos. That is Samuel Wafula racing the whole pitch down on the wing, getting Strathmore Leos second. Lea Lucky trying to chase down the attack, but they don't get that. Elton Amalemba celebrating with Waf. Strathmore Leos have struck again. The Leos look like they want it more than Kenya Harlequins. Kenya Harlequins guilty of not piecing together any attack. We haven't seen Kenya Harlequins with ball in hand, really. It has been start, stop, kicking behind. They're not trying to test the defense. It has been a totally different Kenya Harlequins side that would have expected on match day 2, considering that they finished the games quite strongly on match day 1.
Yeah, it's a pale shadow of what they were yesterday. They have had no impotence, they have had no drive, they have lacked it in their attack, and Strathmore have just turned the tables on them, applying the same tactics on them, choking them off space, and just Harlequins at danger of having too much to do here, even as changes are made by the technical bench. Off goes Paul Mutsami, Amon Wamalwa, and they ring the changes here just to get momentum back on their side. Good recovery there, they get the ball and they go out wide, but well marshaled there in the midfield by Strathmore's defender Imbat. It there, just shoring another enforced error by Harlequins, dropping the ball there, knocking it on Patrick Wainaina.
Coach Killers, those ones 3 minutes, 36 seconds to go. That means Kenya Harlequins have to score next, and they've lost the ball, knocking it on. It has been the story of the day for Kenya Harlequins, really. They've not been able to piece together any meaningful attack, save for the piecemeal opportunities that they've had, glimpses. They had an opportunity 5 meters out just right before the halftime break. They could have taken that one and maybe made a comeback, but it has been a game of knock-ons, a game of missed opportunities here and there. And as such, Strathmore Leos, a team good enough to punish you from your own mistakes.
Nigel just going down there, and Strathmore doing well to retain possession. Another strong carry here, the end of the pitch, using the full pitch here. Then they recycle and go. Arnold Mwita just identifying space there, doing enough to remain on his feet, allowing enough space. A show and go. Fantastic play there by Strathmore, and they put down their third try of the game, really tightening the screws here. Victor Mola shows and goes, and now too much of a mountain for Harlequins to climb.
Indeed, a mountain, a hill turns into a mountain, and Kenya Harlequins now have the job to do. 3 tries to score and convert all tries for them to make it past Strathmore Leos into the cup semi. Victor Mola dives with an extravagant dive there. Just happy to have him fit back again, firing. He's happy, he's enjoying his rugby. Welcome back, Victor Mola. Conversion is successful. That is Strathmore Leos 19, Kenya Harlequins 0.
having done his work, Arnold Muita takes a break, and the contest just aching away from Kenya Harlequins at this moment. Technical bench just wondering how they can get back with a minute and a half to go, but it might be too much for them to surmount, as the world is caught in the air there, and it turns. Referee says it becomes a tackle, a completed one, and they have to release. They do so. Harlequins just identifying spaces out here, but steps back in, kicks the ball unnecessarily back, just gifting pressure to Strathmore. Nigel Amaitsa was already at the backyard waiting for that one, so it was a bit of nothing kick, just giving territory, gaining territory but losing possession, which they needed as the clock winds down.
Territory doesn't do you good at this point in time. You need points, and Kenya Harlequins should have kept that ball in hand, at least attacked. 1 minute to go. Pretty sure Strathmore Leos know that they are into the semis. They'll definitely be looking to keep this ball, run down the clock, kick it into touch, and get ready for the next match.
Yeah, Shemokola just keeping things close quarter there. Nigel with an audacious dummy, and it's races now, off to the races, and even eases up as he goes towards the try line for the fourth try for Strathmore. Really, the fight is lost in Harlequins at this moment.
Nigel Amaitsa there. Leos with yet another try. Nigel makes his way to the try line there. You can see there Quins bunched up the ruck area. One dummy, an extravagant show there by Nigel Amaitsa. Matthew Ouma trying to race him down, trying to cut down the angle, but cutting down the angle is not enough. It spells doom. The full-time whistle goes. Kenya Harlequins have been blown out of the water. Full-time scores: Leos 26, Kenya Harlequins 0.
Yeah, not much of a fight. We expected it to be close, but Strathmore very efficient, very professional in the way they approach this match, do a good solid job on Harlequins, and they move to their second semi-finals of the circuit. Even as the games come thick and fast, Mwamba Rugby up next against Monks. Mwamba, we wouldn't believe it, finished right at the bottom of the tables of the rankings in Mombasa in the earlier leg, and here they are in the cup quarterfinals, pitching it up against Monks. What a good turn up from Mwamba. What a good show from them. They made a couple of changes, both in personnel. They had really, listening to Lavin Asego speaking about their preparations for this tournament, they made a couple of changes, and his biggest take was there's too much ball watching, too much inaction from the players who didn't have ball in hand. And that has been worked on, and they're reaping the rewards here. Catholic Monks, of course, yesterday almost took down KCB in the first match of the fixtures yesterday, and that put them in a good mental state. Went on all ahead to get themselves into the cup quarters. Remember, they went and drew with Nondies and then beat Kisumu in the last match. They had a better aggregate goal difference of +5. Nondies lost out to Catholic Monks, the second position for that pool, after the big score they received against KCB. It went down to the goal difference, and Monks emerged better. So for the second cup quarterfinals, who will make it to the semi-finals? Both teams on their will be their first appearance in the semi-finals. Kicking us off, Catholic Monks. Bulinge goes in and puts his shoulder on Mwamba. Mwamba just building it up with the alternative strip here in green and a shade of black. Brian Butugi at the bottom at the end of that track, but they had gone into touch. Referee stops. They play Brian Kyoko for the throw-in by Catholic Monks. teams just doing good to have a shot for the semi-finals. Successful throw in there by Catholic Monks. They go off to their right. Bulinga at the end of that one. Very, very tricky customer. That safety belt tackle, that seat belt tackle earns them a penalty, and they quick tap and go. They can't touch him for the first 10 meters, and it seems like he will go all the way. No, he's arrested. But support is there, albeit coming in too late, lost a bit of ground there, but they still have the opportunity to put themselves on the scoreboard here, and they go all the way to score off that quick tap. First try for the game, Catholic Monks scoring here.
Yes, the Catholic Monks going over for the opening try. Duke Monda goes over. The conversion is easy right in front of the uprights. Brian Yambok getting the extra 2. Quer 7, Mwamba 0. Well, Quer did finish strongly yesterday. Mwamba also finished quite strongly. They finished top of their pool. The seedings meant that Mwamba were to play Quer, and looks like the underdog in this seeding has taken the lead. And Mwamba have to do so well to compete against a very, very good Catholic Monk side.
Now Catholic Monks will be in it, knowing that they have an opportunity to get their first semi-finals. And I think in the sevens preparations, they are one of the better prepared ones. They have it in them to overcome Mwamba. I think it's a fair contest at the end of it all. Going by the form, Mwamba just having a major improvement coming from Driftwood 7. So this one's gonna go all the way to the wire.
Yes, it has. Mwamba have to fight for every opportunity there. The switch. Eliakim Kichoi, the beneficiary of that good edge play. Eugene Ojiambo met strongly there. You want to dance, you go dance somewhere else, not into our defensive line. Quer quickly put a stop to Eugene Ojiambo's dancing.
Yeah, he gets smashed back, and immediately they contest that rack and they reap the benefits of that. Huge kick, but not finding touch. The territory is good, just out of the Mwamba's 5 meter, and they swing it off to their left. They have numbers here, but Catholic Monks have recovered enough, but the kick behind the defense line, well recovered, and he goes all the way. No one is catching him. Going to score the first try for Mwamba RFC, Norman Nandabi.
Try time, Mwamba. Norman Nandabi realized the sweeper had joined the defensive line and kicked behind, chest, grabbed it, and made his way to the try line there. Nandabi pulling Mwamba back. The conversion is successful. Dennis getting the extra 2. Mwamba 7. The Catholic Monks 7.
Yeah, seesaw of a game. It was always shaping up for that. The form of both teams coming into this second Cup quarterfinals match that is tied currently. They're just over 2 minutes to the halftime break. Raises it high to the skies there. Good kick. Puts pressure on Catholic Monks. Goes into touch, and the referee calls for the line out. Was there a hand on that ball? No, there wasn't, so it belongs to Catholic Monks. Calls it back for a scrum. Apparently there was a knock on the attempt to retrieve it from Mwamba. Call reversed to a scrum down in favor of Catholic Monks. Steady scrum there, but that pass, the accuracy of the pass letting down Catholic Monks here, but the assistant referee had seen Mwamba creeping beyond the 5-meter buffer. That is a good take from the assistant referee, because the pressure that was on the ball receiver and the type of pass he received just led to that error, ball handling error.
Yeah, the offside saves Qua's blushes. Qua now looking to strike. Set piece. Comes down the blind, passing it to the outside, toying with the touchline. Offloaded there. There was a gap. Probably expected to go cover the rack. He didn't expect the pass to come through. And I'm pretty sure maybe Nyambok didn't expect his player would poke, his teammate would poke his nose to the other side of the defensive line. You can see he offloaded it, took contact, made his way forward. That was a positive contact for Qua.
Yeah, communication lacking there.
Mwamba survived. But Mwamba dangerous enough. They could attack from anywhere, really. And you know the weapons within the Mwamba ranks. You have Brian Mutugi with ball in hand, a dangerous customer, quite fast. Could have added a bit of weight, but you'd still know that if he gets a line break, he definitely knows his way to the try line.
Indeed, he's been quite a revelation for Mwamba, even as they look to rebuild. Very tricky customer, very evasive in the way he operates, and in this one, guilty of holding on. They can't touch him for the first 10 meters, but if they let him go, they might have too much pace, and he goes. Where's the support for him? Will he make it there? Being trapped there by Ochoy, and he dives over to Catholic Monk's second try just at the hooter. Good lung-busting run there from Catholic Monks, Brian Nyamboki.
Brian Nyamboki takes the lead for Quer. That was a good chase by Eliakim Kichoi.
Yeah, he gave his all there, tried to stretch, almost losing his balance.
Yeah, went for that jazzy grab and tackle, but couldn't execute. Time has run out for Quer to convert. That is the halftime. The halftime score is Quer 12, Mwamba 7.
Mwamba ready to kick us off for the second half. Trailing Catholic Monks, scoring at the hooter there in the first half. And they have 7 minutes to find their way into the semi-finals of the Prinsloo Sevens. Good ball right into their 22 and putting pressure on Catholic Monks, and they emerge out of that one quite well, but slow to get there and support their ball carrier. Referee penalizes them for holding on too much in that tackle. A bit of stop there from Mwamba as they make their decision that it's a tap and go coming to their left, but he carries it straight in and loses it in contact. I mean, that's just a basic error. If you elect to go into contact, trusting in your ball carrying skills, off a penalty, I mean, too costly for Mwamba in this case.
Why would he tap and go straight into contact? He had 6 men on his feet, on their feet on the outside.
And he didn't manipulate the defense, just went in straight.
There's nothing. So what would be going through his head? What would make that decision? Maybe that jump, he thought that he had deceived the defense, or maybe he didn't think that Quer would make the tackle.
You can see he attracted 3 defenders immediately. One went for the ball, one went for the tackle, and he spilled it. And in this case, Mwamba just gifting the ball back to Catholic monks. They had good territory to work with. And now they have to get into the defensive duties. Put in there by Brian Nyamboki. Elects to go to the shorter side. Then puts a grabber behind the defense line. And it's a chase here. And that will be penalized, I think. Mwamba's player already was on deck with the ball, and he just dived on him. I'm sure if let's listen in to what the referees consult here.
Well, maybe a boot to the back there. I didn't think it was a classic dive on the player on the floor. It was that. The replay
scrum down for blue.
You can see he went down.
The first one was okay with me. The second one was
it's not a dive on the player. It's just that the boot or the knee got the back.
Yeah, and you're right, because the referee has said there was nothing undoing there, and that's just a rugby incident. He awards a knock-on from Mwamba.
We are inside 22. It's a scrum down for knock-on.
A scrum down in favor of Mwamba. Catholic
Crouch
are judged to have knocked it on as they went for the ball. Just on the 22-meter mark. That scrum needs to be stable before the ball is allowed to go in. Being contested there. Mwamba have ball in hand now. Brian Mutugi trying to go around his man, but he's chest down all the way to the touch, almost getting it into touch, but survives that contest. The referee was gonna blow for holding on. Catholic monks turned that ball over and again going for the territory, because there was no way they were gonna chase that one down.
They're playing in the right areas, the Catholic monks. However, the scoreline does not afford them that luxury of not scoring. They need to score next, at least, to take it beyond 7.
Yeah, they need that buffer.
Yeah, and if they don't get that buffer, then it means that Mwamba still have a chance. And knowing Mwamba would never shy away. Mwamba will, if you give them an opportunity, they'll take it. They will fashion out an opportunity for themselves. However, if you do offer them something, they'll take it.
Yeah, and we saw it yesterday when they beat Kabras to upset that pool. They have it in them to also beat Catholic monks here and get themselves into the semi-finals, which will be a handsome return for their efforts. Prinsloo Sevens. But matching each other up here in attack and in defense, both teams not giving any yardage. Moving side to side, Mwamba not making an impression in attack, and that is a wild pass, misses its man, puts a territorial pressure on them as they miss it. Sekura just trying to carry it out. And Mwamba not getting out, not making any territory, not making any impact on Catholic monks' defense. Another wild pass, and they're losing territory here, Walter.
Yes, they are losing territory. They're struggling playing in their own 22. Just hoping that Quer would tire, but Quer showing that they are strong enough. Once again, that is some... the shout there bought it. He kicked it and he was like, Rev. Well, they sold it, they bought it. And it's a good escape. Maybe that is what Mwamba needed at least to get out of their 5.
Yeah, getting a reprieve here, that's the only way they could have gotten out. Otherwise, Quer had tightened the defense there, applying pressure on them. Strong career by Sekuta, and then Kichoi coming in to support. They finally get into Quer's Catholic Monks half, and now they up the ante. They coming in straight, but they missed that one, and Mulinge picks it up, throws it back into his teammate. That's a turnover by Catholic Monks. Good defense. Last several phases, at least 10 of which they have defended very well. Now they have ball in hand. Another show and go there, playing a bit of soccer skills. That seems like a knock-on. No, the ref says plays on. A good dummy there by Brian Nyamboki. A good show and go. He's a wily customer. Very confident with ball in hand, but knocks it on under the tackle there from Mwamba.
These guys have defended 13 plus minutes. It's now showing. You can see the pace has... Brian Nyambok, no one would tell whether he was tired or he was trying to
buy time for the supporters,
or maybe trying to sell the defense line, those steps of his, but he is a very tricky customer to handle. Quite sure Mwamba have, we feel like Quer have done so much on defense, but Mwamba haven't put anything together for them to at least lay claim to wanting that opportunity to play in the semis.
You're very right, Walter. I mean, of course, credit goes also to Catholic Monks' defense. They have really been solid. One-on-one tackles, making them, rushing them when it's necessary, anticipating any of the moves that Mwamba have tried to pull in their attack. That's why you see, and also playing it well, Catholic, ensuring that they're playing in Mwamba's territory. We've seen them do a couple of kicks that pin Mwamba down here. It just goes to show that Catholic Monks are very confident of their ability to defend against Mwamba.
Yes, Catholic Monks have shown that they are strong enough to defend this. They've defended well, they've defended in the right areas. They've really put Mwamba to the corners, those dark corners that Mwamba doesn't want to go to, where they can't tell how they're losing this. It's to me, it's the same feeling you'd have, especially like that game of Kenya versus Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe, yeah.
You lose that game and you're like,
you wonder,
where did I lose? There was no dominance.
Yeah. If anything, you had the ball, you have possession.
Yes, you look at the scoreline, it's 7-12, it's 26-29 or 23-29. It's one try out. It's, you know, it's that opportunity maybe in that's a brawl happening.
Emotions coming to the fore here. Mwamba really frustrated by the turn of the events in this game. Catholic Monks just happy to waste more time here. Actually, the hooter has gone, so any other break in play will result in the end of this game. Catholic Monks have literally suffocated and choked Mwamba out of this game, not giving them. That speaks to that ball that you've seen there.
Yes, Mwamba saying that you can't beat us on pitch and still beat us physically, so we have to stand up for ourselves. Eventually, that's a yellow card.
The player was there. There was a strike.
Yeah, that was a strike. That's a yellow card.
You have still to go outside. And a penalty here. Number 7 outside. There was a strike from number 7 to a white player. That's simple. There was no degree of danger. That makes it a yellow card. Otherwise, if it was high degree, it would have gone red. But there was a strike from him.
Conceded a penalty. Referee saw that. Eliakim and company are having a meeting. Maybe they could proceed with this meeting on Monday and get reports on everything that has happened there. They've not accepted. That's a penalty to Monks.
if there was any glimmer of hope, it has been
snuffed out completely.
And Nyambok finally puts the last nail in the coffin. Mwamba, don't know how they've lost, but they've lost one of the cagiest games we've had today. Full-time scores, Catholic Monks 12, Mwamba RFC 7. Quia proceed to the Cup Semi. Well, Mwamba will be playing in that 5th place. Playoffs, semis, I guess. Another opportunity for some more points on the SportPesa National 7th log. Coming up next, a home derby. Nakuru County comes to life. The Menengai Oilers looking to take in the Nakuru Athletics Clubs. Nakuru RFC. It's gonna be 14 minutes of nothing but blood, sweat, and tears. Looking to battle for that Cup semi-final slot. Coming your way. This is the SportPesa National 7th Circuit.
Yes, we can barely hear ourselves here at the commentary booth. The whole stadium has gone bonkers as both set of fans, Oilers fans and the hosting team, Nakuru RFC, both fans trying to outdo each other in chants as they root for their teams. They rally for their teams. This one is going to be a big one. Oilers taking on Nakuru. I don't think form counts for anything here. The team that cools down, the team that puts emotions aside, it becomes very professional in their approach, will emerge winners here. These two teams have a history dating back just a few years, around 9 or so. Oilers came into the rugby scene, got quite a number of players from Nakuru, and from there tension between them, the rivalry between them has been simmering on. Kicked off from Nakuru. Looks like a knock-on, but referee says plays on. Nakuru with ball in hand. Retaining that kick-off and immediately setting off to attack. Attempting a switch there, but nothing happens. They gift it to John Okoth, who now gives it out to Fortunaturo. Fortunaturo carries strongly, hands off 1-2, and looks like he's going all the way to score the first try. The Oilers pour away to start the match, punishing the home team, turning over possession as they went for a switch move. And immediately after that, an offload from Okoth as he was going to deck, keeping the ball alive. Fortunaturo with two strong fans, strong carry, making it to the try under the post and a successful conversion. Oilers meaning business here. Look at Fortune, they are carrying strongly, fending off Chrysantas Ojuang, goes all the way and scores. Oilers meaning business. Oilers not wanting to miss out on the ticket to the semi-finals. For a restart here, ball is raced deep into Nakuru's 22, knocked on again there, forced error. Josephat Juye responsible for that knock-on. I think he just had the Oilers players coming down upon him and got in two minds there. Should have secured the ball first, and now they have to defend here from Oilers attack. Red zone for them, actually their own 22. Samuel Moro with ball in hand. They did a steady scrum here. Referee advises Nakuru to take the hit as they switch quickly to the right here. Numbers out wide. Corner flag is going to be their friend, but hands off. strong carry there by, yeah, he led with the forearm, guilty. Alvin Kaboli just led it with the forearm into that contest. The referee saw it and penalized him for it. Quite lucky not to get a yellow for that, because if it was a direct hit on the head, he would have been in trouble. They go for touch, not much really, around 10 meters made from that kick. And Nakuru already under pressure here, both in territory, both in ball possession. They are not being able to get anything going.
Time to see what Nakuru have in store. Basso. Chris. Javan. Dances. Oilers quite aware of the threat. These are boys who played at 8th grade level against each other. Most of these boys know each other quite well. It's a high tackle there by Fortunato Felix. Taps, goes. Chris. Chris knows the stakes are high. This is turnover, player going off his feet. Chris was isolated there. Seems like Oilers will be playing it very, very close. They know the threat with which Nakuru have in the ranks, the likes of Chris. And what they've done there is not allowing Nakuru to recycle the ball once Chris has made a break. That meant it was a 50-50 play. Either you go for the ball, get the turnover, or you concede a penalty.
Yeah, I mean, Oilers very smart, playing very smart rugby here, controlling the pace of the game. You can see them stepping it up when they have possession and trying to slow it down when Nakuru have it. Unfortunately, just going down there, needing attention, but the referee not having it, doesn't want to give an opportunity to any players who walk around and then sit down just to take a breather and stop the game. But the referee says if he can walk and sit down in the middle of the pitch, then he can also walk out to the touch and get attention. The referee was not having any of that, says game plays on. Fortune walks back into the line out. Ball into the air, recovered well there by Oilers. That was a smooth play from them in that line out. Chirchir just has the ball, gives it out to Kavoli. Gets snapped by his man, and with the attempt to offload, Chirchir is bundled into touch, ball in hand. They elect to go for the scrum, the knock-on. Again, Nakuru just pinned their own half, actually their 22 for the better part of this first half, not having the opportunity to put Oilers under pressure in their territory. And Oilers just happy with the game as it progresses here.
Well, they could be happy because they're in the lead. They're choking them at breakdown time. They're also making the play quite hard during set piece. You can see the scrum was under pressure before they consider that penalty. Felix is a towering figure.
Yeah, variation there in the line-out. They went the tail end of that line-out and good strong carry there. Another 20 meters hands off. The defenders coming on both sides. Good territory gain for Nakuru as they try to give their fans something to cheer about. Another offload there. Gets into contact there. Referee calls advantage for side entry by Oilers into that rack. They have numbers to burn to the right, but he goes into contact. Another wrong choice by Nakuru, just curtailing their momentum into this game. But they still have the ball, and Crisanta steps back in, goes high into contact. Referee calls it out. They move to the right. The advantage for that is over for the side entry, and Oilers looking to punish them here. Will he go all the way? He has enough support. Wow! What a knock-on at such an opportune time for them to punish Nakuru for that blunder. Alvin Kavoli knocks it on with no one in front of him.
Well, that's an opportunity there. You can see Philip Okeo had one decision to make, and that was to pass to the inside man. Alvin Cavoli had a decision also to make, catch the ball first and then make that decision later, but he went for the decision before catching the ball, and that is a missed opportunity. It was clear grass ahead for Alvin Cavoli from a Kenya under-20 to make his way to the try line. Javan, a wayward pass, but Chris controls the situation. Tackled. A hint of ceiling at the rack there, but the referee allows Cyprian and company to continue play. Cyprian once again goes for the boot on the outside. The sweeper for Oilers coming round and across, but the ball goes into touch. That is the last action of the first half. The halftime scores: Menengai Oilers 7, Nakuru RFC 0. Second half, the referee pulls play back. John Okoth will be dragged back. Thought he had scored what looks like Oilers second in the second half. This derby living up to its billing. Oilers and Nakuru. Siblings off pitch, rivals on. Looking to the 2025 SportPesa National 7th Circuit, Prinsloo. Balanced runner with ball in hand. Always tests the defense. Felix and Chris, the bounce beats him into touch. That was a labored defensive effort there by the Oilers side. If that ball had bounced in the pitch, Javan for all money had one thing, just to catch the ball and rest to the try line. Nakuru still in it, just 7 points out. Hoping that something will come their way this second half. Quickly taken at the front of the line out. Philip Kipchirchir. Volley. Maura. John Okoth. Missing, passing it wide. But that's a forward pass. John Okoth, formerly of Nakuru RFC. Dennis Abukuse. The club celebrating 100 years this year. Lights. That brings them 5 or 7 points closer. Probably score, tie it up with a conversion, or score and bring the scores to 7-5, just to make sure that they create the atmosphere that is required for either side to take this one home. Just 3 minutes out, the final whistle.
Yeah, they have to, that energy has to flow from the stands onto the pitch for Nakuru RFC, trailing a very tight match. It was always going to be tight between the two of them, and just time their supporters here.
Alvin Cavoli makes his way off the pitch. Belda Dogeta goes on to replace Alvin on the wing. Nakuru, Cyprian. There's Chris Ojwang taking it all the way to the edge. But isolated there, and a strong counter coming through for the Menengai Oilers. Not sure how and why Chris went down the touchline. He was isolated. However, another chance.
Come on, Tucci, captain! Tucci, captain!
Another bite.
No.
The attack with the possession.
Referee having
Churchill also has left.
Bonaventure also leaves. Well, the referee is also having so many conversations with the Menengai Oilers until he's had to tell them, I'll only talk to the captain.
Yeah, at some point he has to read the riot act because the emotions are running high here in this derby.
There was no hook.
What a mistake from Nakuru. What a mistake that has cost them a glorious opportunity. Cyprian Ombaso with a feed, a direct feed. And now a yellow card dished out here. Things going wrong for Nakuru with barely a minute remaining of this game. Oilers just managing it. You can see them taking their time, taking every second out of every breakdown and every decision by the referee. The referee, of course, wanting to ensure that he is as fair as possible, seeing that these are the two most supported sides in the current leg of Prinsloo Sevens.
Yes, by virtue of the fact that they hail from the Nakuru County. 6v7 now as Philip Okeo drives the team, his new side forward. That's a turnover. Chris Ojwang. And there's Oilers just not allowing Nakuru for that quick tap opportunity.
Yeah,
they make it chaotic. Like, hey, ref, I'm trying to run away, ref, I'm trying to release. But what they are doing in essence is just slowing down play. There is John Okoth's brother playing against his two other brothers. Joel Mboya has made his way onto the pitch. He's now currently taking on John Okoth and Philip Okeo. I'm not sure where the parents have banked this one on, or the brothers or sisters at home. But this is a good one. Philip now and John Okoth will be making sure that their youngest brother, the newest entrant into this game, cannot get a good one against them. And there is John Okoth effecting that.
And barely, I mean, we're now really, anytime now the hooter will sound, and it sounds, and Oilers march into the semi-finals.
It had to be John Okoth to take the turnover, and then Philip Okeo to kick the ball out.
It's a family affair here,
and then eventually they'll be discussing and saying, you know, we actually did it. Full-time scores, ladies and gentlemen. The Menengai Oilers 7, Nakuru RFC 0. It has been Navi, KG. You would expect that from the two local sides. Nothing to separate the two, but that one try. It has been KG. It has been a tough battle between the Menengai Oilers and Nakuru FC. Menengai Oilers taking that one. They proceed to the Cup semi. They'll be meeting the winner of the next game, the final Cup quarterfinal match. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. KCB taking on Kabras. Two teams have made their way onto the pitch. Luminous green, Kabras, and a blue striped green. That is KCB. KCB red hot form going into this. They successfully, the Driftwood Sevens, they have another opportunity here. Another 21 points on offer to keep themselves up top in the league standings of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. However, Kabras have something to say about that run.
Yeah, Kabras, of course, still wanting to contend for the circuit, so this is the best opportunity for them. If they are able to eliminate KCB from getting into the semis, and they go, Kabras themselves go all the way to win, then they'll be back at level terms with KCB in terms of the circuit points. But KCB not flinching, not wanting to even get caught up in any of those mathematics. They're looking to go all out for a win here. Emmanuel Opondo with a good raise that is recovered by Kabras, and they immediately attack to the left, steps and brings it back in. Ambetsa goes into contact, heavy contact, but still able to recover that ball. Tua swings it out to Siketi. Nice passing there from Kabras, going from one end to another, but the final pass flat. And when you're...
An enforced error is now KCB look to strike fast.
Defense, Floyd stepping back in. No recycle screened by William Mwanji and given a shot on his body. And he knocked it on. That's a big shot, huge shot, statement of intent from Kabras.
Yes, it is. That was William Mwanji coming in off the wing, knowing the threat was on the outside. If he hadn't closed down that channel, there was one decision, and that was just to run straight into the try line area and round the ball. So William Mwanji, with all his experience there, coming through for Kabras Sugar. Kabras now feeding the scrum. That is Osore Collins. Osore passes the ball out wide, and Kabras moving the ball into the KCB. Beg your pardon, they haven't made it to the KCB half. Now, interesting, Kabras is coached currently by a former KCB, Malin Mukolwe. Malin, a good friend of mine.
Yeah, Malin.
And he's Kabras, yes. Kabras have done so well. They've given so much opportunity to former rugby players within the Kakamega County setup. They have the likes of Mark Sadaka, Meso and company through the recruitment phases, identifying players within the high school setups within the region, the Reach Rugby region, which is the Western County. And piecing together, you can see that the Kabras Sugar team is made of very young boys who've completed maybe high school and making their way now. The likes of Jackson also, who has just received the pass there, who loses the ball forward. And Yeah, I mean, what Kabras have done is they've positioned themselves very well around the basket of rugby within the country. And they've invested heavily in the schools program. They have a good network in terms of how they select and identify their players. And it's a model club in terms of development if you really want to go the development way, because they tend to merge sort of quality with quantity. They have Masinde University just a few blocks away, and they would use that for educational purposes. Lamek and Betsa, they are being turned round. Remember, Lamek
taken to the cleaners there. Floyd Wabure, do we live in his world or what? Cleans his fellow winger, takes him out, steps back in. The inside defender was asleep, and he straightens, finds the sweeper and goes round him. I mean,
Floyd Wabure there, sizing down. Lamek Ambetsa, not even a finger laid on him by Lamek. And that is the ability Floyd possesses. Floyd has feet that keep the defense guessing. So you probably have him 1 minute, the next minute you don't. And he is fast and he has acceleration. So it's a tough order trying to run him down once he makes a break. You really need to be fast for you to catch him. The person right now in this country who can be able to chase down Floyd Wabure is Patrick Odong.
Chelsea with a successful conversion, they're adding 2 extra points to KCB, and they lead 7-0 with just over a minute remaining of the first half. Floyd, of course, his running style is very interesting. He always chooses to never stop running, so he'll either sidestep or weave or do something that will just keep his momentum going. For the defense to recover, it's a problem, and Kabras have all to do here, and Brian Mutua has the wheels to go all the way anytime. He's equally fast. Kabras just carving KCB open right in the middle of the pitch here. An inside pass is all the trick that they needed, and this match is tipping to be very fairly balanced.
It's a try there. Jackson also floating to Brian Mutua. You can see that they identified Bob Muhati. They attacked Bob Muhati's channel. And once Bob Muhati gave his back towards the attacking line, that was it. The offload was simple, just running inside. The channels were easy. And the offload was one that was needed. And Kabras needed that one. They've scored as much as they've not added the extra 2 points. Kabras needed it. They've gotten what they needed. 7-5 is the scoreline. A Navi game here. Still a lot to play for. It's the first half. And, well, KCB scored, Kabras have scored. Back to you, KCB.
Yeah, Sketty missing that conversion, denying Kabras an extra 2 points. KCB still in the lead, 7-5. But with all to play for, that is a straight out, what an error from Sketty, and gifting KCB with an easy tap and go from the mid-pitch there. Of course, as you speak, so Bob Muhati huffing and puffing there. It's just taking big gasps of air. But KCB now with that predetermined move, let's see what they do. They do it, they tap around 12 meters away from the defense here, and they have enough room to manipulate the defense here. Opondo with a quick pass off to the left here. Onyala with a flat pass to Floyd Wabure, risks being bundled into touch. That rack is becoming contested heavily, but KCB survived that one. Bob Muhati with ball there, and now off to Asati, coming in on a tight angle there. Olukusi shrugs off the first defender, handles over the second one, Osoro, but he was brought down, and a quick recycle there from KCB as they move it to the left. Nyala comes here and puts in a grabber behind the defense, but loses that one to Osoro, who, common sense, asks him and detects him to put it out.
This half belongs to Collins Osoro. That was a massive tackle there. A big one on Elvis Olukusi, who was making his way to the try line. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see there, 1v1, Collins Osoro, what can you do? I can make the tackle. Beautiful shots there. This is the SportPesa National 7 Circuit halftime scores. KCB 7, Kabras Sugar 5.
tight one, this one, 7-5 in favor of KCB going into the second half. It was a seesaw of 11 minutes to determine who gets to the semi-finals, as Siketi does a good race, but seems like Ambessa knocked it on in the contest there. Yeah, and the ball is turned over to KCB for a scrum down. KCB with ball in hand, what will they do? Very efficient, the first phase of attack. Sati and Emmanuel Opondo just getting their ducks in the row here and just trying to see what to do. Emmanuel Opondo parking to the right of that scrum, which creates a lot of space to the left there for them to use, and he comes quickly on a short run, attacking it flat and gives space for Shiasi, who carries it in. They need a quick recycle here, which they get. They have loaded that side 2-on-1 here. If Muhati is able to offload, does so, and Opondo regains it again, goes darting to the shorter side. Is Onyala will go all the way? No, it doesn't. Mwanji cross covers and tackles him into touch. What a good scramble defense from Kabras. Yeah, that was a good play there from Kabras, and also heads up runs here. Came really tight. Turned over from KCB. What will they do with it? They are one-on-one. What will Floyd from KCB?
Try time, KCB. Floyd Wabwire, we accepted that we are living in your world now. Please be kind to us. He has done something to Ambetsa not once but twice. And I think it's time now for the Kabras coach to think about who he...
And just having a word with the Ambetsa, asking him what's happening on that side. But you have to give it when your opponent is smarter than you, because it was a one-on-one, it wasn't an overlap. Granted, it came from a turnover, and immediately as we speak, Ambetsa is substituted. He goes out, and in comes number 22. Sirikwa. Also, Floyd Wabwire goes out after doing his job for KCB, and in comes Sikutwa.
Floyd has done the damage. Osore rises highest. Toeli.
Yes.
Like Floyd Wabwire in your setup, because you need that outlet where you're able to convert most of your chances, and what he brings is that realistic chance. KCB fashion out.
Numbers out to Ban to the left here. This should be a walk-in try for Onyala, and he goes all the way and scores KCB's third try.
Yes, it is a try for KCB. Easy does it. The damage was caused on the outside, where Elvis Olukusi carried and made sure that he took the attention of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Kabras defenders. There you can see the overload on the outside there. Vincent Onyala just having free run to the try line. Misses the touch on the other side though, as the conversion from out wide is unsuccessful. KCB in the driver's seat in this one as they make changes. Opondo Emmanuel comes off, in goes Brian Wahinya. Austin Sikutu has also made his way onto the pitch. Tyson Maina has also joined the fray for KCB. The bench being emptied, now Elvis Sande and Jenkins Kipruto on their feet. So KCB looking strong. Still a chance for Kabras though. Enough time, 2:35. Well, Kinamwanji and Brian Mutua needed to show up with the experience. That's a penalty. Players' hands on the floor. Jackson Siketi taps. The player goes 10. Eventually, Wanji should be looking for somebody to offload the ball to. Numbers on the outside now for Kabras. Jackson also hitting that pass with a strong carry there. Vincent Onyala a bump off there. Need the referee to blow the whistle. They'll be getting that quickly tapped. Is it? They'll be looking to tap it quickly. Kabras calling for the scrum. They know the time is not on their side, but would have thought maybe they would have kept the pressure on. They lose more. He's Jackson also carrying Vincent Onyala once. Second time of asking, Onyala goes high once again, and he's driven back several meters behind the play. That is what you risk when you go into contact abilities. Ball is stolen. KCB steal it. Smadi. Festus. Tackle there. Collins Sosori, a very good tackler. His defense is impeccable. Tyson Maina to Elvis Olukusi. Elvis. It's again Elvis doing the damage. He's been brought in and told, Elvis, all you need to do is carry the ball forward. That is exactly what Elvis does. And that causes the damage on the outside there, where you have the likes of Asati, Festus Shiasi, just fashioning out opportunities from nothing really. Austin against Brian Mutua. Brian Mutua opts not to go into that battle. Mwanji finishing off Olukusi. Wahinya with a high floating pass to Asati. Into touch. Wahinya with a high pass over the head there. Asati jumping and
using the whole pitch. You can see how their passes are on point ahead of their men and keeping Kabras' defense very honest here. Kabras denied of possession for long stints of spells of time here, as we see Shiasi and Asati getting off. Now a missed throw there by Kabras, lifting KCB with the ball, and again turned over in that tackle by Kabras getting the ball. Clever play here as both teams just dishing over turnovers of the ball. And Kabras running out of time here as the hooter goes. They are in the wrong territory. They have too much to do. KCB just managing the second half quite well here, playing the game of possession, pacing themselves, managing the pace of the game, and being rewarded with another slot in the semi-finals. It wasn't easy though for them.
Well, it wasn't easy. There has been a struggle there. But KCB have shown that they are made of this. They are ready for this battle. Jenkins trying to fashion out a chance down the blind. Bidenhayo. Vincent Onyala kicks the ball into touch. That's comic.
Onyala is smarting from the very brutal confrontations he's received and got dished from Kabras, both in Driftwood and here also.
Onyala is who he is. He thinks he is. Kicks the ball into touch, asks Jenkins Kipruto, you came down the blind, why didn't you kick the ball into touch? The job is done. Rightfully so. KCB proceed to the Cup semi. KCB 17, Kabras Sugar 5.
leg of the national circuits. You're just watching the highlights there of the games that were before the quarterfinals of the Challenge Cup and the main cup. Now we are into the ladies women's semis, and before you now, Northern Suburbs taking on Kenya Harlequins Quins to determine who makes it to the finals that will be played later on in the afternoon. Northern Suburbs having a good run, so did Kenya Harlequins Quins, but this one is the main one. First, and courtesy of SportPesa, the one who wins this one gets to walk away. Prize money 22 early on here, spilling the ball in contact there, knocking it on, gifting Quins with prime territory to work with. Yesterday we were treated to very good rugby from the Quins. Just looking to build it up here. Somebody to look out for. Nijere, the captaining the Harlequins ladies as they break through to go for their first try, picking it from the scrum, going for the shorter side of this game, the semi-finals. Even as you watch the replay there, pinned her in. Not successful with the conversion, scores remain 5-0. Head coach of the Quins platform for them to recycle that ball, and as there spills the ball, but it goes back. Get to the scrum off, but rewarded there the penalty for an infringement by the Quins defense. Tap and go, the earlier one was called back for getting it in front of the mark. That's not allowed, you can take it behind. But now some sheer pace, raw pace being demonstrated here from Northern Suburbs. Faith Achieng. That was Atieno Worma, beg your pardon, who tried to get out. Suburbs retain possession of the ball, but knock it on there, and very quick defense. Shoot up from Kenya Harlequins. One-on-one here, the one-on-one tackle shrugs off the defender, offloads in tackle, keeping the ball alive. Kenya Harlequins again doing the same here. Referee asks them to roll away, and they're not keen to observe what happened last time, as Maxina Buga with a quick tap and go again gets them napping. Northern Suburbs really guilty of just not realigning in time. No visits into Kenya Harlequins half, trailing here now by 10 points, as you see there Maxine going under the sticks. Suburbs now early on here, daylight emerging between them and Kenya Harlequins ladies, the Quins. Restart after that is Milka Chitechi. Takes her pose and raises it into the Suburbs 22. Good reception again by Northern Suburbs. Comes charging in hard, but Quins handle them well, stops her on the tracks. They go on the shorter side, bumps off the first defender, slips and falls under the attentions of the second one, and offloading the tackle, creating space for them to work with. That track is being contested, could be a turnover, but they survive the first jackler from Harlequins. Move it out to the left here. They have not used the full pitch quite well. Dummies shows and goes, breaks right through Kenya Harlequins defense, going all the way for their first try. Lewin Amazimbi dives over, puts Northern Suburb ladies onto the scoreboard. 12-5. That was a good face of play there. The first time they really stretched Quins' defense. The inside defender there left gasping Doris Kimani. Conversion is good. Brings the scores closer to 12-7 in favor of Kenya Harlequins. Really at the ends of this first half. Next stoppage will probably bring the half-time hooter. That not going 10. That's a free kick to Kenya Harlequins at the center of the pitch. Quins getting much needed ball. They have defended for the several phases, the last several phases. Taps and the legs post right. That pass was behind the player and lucky enough not to knock it on. Kenya Harlequins leading Northern Suburbs. Fast this one. Strong carry there. Flow there, Morin, the Kenya Harlequins roster. Then the Jackler, Lavin Asego, the try scorer for Northern Suburbs, gets her hands onto the ball. Cram, as we see, is a favorite option for most teams here. They do well to get into tackle zone and just knocking it on.
Black ball, scrum here.
Right at the center of the pitch there. Harlequins turn it over. If they can't be able to score the next try, then they'll have enough between themselves and Northern Suburbs. All the momentum though was with the Northern Suburbs closing the first half, coming into this one. Sevens is a game of momentum, and if Harlequins are able to stem that, then they have a chance of getting themselves into the finals. Making a mess of that scrum down. Ball turned over to Northern Suburbs ladies. And then they want to take out right into the 15-meter mark here. That ball seems to be out. The referee says that that wasn't out yet and penalizes Harlequins for coming round. With a strong carry there by Northern Suburbs, enjoying a long spell of possession here, taking it out wide and trying to run it out. The forward pass there, the last pass went forward and they come all the way back to the halfway mark for a scrum down to Kenya Harlequins. Start-stop affair here, start-stop affair, that both teams cancelling each other out and also the errors coming in. Losing ball in contact has been the theme of this one. and just curtails momentum for both teams as the time still all of 4.5 minutes to play. Enough time for both teams to make an impression in this game. Maureen Muritu elects to go for a grabber kick, and it's well chased down. If she gets it into hand, or she just knocks it on. Refa Ochando just taps it and knocks it on after Maureen had identified a lot of space behind Northern Suburbs defense. Not a bad option given that the way the game was panning out, both teams cancelling each other, game played mostly around the halfway area. And now here, Quins just have to put enough pressure on Northern Suburbs, who are now playing in the red zone. Changes being made here by Kenya Harlequins, and in comes Naomi Muhanji. Taken a rest after playing. So Harlequins should apply pressure on this particular scrum and also employ a rush defense. Then they'll be able to pin Sub guilty of playing it. Faith Acheng penalized for denying Harlequins the opportunity to use that knock-on to their advantage. Harlequins now go for the penalty, go for the scrum option. Just a flip of what Northern Suburbs do. The Northern Suburbs prefer going for the tap and go option whenever they have the penalties. They're splitting the scrum, loading the 15-meter channel, just coming over to this side, Milka Chitechi. But it's a dummy call, and they go to the left and goes all the way to score their third try. Refa Ochando now slowly but surely putting some distance between themselves and the Northern Suburbs ladies. Well worked out move, just created more space by bringing Chitechi over to the blind side, and she had all of those meters to work with towards the touchline there, Refa Ochando. Northern Suburbs ladies just making changes here. In comes Michelle Shilande, trying to see what she can do, what impact she can have on these particular semi-finals as Kenya Harlequin ladies look to secure their place in the finals. Restart here was shallow and retained by Chilande. First appearance and carries it strongly, but she runs the risk of being held up here. Referee says the knee had hit deck, so asked to release. A hint of offside here from the Harlequins defenders, but they recover. Not releasing, tackler not releasing the ball carrier, and the Northern Suburbs ladies get an opportunity to attack here. Going straight, handing over the fends off the first attack and carries on for the second one, going all the way to score. They have enough time. They have to take a quick one. You can see they are fending off the first, second defender, and then going all the way. They have to take this one quickly. Excuse is far much to the left. Time is up for them. Time is up, and Kenya Harlequin ladies march into the finals. Suburbs losing out on an opportunity to be in the first finals of the women's category. We move forward to the next semi-finals. This one will beat the big one, Mwamba RFC against Impala RFC ladies. second semi-finals here, pitting Mwamba ladies against Impala ladies, guilty of just not giving themselves an opportunity early on at the kickoff to attack. Impala not waiting here, quickly tapping and going, spilling the ball in that tackle. Impala RFC ladies, and they gunning for a slot in the finals that will be played later on this afternoon. Ball goes out at the base of that rack, quickly attacking, coming in on a Dakombe from Impala. Impala defense holding on. They have to rebuild here. Mwamba come in, shrugging off the attentions of the defenders to set up a platform for another stab, coming in short and going, charging out of the tackle. Will she get there? Nolin Haley just mauls her down. There seems to be a knock-on there. There's knock-on by Nolin as she wanted to jackal for that ball. Mwamba still have possession and territory to boot. As you see there, Nolin just doing all that she can, holding on strong, attacking, saving Impala what looked like a certain 5-pointer. Referee just called in here by the assistant referee.
No, by black, so red's ball. I overturned the change.
Yeah, that's
Time
initially what I thought. Put it on, then referee changing that call, awarding the ball to Impala, who are going to be under serious pressure here. They go for territory. That's their choice of exiting and relieving pressure for themselves. A good chase and a good kick, going all the way short of Mwamba's 22. Good option, works out well for them, especially if they're able to put sufficient pressure on this line out, turn it over. Then they'll have made. Ball goes, Leo was going to allow it to stand. As long as the other team contests the line out, you're not allowed to feed the line out towards your own side. Put in there from Impala ladies, another stab at it. That pass going over the head and just, yeah, the game slowly going towards the halfway mark. Both teams not being able to breach the defenses. Score still at nil. But Mwamba might have something to say about it here. Securing their rack and swinging it to the other left side of the pitch. Indeed, both teams really balanced. The game really coming to a near standstill here. Just do something about the scoreline. Impala have ball in hand. They go for a move, not well executed. Advantage for rack. Hands in the rack there, and Impala have an opportunity here. Going out, and Nelly Chikombe looks like she'll go all the way. No, she's caught. The defenders just being told to track back, with the Mwamba defenders not to be in an offside position. And again, they attack towards their left here. Good loop pass all the way to Nolin Khalei. Again, good retention of possession there. They swing it again to the right here. They have a proper chance to score here. Did that ball travel forward? Yes, it did. Oh my. Impala ladies just about to score. That final pass coming under pressure. Traveled forward. And Anne Jerry just not able to a lot to get here. And Mwamba just hoofed the ball back into the backyard of Impala here, and another kick. Everyone has to retreat here from Impala, and they do so now. They are onside. The hooter goes, indicating the end of this first half. Without the referee's call, both teams have really cancelled each other out here. Dumped their combo tackle there from Impala ladies. Now this is an opportunity, 2-on-1 here. Execution of that pass was important, and it's knocked on. Impala ladies with a good opportunity to just have a chance to go all the way and score, but that pass, that final pass, when there was a 3v1 situation, didn't go to hand. Those are skills built by repetition. Halftime scores 0-0 in this second semi-finals of the women's category. Prinsloo 7s. Out. Back. On for the second half. We are on for the second half here. Scoreless at halftime. Both teams really not utilizing their possession to good effect, not breaching each other's defense. We have also the remaining 7 minutes to determine who goes to the finals and has a shot for the prize money. The winners of the women category walking away with 70,000 shillings, and a break there right at the heart of the Impala defense and going all the way. I wonder what the team halftime talk was about, but that is a good attack there. Immediately after kickoff, of course, Impala's structure in the defense wasn't well set. There were a lot of dog legs, there were a lot of gaps, and she wasn't waiting around, pinning her ears, and goes all the way to score with a conversion that is good. And Mwamba ladies, within seconds of the restart, hit the front with 7 points. As you look there, dummy, then the inside defender was lazy, didn't read it early enough, and from there she just pinned her ears and went. Those dummies are very, very, very crucial, especially for the inside defender. You must commit yourself to it, otherwise whoever takes the dummy, the team ends up paying. Again, Mwamba with ball in hand, starting really well here, putting Impala under pressure in terms of territory, recovering that restart, and now going again. A flyer here, coming on a loop around, but we have to reset here. Assistant referee caught one of the players offside, that is Nelly Chikombe, and being punished here. Mwamba really playing far much better, but that pass was really low. The ref was too quick to call that knock-on, that forward pass, and Impala just coming back for the scrum down. If that advantage was left to play, who knows, they would have drawn level. But the whistle has already gone, so they step back for the scrum down in favor of Impala Women's, still in their own 22. And now they have to turn up, they have to play because they are trailing. No more playing with the handbrake on. They have to let loose, get themselves back onto ears, trying to go around, but a nice tackle, solid tackle there on Nelly. Holding on, referee penalizes her for holding on. Good defensive work by Mwamba. They choose to go for a scrum down. Medical break called here. I think she's more winded than anything else. The referee gives the medic team an opportunity to attend to her. Mwamba really strong over the years. Mwamba ladies have really been strong in the rugby events and looking to solidify their position here. Impala chasing this game. 3 minutes and a few more seconds remaining. Defending in their half. Mwamba swing that ball out wide, just at the center of the pitch here, coming in on a close support line, and now they have to take off, trying to go out, but never succeeded to get round Nelly throughout this game. Impala now just going through the motions, identifying the spaces, and gets into that gap. Immediate defense. That rack is being that rack has been turned over by Mwamba. Yes, it has been turned over, and a quick tap and go there. She's not yet 10 and she might get penalized. In fact, a yellow card for that one. And referee had warned her. Referee had warned Anne about that particular not 10 call. She wasn't listening. And Impala, when they needed to be at full complement of 7, find themselves down to 6 and chasing the game with just 2 minutes remaining. Not an impossible feat for them to get back into this game, but they just made it harder for themselves. By the time Anne comes back, it will be a matter of seconds. So they have to do all the hard work, just 6 of them on the pitch. Mwamba now with the ball in hand, they have numbers out wide. This is gonna be dangerous for Impala. If she had just offloaded, good offload, but quite low there. Almost knocked it on, but referee playing advantage offside. And from that rack, Impala just guilty of being offside. Guilty party, Diana Kemunto. Mwamba again doing the right thing, slowing the game down, and at the same time electing to go for a scrum. They have this one shot with extra numbers to go for a score that will put them out of touch of Impala. They have to split their back line well enough here to take advantage. The referee should have asked a player to come in. But now the Mwamba scrum half is left alone. She hasn't made advantage, hasn't taken advantage of that particular play. She had identified the blind side and took off. Should have been a good loop pass. Why did she offload that ball? It's a 2v1 situation. Some moments you see in the game and you ask yourself, was it easier to pass that ball and support in a 2v1? Or was it easier for her to carry it in? Remember, it's just only one score away, and any break from the Impala players cause a problem. Now Impala back to the full complement of 7. They have this one shot. They have only this one chance. Turn over this ball and go for a long range try. But they have left her to go. She'll go all the way. Scores her second try, and second for Mwamba. And they seal their position in the finals. The Prinsloo Sevens women's category. Impala running out of fight here. And the conversion is good. Mwamba ladies march on to the finals. The scoreline of 14-0 as you see her pumping her legs through those tackles. Bright shining star for Mwamba ladies. Welcome back to the semi-finals of the 13th place playoff. Both these teams lost their earlier games in the challenge quarterfinals. They now bid to get themselves into the 13th place final. Kisumu, Zetech Oaks. Mombasa RFC losing the earlier match 31-0. That was a close one, but they lost it nonetheless. Kickoff here by kickoff that was well contested, and session here. Swing it out to their danger man on the wing, steps back in and identifies space, goes in and gets caught. Keep it in. And that miscommunication by Wayne leads to the ball going into touch for Zetech Oaks, for Mombasa Sports Club to be able to straightens and runs through the heart of the Kisumu RFC defense. All the way, seems like he'll get there. Places the ball down, rises to his feet, then goes to score. First try for Mombasa Sports Club, who took them on and scored their first try of this match, looking to finish on a high. One better than last time when they hosted the Driftwood 7, where they finished in 15th position. It's coming into this Division 1 for the first time. But they lose that ball. Mombasa RFC lose that ball and trying to exit, and a good strong tackle there from Mombasa Sports Club. Newton Malenya just bundles his man into touch. And then they take off quickly. Mombasa not holding back here, not waiting for, just keeping the pressure on Kisumu, identifying the right territory. Kisumu under pressure here on defense. They have numbers to work with on their right here and space, sufficient space. Steps back in and straightens. They require quick ball here, quick recycle, but his tackler just makes it to deck. The slow rack, so the ball is out. Not conscious of that. But they have the ball now with 2v1 here and just coming in on a tight angle. And guilty because he isolated himself, didn't have enough numbers on that rack. Turns the ball over to Kisumu. They tap and go. The game being played at a high tempo here by both teams. Good step back in. And now pins his ears and just looks for support. Good pass right back. Will he go all the way? You bet he will. You bet he will. Goes all the way to score Kisumu's first try. Danger man for Kisumu. Brian Kipchirchir.
Brian Kipchirchir going over for Kisumu's response. The battle of the water bodies. The Indian Ocean versus Lake Victoria. An easier conversion for that try. That is 7 points in the bag for Kisumu RFC, who take the lead. This is semi-final time. We're drawing closer to determining our champions for the second leg of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. An advantage being played there by the referee, Oscar. Malenya tackled. Sumo has to roll away. They concede that penalty. This is the first half. And if you're just joining us, this is the opportunity to getting your feedback loud and clear. Beaming live on the SportPesa page on YouTube.
Playing advantage offside. Advantage offside.
Mombasa kick and chase. Kick behind the defensive line, seeing the bounce. No advantage gained there. The referee blows a penalty.
Offside, number 9. Number 9 white offside.
9 offside. That is John Otieno. Beg your pardon, Tao FIFA. Malenya. Not an easy player to bring to the feet. Player off their feet.
Go 10.
Referee asks the defense to go 10. Battling hard, Mombasa. Big tackle there, Kisumu. Resisting that foray into their try line, but it had to take its toll. Try time, Mombasa Sports Club. Too much of the defensive work there being done there by Kisumu, but they couldn't do it any longer, falling off the two tacklers, and the try is a beautiful one there. Conversion is successful. That is halftime. Mombasa Sports Club 12, Kisumu 7. Kisumu kicking us off this second half. Knocked on. Yeah, the referee confirms that tackle in the air. Scrum down. Mombasa feeding. The ball into the scrum. Scrum infringement. Penalty is the way out for Mombasa. From their own 22. Finding touch. It's 14 or 15 meters away from the halfway. Beg your pardon, that is literally the halfway mark. It's 3 meters away. Ball not straight. It's a scrum for Kisumu, 15 meters in pitch. Kisumu looking to score next. Player is isolated. Kisumu. Eugene Okwemba is tackled. Mombasa go off their feet. Selius Ogo taps goes. Platform is set there. Mombasa have to retreat and stay on side. Byron Orimbo goes into contact. That's a double roll on the floor there, denying the Jackal an opportunity to go for the ball. And Mombasa elect to go for the scrum down. Mombasa kick. And it's now a foot race. Kevin Chege making the tackle. Kevin has to roll away. Ball is available. Kisumu looking to attack from deep, tonguing defense into attack. Quick interchanges in rugby. Going for the outside. And just putting a foot into touch. Thought he had him on the outside there. Mombasa Sports Club defending well, using the touchline as an extra defender. Running close to the touchline and bundled into touch. Losing possession. Kisumu needed that possession. But Mombasa quickly surrender possession back. Possession is back with Kisumu. Will be making this as one of those opportunities for them to get something out of this tournament. Remember, knocked out here, you finish your day activities. To be lights out, it will be tournament over for you. Infringement there is a foot in the tunnel. It's a free kick. They tap and go. being a free kick, they couldn't kick down, touch, and this game start-stop nature of it, not allowing us that continuity. Kevin Chege goes round, ball in two hands. That ball is quickly shipped back. MSC bundled, and they go over. That is try time. Mombasa Sports Club going over for that try is Colin Samayo, extending their lead. An extra 5 points to the pre-existing 12. Conversion is successful. Colin Samayo converting. That's 19-7 in favor of MSC. The offload there hitting the mark. And Colin Samayo had one job to do, and that was to ground the ball, and he finally did it. Off to the races, Kisumu. They've run out of time. Anytime now, the water should be sounding. Signaling the end of that and bundled into touch. Kisumu, what a way to bow out of the tournament. It has been a labored game for Kisumu RFC as they come short. Full-time scores, MSC Rugby 19, Kisumu RFC 7. That was the first of the 13th place semis. Second semi, we have Masinde Muliro, University of Science and Technology, coming up against the Stallions. Many thanks to Kisumu who bow out of the Prinsloo Sevens. Remember, later on this year, they'll be hosting one of the legs in the SportPesa National 7 circuit. One of the legs. Boy, oh boy. We can't wait to get to the Dallas Sevens. SportPesa National 7 circuit, ladies and gentlemen. Remember to be part and parcel of SportPesa. Dial star 79079 hash on your phone. Follow the prompts. There you have it. Remember to gamble responsibly. And all this must be 18 years and above. Now time for some rugby sevens. Stallions kicking us off. Lawrence Dungu goes high, goes 10. High enough for the chest line to arrive. Knock-on into touch for MMUST to decide, and they've opted to go for the scrum down. Of play there at ease. Set this move. They've knocked on. Early days.
Bind on the prop, not on the hooker. Bind on the hooker, bind on the hooker, not on the prop.
Veron Kaburu. MMUST attacking from deep. Stallions exerting pressure. They're not doing enough to allow to release, and he is penalized for holding on that instance. Veron Kaburu staying ready to feed the scrum. Veron comes round the open side, the whole length of the pitch to use for Masinde Muliro. Just looking for those midfield gaps, maybe a weak runner through the middle part. Elvis. Veron, flat ball there to a man running a good line. Martin Masika passes the ball forward. Second day of the Prinsloo Sevens. No better way to finish your Sunday afternoon. Good long options available there for Ken Munai, who slows down, then accelerates. Nondies. Here's the referee's call for an advantage there for an offside infringement. Carrying through the middle hard is Boniface Chulu. It is Ken Munai, steps, goes off his feet. Most are making their tackles. Highline. That's a knock-on as he attempted to pick up that ball. Well, Masinde Muliro have defended well this half. Equally have Stallions. And it's testament to the fact that no points have yet. And it's testament to the fact that no points have yet to be scored. And as such, still a cagey affair here. Can try. Lawrence. Nondies running a line, coming round just to fashion out, create an illusion that there is an extra man on the outside with those running lines. That's offside. Called by the referee. Stallions opting to go for a scrum down. Well, either of the two has to find a way to take their chances. These two teams, not bad sides on your day, playing very good sevens, both of them. However, playing in the 13th place semi-final, that means they've been relegated to the Division 2 category of the Christie Sevens tournament. Good line, Litoro, strong carry, strong defense. Ryan has nobody to the outside. He likes to go back in. Buffalo there, Kipski Emmanuel looking for somebody else to come in and support a player. He's tackled. Tackler has to release. Brian sees the try line ahead, offloads. Try time, beckons. Tackled short of the try line. Lawrence, Dungo, try time, Stallions. The Stallions have long, busting couple of minutes as they battled there. Lawrence sees the defense going across. The thought of having extra numbers on the outside made them rush, and he took advantage, cut back in. Just right before halftime. In your picture there, in the background, you can see the division. Very strong teams there. Likes of Black Blood. As such, that's a strong field. You have AP, Kweni, you have Mean Machine, you have so many teams. Top sides, of course. Kipski Emmanuel. Bundles. Flag coming in from the TJ. That's probably a leading forehand or a high tackle. It's a penalty for Masinde Muliro. Masinde quickly tap. A kick, looking for the space out wide, but the possession is with Stallions. Tackled. Stallions have numbers. If they can move that ball, the defense still yet to organize itself. Boniface takes on Veron. Veron makes his tackle. Boniface elects to take his medicine. Lawrence swings it out wide. A good looping pass there. Brian Ondieki takes several defenders to bring him to the ground. And there, the isolation element in that attack meant that as the referee keeps telling Stallions to get back 10 meters, Masinde Muliro quickly take advantage of that and they go over. Try time, Masinde Muliro, and that is scores tied at 5 apiece. The conversion, Stallions 5. Second half, 6:51 to go. Masinde Muliro with that slight advantage, 2 points. There's Brian Ondieki breaks the line. There's Brian Ondieki breaks the line. Has Lawrence Lumo on the inside. An offload back. Brian Ondieki there. Big boy. Broke the line there. Last attempted tackle by Masinde. Stallions in this tournament for the winner here. MMUST, Veron. Dummy show and go. Collins Ngoko tackled. knock-on in that attempted offload. If only that ball made the mark. A good turn of pace there by Obed Chumba from the outside channel.
Time is now off.
Time is off.
Do you acknowledge that still I should continue playing? I feel he is out of sight of play.
Most looking to level up the scores or probably take the lead. Good tackle there. Ball is offloaded but straight into Lawrence Ndungu's waiting arms. Rastaman only knows one direction, which is forward. And he is looking like he grounded that one. If anything, a TMO would have been called into this, but that was a clear one. Just hearing the referee's decision, that is a clear try time. Stallions score their third try of this game. That was Lawrence Ndungu. And he converts his own try. Looks exhausted, puts his two arms around his waist. He's needed to go do the kickoff once again. That's the job of the fly half. An underrated worker within the team. Carried over the line there, grounded the ball eventually. Didn't need much. Easy decision to make. Long, deep. Must have to attack from deep once again. Exchanging passes, but exchanging passes backwards to go forward. That's the whole idea. Vivian Okoth testing to see if Stallions are able to take their tackles. Duncan Chamala goes, where's the defense? Where's the support system? David Obira arrives. Play is allowed to continue. Big tackle there, Duncan Chamala with players on the outside. Shows, passes it out to Zulik Buyuni. Zulik Buyuni has wheels. And what about Masinde Muliro? They are not able to stop that try. Try time, Stallions. Zulik Buyuni going over for that try for the Stallions. That is Stallions 24, Masinde Muliro 7. Zulik Buyuni there. Lawrence misses the conversion as the hooter sounds. That is last play. Ball will be hoisted up. Masinde Muliro most probably, having known that this is gone, not sure what the reaction would be. They would probably want to play on. Maybe not wishing to hear the full-time whistle, because that means that would be the end for them at this year's Prinsloo Sevens. They string in the passes. Baron asking for his outside man to come in for a switch. Came in late. Ball is lost forward. And that should be the last play. There you have it, full-time scores. Stallions 24, Masinde Muliro 7.
welcome back to the Challenge Cup semis. And in this one, we do have playoff between Impala RFC and Zetech Oaks. My name is Elijah Toili. We'll be taking you through this one together with co-commentator Oscar. What have you seen so far?
Elijah, on the pitch right now, 9 players have been from Impala, even though this is Zetech versus Impala, because Anderson Ogur has been an Impala player, joined there with Geoffrey. Both teams, I think, will stay up in the winner here, I think, stays up in the Division 1.
Yeah, they both stay up. They both stay up because both the elimination had already been done in the previous round of games, so they're just playing for the 8th place finish.
Yeah, I was saying there, Gilbert Odhiambo and Anderson Odor, academy players from Impala, who went to Zetech to study, so they would have an idea of how Impala plays.
Yeah, and a good start there for Impala, having the territory just outside Zetech Oaks, 22. A good put in there. A lot of dummy runners and a loop pass, cutting out 2 defenders and going out wide. Just the try line beckoning now. Is he strong enough to ride the tackles? Yes, he is. That ball looks very suspicious.
That was a try. Elijah.
Yes.
Timothy Makia. It's typical Timothy Makia. That's a bit of sort of half in and out that uses his fend there. Presence of mind just to lower the ball, control the ball, lead up just fingertips. That was fingertips. I think that's a touch and go, Elijah. That's touch and go.
It is, and Victor Duor, the assistant referee there in the in-goal area, gives a thumbs up for the 5-pointer. Conversion goes wide, scores remain 5-0 advantage. Impala early on here in the playoffs for the 8th position. Prinsloo legs the second one for the National 7 Circuit, sponsored by SportPesa, amongst others. Thank you for joining us as we get to the business end of the tournament here. Raised high, tapped back, good regather from Impala RFC as they look now to turn the heat up on Zetech Oaks. Yeah, that was kind of mischievous, Oscar.
I think he tried to place the ball and he sort of wanted to get up and continue playing, then sort of changed his mind, and the referees there said, by doing so, denied Zetech the opportunity to do a turnover, and therefore was penalized there for holding on.
Yeah, Brandon Opio guilty of doing that. I think I must have felt like he's all alone and isolated and tried to buy more time, but the referee was spot on in that call. And reset there, scrum reset for Zetech Oaks. They elect to go for the scrum down. Still under pressure because barely out of their 22. The underfoot not strong enough there. The referee decides to move the scrum a bit.
Tactically here, Impala would want to put some pressure on this scrum. Perhaps try and force an error here, or just make it difficult for Zetech. Because either they kick from here or they have to play out from here.
Yeah. Put in there by Zetech Oaks. Anderson Odor lifts it out. Strong scrum here. Proper platform for them. Going out wide. Their switch here coming on. Just steps back in and resets there. Matching here pace on pace. Gets arrested just short of the touchline there.
Yeah,
knocks it on in the contact area.
Yes, he did there. I think he tried to place it on the floor because he felt like he was going to go into touch there, tried to place it on the floor, but I think by that attempt, in doing so, the ball traveled forward.
Start-stop is the nature of the game right now, and when you look at it, Zetech Oaks still in the wrong areas here.
This could be another situation here. He's charged down, so it's good to go. Then he knocks it down. It's a good charge down there by Zetech. I think it was Makumi who tried to do a kick behind because there's no super off a set piece. But good awareness there from the Zetech defense. Unfortunately, knocked on after that.
Yeah, not able to transition from defense into attack. with the turnover of that ball. But Impala now almost center pitch here, scrum down. They try and go for the left side, the shorter side of the pitch here. Takes his options there.
I beg your pardon, Elijah. I'd like to see another situation here of Given Shilibwa versus Timothy Makia, because I'm sure Shilibwa's not happy about how Makia scored that try. He's not slouch himself, Shilibwa. So if he comes out here, I want to see that contest.
Yeah, it will be interesting. They have another at least 8 minutes or so to iron out their differences in this one. But currently Impala good on the board, still a 5-0 lead as the referee stops play for a medical break. Zetech just coming in, promoted from Division 2 from Driftwood, giving a good account of themselves, confirming their participation in the Christie Sevens next leg that is coming on, and that's a good experience for them, playing the Division 1 twice in a row.
Elijah, they won a couple of the Division 2 tournaments last season, so they are no stranger to Division 1 Zetech. They've just been unfortunate not to stay up here. I think the likes of Stallion also have won a couple of Division 2 tournaments, but they have been very consistent, Stallion. They've had a tough weekend this weekend.
Yeah, they have.
But they had a good account in Mombasa. In the drift. Finished ninth.
Finished ninth, yes, in Mombasa. But exiting, looks like we won't see them in the Christie Sevens. But Zetech confirming their places here, and in this particular one, just trying to go one better. Impala, on the other hand, just gifting Zetech with that particular possession, weighing their options, carrying it strong there into contact. Gilbert Odhiambo floats from deck. They try to attack very quickly here on the shorter side, but that missed pass on the inside puts pressure. Now it's a race. Derek Kinyari, good hands on him there, identifies support, but the pass goes to deck. Again, losing ground after doing so much to recover that ball. They have options here. They go to the back end. The backyard not covered by Zetech. Good scramble defense there. And good offload to the inside. And worrying times here. These transitions normally open up teams. And Impala opened up here. But Zetech just being patient with ball in hand. Again, another turnover of possession. Seesaw between the two teams. Derek carries strongly there. Comes and picks it off the base. Gideon Makumi now. Numbers out. This should be a stroll to the try line. Tackled, has attention, but offloads and scores. Impala take up another 5-pointer.
And I couldn't help myself there to react to that one, because I think the player reached the try line. I don't think he was aware that he was already in the try line. But at least there was still good support there, I think, from Nyangige, was it? He already reached the try line. There was just behind him, just needed to place the ball.
Yeah, I actually thought he'll also stretch and score, but he was lucky that there was good tracking from David Nyangige.
Yes, and Nyangige has scored a couple of tries just by giving good support there. And once again, Nyangige was there on hand to play.
Attempted shot for the 2 extra points are missed there. Halftime scores: Impala 10, Zetech 0. Good second half for Zetech to work on. kicking us off for the second half of this one. Zetech trailing 0-10, advantage Impala. 7 minutes to go for Zetech not to exit the tournament here. Chip and go behind the defense line for Oaks. The ball just bounces into touch. Early on here, Impala just weighing their options, wanting to play in the right places. Zetech, of course, in this particular instance, had their sweeper at hand. Just trying to go for the bounce of the ball, missing out, and they have the input here from the line-out. Good throw by Anderson Oduor, recovers it and shifts. They have space out there. We are still waiting for and Makia. That's that's gonna be tricky, but the referee decided it wasn't a tap down. It's one that will be contested because it was an attempted kick.
Kick straight to the player's chest there. It looks like a kick straight to the player's chest. I think Victor, the assistant referee, is just giving up.
Yeah, let's listen in and see.
Nikiambia niangalie mayara, uende tena. Sawa. Please, sawa.
Yeah, they are just assuring the referee there that the retreating player had no option there. He was retreating, and the Zetech player just kicked to him. There's nothing much he could do.
Yeah, survives a yellow card on that one. Normally 0 tolerance for interference within 10 of the tap, and more so also the charge down, if you're not careful, can lead to another offense that is a yellow card.
But that's an interesting situation, Elijah. If you're retreating 10, you're making the attempt to retreat because it's a quick tap, and the player kicks to you. What does that mean? Are you not supposed to play? Should you just leave it?
I think you should just leave it and concede the position there, but it's really a grey one.
It is a grey one. It'll be interesting to know. Maybe some of the viewers can look that up and tell us. What's a really interesting situation there. Players retreating, and then you kick to him. It's not 10. And that's what you can do. As we see Anderson will go here with the interchange, pass it out, show and go. That looks like yes, this is a try.
Yeah, that's a try by Giorgio Mondi. Giorgio Mondi just shows and goes. It was a 2v1 against the Impala defender, and he had no choice there. Left stranded, and Zetech get the first points for this match. 10-5.
It's a close one, this one, Elijah. All they need to do is just score one, and all of a sudden the game is close. And if he gets this conversion, it's even closer.
Yeah, he misses the conversion. Scores remain 10-5, but still within a shout. The game just gets tight as you look at the replay there. 2v1 dummies, and leaves the outside man stranded, calling in for the inside defender who was not there.
There's a good quick tap there by Anderson Oduor, creating the overlap.
Impala not positioning themselves well for that kickoff. Just had their jumper ahead, not readjusting to the flight of the ball. And now here they just go quickly, but referee calls it a knock-on. Opportunity for Zetech to recover that one, but they knocked it on.
It was just a knock-on, but Nyangige there chose not to brag. I think the referee was playing advantage. And Nyangige sort of tempted the referee, saying it was a penalty. Not sure what the penalty is supposed to be about, but they do get the possession. They've swapped places here, Makumi to Nyangige.
They're pretty much working out something, but Zetech are very much aware, have their radar well in the defense. They have a 2v1 here, and it's to the backyard where there is no sweeper. Races here, good attention there given by Timothy Makia, just goes to deck in contesting it. A lot of turn in possession there, and referee just penalizes them for not releasing the ball carrier. Zetech just going for the tap and go, taking cognizance of the fact that time is running out. They have just barely 2 minutes.
Yes, Impala was the risk they're playing without a sweeper. Zetech was just trying to provoke the defense there. There's a good situation there, Makia versus Shilibwa, and Makia chose to kick. But Shilibwa has his wits about him. He got back in good time to recover that ball.
Substitution here. coming on for Impala, number 13 Brian Were. And off goes Gideon Makumi. Also Zetech making the changes. On comes number 9 Joseph Noon, and goes to bench after doing the hard shift. Anderson Oduor.
This looks like another set play. Nyagige goes to the wing. With Kinyari coming in, there's Nyagige on the ball. Just showing and going there. He loses possession there. It's a knock on that one. Just lots of concentration there. Looks like they're working on something. Impala.
Yeah, they were, and that's a good step off his right, coming back in and creating space for his supporters just to punch through, but that pass to the shoulder and then knocked on. Again, just speaking to the passing skills.
Yeah, but they are just took his eye off the ball and then knock on.
Put in there by Joseph Noon. He's just come in, fresh pair of legs, steps back in, and cuts through Impala's defense, and is going, he has the wheels, he's going all the way, pumps his legs and pins his ears back and goes all the way to score a very crucial try for Zetech Hawks. Brian Ondego jots down another 5 with a conversion to come. The game is tied.
There's a defensive error there by Derek Kinyari. He overshot. I think he overchased rather to his left. The Zetech stepped back in. On his right foot there. And then Ondego stepped all the way to the try line. Guilty of overchasing there, Derek Kinyari, as opposed to perhaps be stepping up fast before shifting across. But it's a very good try from Zetech.
Yeah, Joseph Noon successful with the center post conversion with seconds to go. Impala just giving out the lead, just seconds to go in this match.
This last play situation here, Elijah, Impala have to really work hard and keep possession and go about 40 meters back. Well, here we go. Held up. Is he? Yes, he's held up. Zetech have done very well here, Zetech. I've held them up. And I think it's last play here, Zetech. If they get this out, they'll win this one. Really smart play there by Zetech Hawks.
Yeah, Impala not doing themselves any favors here. Injury time, last play, and just not being good with ball in hand. Now Joseph Noon has just to keep this in play, and thereafter, they have the penalty. They have the penalty. Zetech Hawks, all they have to do is just tap and kick it outside. Impala losing this one, and Zetech Hawks just doing so much.
Sometimes the game comes down to moments. If Impala view this one, they look for maybe those moments. Perhaps they should have done better. Kinyari overshot there, overchased rather. 80 meters away from his own try line. Could have been a bit more patient in defense. To be fair to Zetech, they kept fighting, they kept believing, and they get out here with a famous win against a team that is ranked. Of course, every team is ranked higher than them here.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
Well,
yeah, they came in as the last seeds, amongst the last seed, and they've stayed in the game, won this one, and march on to the last finals of the 8th place. We move quickly to the next match. So we are into the second semi-finals for the 8th place. This one pitting Nondies against Daystar Falcons. Both teams would have wished to be higher up the business end of this tournament, but here they are playing for the 8th place, the semi-finals of the same. Nondies making amends, having a better day too. Earlier on today, they overcame Masinde Muliro 26-10. It's a scrappy play that results in a lot of pressure for Nondies, and they concede possession there. 5-meter scrum advantage Daystar Falcons. Daystar Falcons, on the other hand, overcame Stallions Rugby Club 12-7. Here is a matchup for the 8th place.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, Elijah. You play out of your 22, 5 meters away, maybe from a trial or something like that. If those passes don't stick, if you have a situation where the pass goes to the floor, it's high risk. Daystar just have about 10 meters. Just go and try.
Yeah, prime territory here, prime acres, and they are going for the corner flag here all the way.
As simple as that.
Dots it down for their first try for this game. Daystar Falcons hit early up. Tommy Ogoma, I think, at the end of that one. Daystar just taking advantage and punishing Nondies for the spill up, for the errors they made just close to the trail, and that is Chris Obuya, who scored that one, and a fantastic conversion right from the 5-meter channel. Daystar Falcons meaning business here.
Like, there's nothing wrong in playing within a 22-7. There's nothing wrong in doing that. But the statistics show that if you don't keep fluid passing, then you're at high risk of conceding a try. And that was a classic situation, or example of that situation.
Yeah, there was a hint of a knock-on there in that high restart from Daystar Falcons, but referee says play on advantage Nondies, but still under pressure from that kickoff. She cancels that, calls them back, no advantage. There was a hand in that contest, airborne there. Restarts really contribute a lot to the tries, and if a team really works well on the restarts, it can be a weapon to utilize.
Yes, that's true. Shuja at some point had really good restarts in the World Series.
Yes.
And they scored a lot of tries from that.
Rogers Omani at the base of that scrum, changing positions with Ronald, and they take it out wide to the left, trying to destabilize his opponent there. And they have the whole pitch now to work with here. Ronnie with a nice pass to the wing here, and coming on a loop around, but Hilary Baraza does not read that play. Ronnie has to come in and try and secure that ruck. Looks like a turnover, indeed it is. Baraza isolating himself. Ronnie went on a loop around. Baraza caught himself alone.
Yeah, unfortunately, Baraza there didn't read the wraparound play there, and was carrying the wrong part of the field. Again, Elijah.
Daystar having pinned Nondies in their half. Just outside their 22, they come to the right, the shorter side. Quick ball given to Chris Obuya here. Strong carry goes past Daniel Okito. They reset here. They have the full pitch to use now, swinging it out. Rush defense there, opens up a gap and goes all the way. Rushed and missed his tackle to gift Daystar Clinston Amukwachi with the second try for Daystar Falcons. Clinton Amukwachi does the job there, stepped back in off that rush defense, went all the way, attempted conversion, goes wide, scores remain 12 to Daystar, who enjoy territory here and punish Nondies.
This is the third time for asking. Let us see whether Nondies have recognized that perhaps playing or passing the ball within the 22 or 30 meters out of the try line is not working, and choose to do something else. The kickoff is a bit short this time. Daystar get it back.
Play on, says the referee. ball in favor of Daystar Falcons, then coming in and hacking it, and the referee had judged that there's no advantage accruing for Nondies. Calls it back, I mean towards Daystar, and they calls it back for this knock-on.
Like a couple of years ago, before Kenya just improved on this set piece area, when playing against Fiji, it will almost be a kick-off game. Fiji kick-off, some tall 6'6" Fijian taps it back, the squad try, and the only thing you're doing is going back and forth to the kick-off.
That was a torrid time. That was really a torrid time, and yeah, just going to show how teams can identify their areas of strength and utilize it.
Kenya Shujaz recently since improved in that area. The likes of Wanyala, King George as they call him, Wekesa have really been stable in our kickoffs, which has improved Kenya Sevens performances.
Yeah, Ronnie with a good pass from the base of that scrum, and Nondies having good territory here, attacking to the left side, trying to fend off his attacker there, but not successful. Rogers Omanyi goes to deck and recycles the ball properly, but referee calls it. Just listening to and see what it is.
It's a high tackle there, hint of a high tackle.
Okay. Captain Blue? Captain White?
Not sure why the referee.
Captain?
Elijah, if this is a penalty to Nondies, they'll be very upset.
We talked about foul plays and leading elbows, so we're not going to have it. This is a warning, this is the first one. The next one I'll be giving cards. So white, so it's blue ball, eh? Hapa?
Yeah, the referee pretty clear there on that call. Just giving them leniency in this first instance of leading with the elbow.
I thought there was a penalty for Nondies. To be fair, I've given a benefit of the doubt there. The referee just making sure that she had a call right. I think she consulted with the assistant referee, and they both agreed that
Daystar leading 12-0 in this semi-final. We are back for the second half. Nondies kicking us off. They will look to retain this ball, trailing 12-0. They need all the possession they can get. This has to go high, make it contestable, and then give themselves possession and have an opportunity to score early enough. Raises it high up. Martin Juma doesn't go 10, but because the Daystar Falcons players caught the ball, knocked it on, game is played. Another basic error by Daystar Falcons. Maybe they identified the opportunity to play advantage. It wasn't really advantage, but they gambled and lost this one.
Yeah, they did gamble there, and didn't work out.
So Nondies gifted a second chance despite the error in kickoff. Ronnie with ball in hand. They have packed well towards the right of the pitch. Want to see how they can manipulate the defense here. Coming in on a set piece move, just cuts back in, Okito gets tackled there in the middle of the pitch, but they move quickly, shift it to the left. Baraza with ball in hand, the ball carrier, strongest ball carrier in the Nondies outfit. But in this case, he went too far. Rack was contested. They survived that contest. shift it again off to their left here. Good passes in front of the man. Cuts back in and goes. This one is going to be a close one and a tight one, but gets the attention of Arnold Agonda. Quick recycle of the ball by Nondies, moving to the left. They have numbers out wide. Rush defense there, opens up a gap, but realigning quite fast enough. Daystar Falcons. Baraza pumping his feet, end-to-end stuff here from Nondies, using the full pitch. Again coming, attacking the right, trying to mix it up. And that ball was high and Daystar recovered it, but there was an advantage being played for offside. Assistant referee caught that one. Good play.
I think if they were running into the ball, perhaps they would have gotten the opportunity, and it would have been really difficult for the defense to get across. But because the passes were slightly behind or just off the hands of the man, it allowed Daystar to swim across, as they say.
Daystar with 5 players on the pitch, one getting attention medical there. As you see, he was taken down to ground and got injured in the... Larry Baraza comes out for Baraza comes out for Nondies, and in comes Brian Kadenge. Arnold Agonda back to his feet just as play stops there for Ronnie. Goes to the left side. Agonda, is he fit enough to make that tackle? Yes, he is. Makes a solid tackle there, and Nondies Falcons pick up the scraps from that piece of play, and off they are. Does he have enough pace? He looks like he backs his pace and is going all the way. Chris Obuya with his tongue out, taunting and haunting the Nondies defender all the way to the center post.
Elijah, I'm not convinced that Clinton Amukwachi had an injury when he went down the first time. I think he was catching his breath, Elijah, because when the ball came back and Nondies was in possession, he did deliver a very strong tackle, suggesting that that was a man who just was injured earlier. And I think the mindset of the players here, Nondies, maybe not making the quarterfinals, does that come into play? Look a bit, the body language doesn't look so good here as Obuya looks to add another attack here, that a turnover.
Yeah, you're actually right, Oscar, because Nondies clearly not rising to the occasion, not losing a game and just switching off for the rest of the tournament. And that's not a good look for them, as Daystar put them to the sword here, going for the 4th try. Daystar Falcons, Nathan Sindoli touches down, and now celebrations begin galore there. Sindoli with Eddie Wambugu enjoying themselves out here, and Nondies not having fun, not enjoying this particular game.
Well, it's gunshot in the western frontier by Daystar here, who are now putting daylight between them and Nondies. And the conversion is also good. Sindoli just using his power there for the quick fence. Don't argue there. Here we go. Ronnie still gets there. Wacha kubishana.
Yeah, just goes right through. Good, fantastic play from Daystar. Hitting up the second half. Nondies we thought would come back into it, but they are yet to put any points on their scoreboard here. Good restart there from Daystar. Yeah, and Nondies be able to recover on that one. Shifting now the ball. Ronnie, that's not Ronnie, trying to carry. Felix Nangole comes in strongly there with a carry straight from the bench. Another strong carry there by Martin Juma. Trying to mix it up here, trying to put some respect on the scoreline. Ronnie cuts through, and now he needs the support back in. Shows and goes. Defender caught in 2 minds. Eddie Wambugu there. Ball carrier Ronnie going all the way to score the try.
He's a good player, Ronnie. He's been to the Shujaz setup, so he knows a little bit about sevens. And I think the class of Ronnie just came through that try. Show and go, organizing his support play as well, using his support player there to sort of hold back the defense and just saunters in for an easy try. It's a good display of individual skills here, Ronnie. A good fend there, gets away from the defender's show there and go. He did ask his support player to come on the inside.
And that made all the difference.
That did, yes. They read that as well. which allowed him to get away from the defense.
So Nondies restart with a high one, but they didn't chase it well. And Sindoli now needs support on both sides and made the choice to go to deck and secure that. Referee penalizes them for not releasing, going on deck, contesting the ball while on deck. Eddie Wambugu cuts back in, cuts another one, goes all the way, end-to-end stuff here. We score. Daystar piling no pain on Nondies. Eddie Wambugu cutting back in on his right foot twice and leaves parts the Red Seas open against the Red Lions.
They call it a rally in tennis. Score, I score.
Surprising miss at the center post.
Oh no, but at least they are comfortable score there. I don't think you're allowed to miss, but it's a comfortable score. As you see, we're just cutting back in. Defenders over chasing.
Yeah, and gives it to Masinde, who scores. This game is over, and Daystar Falcons emerge triumphant, very emphatic victory here, moving on to the 8th place finals, 31-7. And to Nondies, we say goodbye to them. We'll see them next time in the Christie Sevens as we move on to the next semi-finals. We get into the 5th place semi-finals. The two teams lost in their cup quarterfinals. Quins getting a hiding from Strathmore Leos. That one ended 26-0. Kenya Quins not scoring any points in that one. Mwamba, on the other hand, had a tight one against Catholic Monks. Catholic Monks beating them 12-7 to set up this one for the 5th place finals. An advantage play there, and immediately Quins seemed to be off to the races, but referee gets a call from the assistant referee there. We're just listening to see, I think he went into touch.
Let's go, line out.
Says it's a line out.
Line out.
Yeah, line out called there. Mwamba, in retrieving the kickoff, stepped out into touch, and therefore the advantage cannot accrue for Kenya Quins. They have to take the line out. The world, the throw-in, successful one over the top, comes round on a loop, then unleashes a setup. Same player coming in on a short angle, goes all the way to score. Quins' first try, and that is Rachel Wangila. Good start from Quins, better than the last game in the cup quarterfinals, meaning business, trying to pick as many points as possible. Remember, this is a circuit and you need every point. Even though you're out of the running for the main cup, you still need the points to build up for the remaining legs of the circuit. Successful conversion there. Duval starts us off with another restart that is high. This one will be contested. And Mwamba loses that one, blocking it on. Referee plays advantage. And off he goes on the other side of the pitch. Rachel Wangila. Don't sit that. No, sorry, that's not Rachel. Just had the same body frame. Matthew Ouma goes over quickly after kickoff before Mwamba could settle. Scores another try, and Mwamba players looking bewildered there, not regathering that kickoff. Ref playing advantage within seconds of kickoff. Matthew Ouma touches down.
Matthew Ouma had a very good tournament in Driftwood. He did very well. He scored a couple of tries. He scored many tries. He plays as a forward here in the sevens, but he is a winger and a center, so he has a good understanding of the edge of the field there. I think he really plays, one of those players who plays the edge of the field really, really well.
Yeah, as we looked, as off the screens there, Patrick Wenaina with a conversion right from the touchline, spreading, increasing Quins' advantage in this match, 14-0. The world overcooks that one.
At the moment, you just need to concentrate, you know. Leading 14-0. Want to put pressure on the Mwamba, perhaps go a bit deeper.
Yeah, just giving Mwamba a sniff of the game here, a sniff of possession. They have missed it since the game began. And now they take advantage of it, carrying strongly at the middle of the pitch there. What a clean out. They need now the ball to work with it, but the blitz defense from Harlequins cutting out options for the ball carrier. But on a loop around, there is space out there. A loop pass doesn't survive the contact and goes into touch. He's trying to carry strongly there, Brian Webo, but goes into touch.
Like there's been, Queen Harlequins use a blitz type of defense, and they come up really, really, really hard, making it difficult, forcing the decision there to the attacking team. Some teams sort of allow you to go to the edge, sort of shepherd you across, but Queen Harlequins use a blitz defense. It's a bit risky sometimes. If there's a step there, it's a bit risky, but it seems to be working for them at the moment.
Indeed, and so far leading on the scoreboard, 14-0. Duval identifies the space behind Mwamba's defense, and a good chase. That is a good chase. This may turn out to be a maul, as quickly onto the scene, Rachel Wangila and Matthew Ouma just ensuring that that ball doesn't get out of that maul. Good returns for that kick, Oscar.
Yes, looks like a good chase from, I think it was Albert Alela at the edge there. Really good chase. Just as I was saying that they convert defense into opportunities, Queen Harlequins. They use defense as a weapon, but I can also add it was a good kick by Duval.
Yeah, and a good chase.
And a good chase.
So again, Mwamba pinned in their own half, not getting any rub of the green here, yet to get into Harlequins' half. They're under pressure in terms of territory. That pass making things hard for Brian Mutugi.
But Duval is again up very, very quickly.
Quins just being patient in defense here, knowing that they have Mwamba pinned down just outside of their 5-meter channel. They elect to go for a grabber kick, and it just bounces into touch at their 10-meter mark.
They did well, Kenya Harlequins, to sort of put pressure on the Mwamba while they were in the 22. I think it was I thought it was Alela the other time, just the ball, but I think it was Ramadan Masete. And then they lost possession just when they got the scrum.
Line out throw here. Harlequins look like they're taking their time. Fair, good carry there by Duval. Just puts the defense in check here, not shifting out. Matthew Ouma with a carry there, straightens and looks for another body to collide with, and just evading the tackles there. Goes all the way. Does he stretch? No. Duval comes in, tries and pick and go, but he's short. Still have the ball. Patience is required here. Return to sender from that particular rack.
Just need to be patient here because this should be easy. Should be a try. Now,
Wow. Just
went back. Should be a try. There's an overlap.
wow, somehow Harlequins managed not to score.
It was easier to score there.
Yeah.
But just they made a mill out of it. Really good carry from Matthew Uma, like I said.
He's a strong ball carrier.
He's a very good ball carrier. Don't mind him coming across. He knows what he's doing, Matthew Uma. He really looks up, chooses the gaps, chooses his moments.
It's such a menacing run, and you could see the Mwamba players backing off.
They were struggling to deal with him.
Yeah.
Kenya Harlequins had an overlap. They just needed to just take it to the hands.
Yeah, penalized for scrumming at an angle, not straight shoving in the scrum, and a quick tap and go this time by Harlequins, not going for the scrum, looking to go out wide for the corner flag, and indeed they do a simple put down for Daniel Liwal.
Sometimes, Elijah, it looks as if players need to fail fast or to fail their way to do the right thing. And sometimes I don't think it's necessary. I mean, even overlap, just use it.
Yeah, it looks really simpler to score there than butcher that try.
They played really well here, Kenya Harlequins, to get that score, or to get that part of the field. They still get the try eventually. It took them longer. I think if they'd scored earlier, they would have had an opportunity for another bite to make another try, to try and create another try scoring opportunity.
Yeah, Patrick Wainaina missing that conversion at the halftime score, 19-0 in favor of Kenya Harlequins in these semi-finals of the 5th place. We are back for the second half of these 5th place semi-finals, pitting Kenya Harlequins against Mwamba. Both lost in their cup quarterfinals early on. Now they are playing for the maximum points that they can pick, going for the 5th position. Restarting us is Mwamba, going deep into the 22.
Elijah, the scoreline there should read 19-5, I think. As Kenya Harlequins had to play out to the 22 here. I think they did score that last try. Looks like Masese. Eventually they get hold of him.
Yeah, Harlequins with ball in hand here, going and putting pressure on Mwamba's defense, attracting very many defenders there, leaving space out wide here. This should be, and looks like it will be a try.
No, it's good defense, good cover defense there. That shot was coming, he just didn't have his side mirror, as they say.
Matthew Ouma, that start stop gave the Mwamba defense some time to recover. If he had just kept running and offloaded in contact, I think the outcome would have been different.
I think so. I think the opportunity there for the offload. Yeah, it came, I mean, maybe earlier.
Yeah,
I think the opportunity for offload was a bit earlier, but to be fair, that's good defense from Mwamba.
Yeah, Michael Ocheng really got his ribs tenderized there properly. Yeah, referee just trying to create order in that lineup. There was no tunnel. Goes for it there. A lot of pressure here in terms of territory, trying to play in their 5-yard.
Yes, remember Kenya Harlequins are really a hard defensive team. They won't mind defending Mwamba here. I bet you they wouldn't mind playing here. But Mwamba also have a really good crispy passes. They've had, so at least from day one, they did have that yesterday. So they are a team that can also play very well outside of this. Or as I say that, like I'll keep quiet about passing in the 22.
Yeah, Harlequins with pressure on defense there in the faces of Mwamba, and Mwamba just spilling the ball, just knocking it on there. The passes had to be accurate, especially in your red zone, and the pressure pays for Harlequins. They have good possession here, the right spaces, as we see changes being made by Harlequins. In comes Amon Wamalwa, and out goes Lucky Diwals. Also coming in for Harlequins is Franklin Mukaisi.
I think Diwal has been very good for Kenya Harlequins in this first half of while he was in the field. It's just unfortunate they've not gotten enough out of the work that he did. But
yeah, indeed, he's always one that they can rely on. Has a knack for attacking the base, but also quite good on defensive play. And he's earned his stripes here. Also taking a breather for Kenya Harlequins, Albert Alela. A break in play here for medical attention to a Mwamba player.
Yeah, he may not be too tall, Diwalt, but he's really good in defense as well. And he gives as much as he does in attack.
Oh yeah, that's stockiness. He has a lot of strength in that, packs a lot of energy in his body. Norman Nandabi, having gotten attention from the medics, comes back in, and now numbers to the right here. The defender did not shift with him as he went out, created an overlap.
Elijah, that unfortunately they called a forward pass. Didn't look for it from where we are sitting. Elijah looked flat pass.
Yeah, it looked like a flat pass to me, but Patrick Wenaina, just shifting to the open side, and Mwamba didn't read that early enough.
But as you rightly said, interesting play there. For those of you who wondering about team tactics, Kenya Harlequins had set up there with one player, first receiver, going to the blind, making it look like there's an opportunity there on the blind. And then that's what we call a dynamic setup. Just as the scrum was setting up and the scrum was getting the ball, that player comes round the corner and then goes to the open side, and all of a sudden you have an overlap. There's a 3v2. They executed well, just that the last pass referee claimed forward pass. Yeah.
Jeff Kiplagat and Alex Mulwa come in for Mwamba as they try to get back into this game. 4 minutes to play. There's still enough time for them to score at least 3 tries. Brian Mutugi identifies, tries to do running across, brings the play into the 5-meter channel.
Do you want me to say something about passing in the 22?
Serious pressure here, Oscar.
Here you go. They're one of the best ones, Mwamba, this weekend in terms of getting out of the 5-meter. I did say that.
Yeah, but it's quick carry here, pins his ears and goes, and good interchange there between Norman and goes for a cross kick. Multi-skilled there, Brian Mutugi on the chase. Will he get it?
I just have
Who
to kick
comes
it out.
first?
Yeah, he does. So.
Yeah, common sense prevails there. He had 2 men to deal with there, and in the wrong territory, just in their 5-meter.
Yeah, I mean, he looked up. I guess he saw that the ground, the space was covered. He still had possession, Mwamba. I would have thought maybe take it to the hands. Like I did say, I think they've got really good crispy passes, Mwamba. But then again, having said that, I also think Kenya Harlequins have had some good defense pressure. I think if maybe the kick was not a bad option.
It wasn't
a bad option.
Yeah. Yeah, too much back and forth there between amongst the forwards in Harlequins, and they have been penalized for that. A quick tap and go, and finally Mwamba get onto the scoreboard. Dennis Dayala puts down another 5.
Elijah,
the first 5 for them.
Is that a 95-meter try from Mwamba?
Yeah, in the scheme of things, yeah, right from their own try box, a cross kick, line out, a lot of back and forth there by Harlequins, and they get punished instantly. As you see there, the replays.
Yeah, just a show and go again, some over chasing there. Previously, they've been doing a hard press. I think maybe perhaps in the 22 or in the 5-meter, they are in the red zone. They're a bit more cautious. But Kenya Harlequins defense, they are caught out for over chasing, and an easy try there for Mwamba.
Yeah, restart there by Mwamba. They elect to go deep, and Quins still retain possession and have numbers out. Steps back in, keeping the ball alive. Loss of concentration there. He was quick to, was already thinking of how he'll offload the pass, and in the moment just spilled it.
Yeah, just took his eye off the ball. And that was Matthew Uma. I think it was. And gives possession to Mwamba here. With just about over 3 minutes to go, Elijah, do you think there's enough time for Mwamba to catch up here?
Yeah, I believe there is. They just need 2 tries. But they need to do it faster. They need to be very clinical with ball in hand. They won't get much time.
A game of 2 halves so far here. Kenya Harlequins scored 19 points in the first half. Mwamba scored 5 so far.
And with ball in hand there, just Brian Mutugi showing and going and keeping the defenders in check there, not drifting to the side. Then they have to move it now to the left here. Another reset there. Mwamba just being patient with ball in hand. They have numbers here on a loop around. Good. Now it's a 2v1.
Catch pass. That second last pass not as crisp as the other one. But it's still a possession.
Brian Webo galloping into a tackle there and just holding on to it. The referee having none of that.
I'm not convinced about that yellow card, Elijah. I think the player, yeah, he may be not going back as quickly as he should have. But the Harlequins player, they just barges into him and milks that penalty. We've seen other teams do the same. I think Impala Nyangigi did the same thing.
Yeah, trying to force the referee's hands in both occasions.
Nyangigi saw a lazy defender and passed the ball right into his shoulder. Got a yellow card and a penalty.
So Harlequins with ball in hand, will they continue playing with the hooter having gone, or will they kick it out having won the game?
I don't know if they're aware that the hooter has gone. Are they? Sure, they're aware. No need to play here, I would think. But then again, what do we know?
Yeah, the way they are hurrying up the game, you would think that they are the ones trailing. I think just wanting to make a statement of intent here.
This is my theory, Elijah. I think a couple of the players that are playing now have not played much as substitutes. So they are asking for extra time here to play some rugby.
Yeah, it tends to happen at the business end when you're not competing for the main cup.
I think the substitute there wanted a bit more from this game. They know they've won the game. But those who have been playing from the first half were puffing, huffing and puffing. Eventually Kenya Harlequins win this one.
Yeah, Kenya Harlequins marching on to the finals of the 5th place, 19-5 the outcome here. Mwamba just running out of time as we move on to the second semi-final for the 5th place, pitting Kabras against Nakuru RFC. Move on to the second semi-finals for the 5th place, and this one, Kabras having lost in the cup quarterfinals against their nemesis KCB 17-5, and also Nakuru in a bruising quarterfinals, a derby of the Rift Valleys. Oilers beating Nakuru in that one 7-0, very tight one. But now this is a case of trying to get as much points as you can in the build up to the remaining legs of this circuit.
Yeah, points will be important here, Elijah, because KCB seem to be running away with the points. And Strathmore, of course, who are both were in the finals in driftwood.
Yes, and Kabras Sugar kicking it high and retaining possession. And now looking to put Nakuru to the swords here. Good scramble defenses there. There was a line break there. Nondies still have ball in hand. They have numbers to the left there, right there going short. Then they now elect to swing it wide to the spaces that they have. Advantage offside there. Nakuru creeping into the defense line. Again, a good play there by Kabras, keeping the ball alive and taking it from one touch line to another one. Brian Mutua with miscommunication there. Advantage was over, so Nakuru can play this one. Third man coming in is quite slow. Gives Kabras enough time to reorganize their defense lines, but they swing it out. Stepping back in for Nakuru, creating a platform almost in the middle of the pitch there for them to attack. Nakuru now having ball in hand. Time for Kabras to think about defending this one.
Nakuru being patient here. They're being really patient. Eventually they choose to kick. Looks like a good option because they still keep possession here, Nakuru.
Yeah, going into touch there, the number 3 player coming in slowly.
It's Felix Okoth there, yeah.
Yeah, just in time to give out the ball. And Nakuru now attacking in the middle of the pitch here. Cut back as Brian Mutua was over chasing in that defense. Another switch potentially here, 2-on-1 here. If they can just communicate well, shows and goes. Where is the support? Goes all the way, but falls short on the 5-meter line.
Did he release the ball? I don't think he released the ball, yes. That's a little there, but he just needed to release the ball, put it under his torso, and then come up again, and then take the tackle. I think there was enough time for Felix Okoth and the Calvary to get to him.
Yeah, Nakuru missing out on that opportunity, a big one, 5 meters short of the Kabras try line. Good scramble defense though by Kabras.
It was really good build-up by Nakuru. They kept the ball for almost a minute and a half. And I think that Derek Story had an opportunity here. As we see the offload, he receives it from Habakkuk Ouma. If he just placed the ball and tried to get up, I think he... No, this is the rack up. I think they held on to him. He did try to get up. It looks like he did try to get up.
Yeah, he did try to get up, by the way.
And the tackler just held on to him. Maybe he just didn't release the ball, perhaps. He didn't show that...
an overthrow there.
Looks like double knock on there.
Yeah, an overthrow there from Collins Osore.
Yeah, it was a double knock on from Kabras and late knock on fast.
So Nakuru with another opportunity in Kabras half. And this time round splitting the scrum, packing one of their players in the 15-meter channel, Bonventure Opande.
They do a dynamic shift.
They
like,
must try.
Kenya Harlequins did. A lot of teams are copying this. I think it's part of the... I've seen it also for Kenya Sevens.
Yeah. Just trying to create a lot of space on the open side for the wingers to have a one-on-one. Yeah, a lot of movement there from the Kabras forwards. And the referee gives a free kick to Nakuru.
So the half penalty, I think.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was a half penalty.
Yeah, they did read the symbol from the referee.
Yeah, you didn't read it. It was a free kick or half penalty.
So it's a straight out. They don't gain any territory and turn over possession to Kabras Sugar. You will think at this level.
Well, 2 errors there in terms of game and awareness. First attacking player 2 meters from the talent didn't release the ball, maybe could have scored. And then with a free kick, Nakuru send the ball straight to touch and give Kabras opportunity to attack here, Kabras.
Hillary goes to that side and was that a forward?
Flat, Elijah.
Yeah, it looked flat from where we are seated.
We are right on the line of that pass.
Yes.
And the same as the viewers of your camera, But you make the decision.
Yeah, look at that one. Look at that one. It's coming.
Well,
the referee, it's a 50-50 one, in honesty.
I take back that it looked obviously back.
Credit to the referee who was there, so
yeah, that's why we're not on the
you
field.
cannot begrudge him.
It
was a close call.
Yeah, that's why we're not on the field yet.
Nakuru with ball in hand and just stringing passes and going for the corner flag here, the chip and chase.
Good kick, that one goes, beats everybody. I thought the ball was staying because it was really right at the edge of the touchline there. It would have been very difficult for the Kabras player super to field it. Eventually, the ball just runs away from everybody else. And they play quickly here, Kabras. But now the referee says there's enough numbers in the line out.
Yeah, Habakuk Ouma is a fast player, but he wasn't getting to that one. Ball traveled quite fast into touch. Kabras now under pressure here. 5-meter throw is really a risky one. It has to be accurate. Any overthrow and they'll be punished. Nakuru contested that one, though it was skewed. Did not put men in the air, and that's why that ball has been played.
Here we go. Here we go.
Pressure moments here for Kabras. We spoke about them being in the red zone. They had to perfect that line out. And a spill over.
It looks tempting.
Yeah, Cantona just bundled into touch and left the ball in. And it was a simple tap for Nakuru to get the first try of this game, bringing the home fans onto their feet here with a successful conversion, the full complement of 7 points for Nakuru.
I would say there's no shame in kicking that ball when you're in the dead ball area, especially if the game is still 0-0.
Yeah, that is always an option. Lining his man up and putting him to deck with a bruising tackle. Felix Okoth and a turnover. Show and go. Kabras really on the ropes here. Steps back into the closer side of the pitch, and did he spill it? No. Felix Okoth at the end of it and goes the shorter side. He has the strength of loads in the tackle. This one is quite close. They still have possession of the ball.
Yeah, they get advantage there. Elijah was also about to say Derek Sore for the second time. There's 5 meters left from the try line. And he just fell awkwardly. He just fell over and sort of with the ball on the side of the Kabras side. Maybe he should just stand his upper torso earlier. He did fall. Oh, that was a good double play there from Felix Okoth. The tackle and turnover. That is fantastic to see from your forward.
Indeed. And if you look at that replay closely when it is aired, you'll see Felix Okoth overshot, then just paced himself, readjusted his pace. Now this is worrying times. Alarm bells for Kabras here. If they consider another 2-on-1 here, simple try.
Elijah, I would invite any rugby player and fan, especially the younger ones who are just coming through rugby, create an opportunity. You have a 2v1. All you have to do is here is just commit the player and pass.
Yeah, Cyprian Ombaso at the end of it.
I think it was Javan Otino, just simple fix and pass. 2v1 in my books, Elijah, is commit and pass.
Yeah, and going into the halftime score, it has been all Nakuru. Kabras really reeling under pressure here, kept in their own 22. Nakuru leading 12-0 the halftime break. Second half being kicked off here by Nakuru. Cipriano Bonventure Pande with ball in hand. Raises it high into the skies, and does he overcook it? Yes, he does. Instant mistake there, Oscar. Opportunity to repossess ball and apply more pressure on Kabras. Instead, they...
Exactly, they are on the ascendancy. Perhaps just needed to go deep and put line speed pressure. We saw that tackle from Felix Okoth, the turnover, giving them a try, but they choose to go short. A little bit greedy there, Nakuru, but let's see what Kabras can make out of this. Advantage here from the referee's cause advantage as Sketa tries to push the pass now. Not rolling away, the referee says.
Yeah, Kabras really have to hurry this up. They have an opportunity to just get back into this one. It's not beyond them. Attempted to offload there, but they secure their rack. Now Siketi back onto the pitch, and he steps back in and looks for the inside man, offloads. Kabras now playing with a lot of intensity. Siketi attempts a clear out there, but yes, survives that one, and a quick tap and go from Osoro. Mwanji comes in with a strong run. Tackle is completed, and referee calls for it to be, that ball might be out, and Siketi just readjusts his position. Mutua now alone outside here. Will he stretch and score? No, he's short. Ball pops out, and Nakuru.
Give it. It's a high tap, a high shot, was it? Yeah, it was a high shot. Referee saying not wrapping.
Yeah, this one is really dangerous.
A hit of a high shot.
Yeah, it was on the head.
Elijah, in Driftwood last weekend, the third and fourth playoff, these two teams squared it out, and Kabras won that one.
Yes, they did.
I think it was 21-10 that game, the third and fourth playoff in Mombasa. And I did say it's within 7 days. Of course, Nakuru at home, we are so motivated by the fan base. A lot of motivation for the Wanyore. And with 5 minutes to go, they're leading this one 12-0. With possession here and a potential kick out from their 5 meter.
Yeah, Kabras not clinical with ball in hand. Brand Mutua there just isolating himself. Not strong enough. I think he misjudged the strength of the Nakuru defender. Just fell short.
There was support defense there from Felix Okoth coming across. I think he did have the number there of the defender. The defender was smaller than him, I think.
Yeah, he was. Those are normally embarrassing moments for the bigger guy.
German Otivo, not the biggest of players.
Yeah, Nakuru being able to retain that line out, trying to...
Playing out of the 22 again, Elijah. Playing out of the 22.
A loose ball there, and Kabras recover it, turn it over.
I would say this is a try here coming, if they can just...
Yeah, Kabras not patient, and with every opportunity they get, they have better options. And in this particular one, referee calls it as a knock-on. Get Kabras having the territory, but not the patience to just complete, and work better with the position they have. As you look at the replay there, Sketi just trying to stretch a bit.
As a commentator, sometimes I get carried away when I see an overlap, and I assume that the team will use the overlap and send the ball out because the defense has come in all tight onto the rack. I'll also try to be a bit patient with myself, my commentary here, Elijah. As Nakuru eventually choose to exit, at least kick deep from this one.
Yeah, these are good options for Nakuru. They were really pinned down in their half. And now Ambets are just coming in, steps off the first defender, gets caught by the second one, but a good platform nonetheless for Kabras to work with. Mwanji with a strong carry there. They need to recycle this faster, and they go quickly. It just looks like there was a knock on there. But yet again, problems here for Kabras. Time running out for them. I do not think they will be able to come back into this one.
I mean, sometimes I would really like to get into the mind of the players, see some of the decisions they make. they're on the field, what pictures are they seeing in front of them? Skater, just a quick penalty here. This time they play the hands. Kabras, they go through the hands here. Show and go there. Javan on the defense tries to score there. Kabras.
Yeah, Roy Maruti, show and go straight from the bench, fresh legs, pin his ears and wait for it, just to put some respect onto the scoreline. They have enough time.
Elijah, I was asking, they were 50 meters out. They chose to play the hands here. The good switch eventually. No, there was no switch of the dummy. Looks like I bought the dummy as well.
Yeah, Javan Otieno just for a moment bought that dummy and it was sufficient enough to give Roy enough space to complete his move.
But the swing the pass is 50 meters out. They did have an overlap 5 meters out of the try line, but they chose to go short. It's tempting sometimes. That's a
wow,
good play.
Nakuru heads up rugby there from Jackson Siketa. Goes all the way.
Time. Elijah, you did say there was no time to see Sabbath, Elijah.
There is time.
There is always time.
Suddenly, Kabras just putting their tails up, and Nakuru, I don't know what was happening. Kickoff, referees called it, they're not ready. Sketty just looking up and seeing an opportunity and took it.
Sketty conversion, now he misses. This perhaps...
Oh yeah, Kabras can turn this around.
This is the biggest 1 minute in the Prinsloo Sevens this weekend, because the home team here with a slender lead, and Kabras here with the what looks like momentum, some good momentum here. Kabras, as we see this kickoff from Skater, he does get good kickoffs. Skater, I suspect they'll go deep and put pressure on Nakuru.
Definitely, and they've gone short, and Brad Mutua is all over this ball.
Oh, good take from Felix Okoth there.
Yeah.
Good reach, used all of his height there, Felix Okoth.
Mutua made his match in that aerial contest, and Nakuru now know that a 2-point game, any points from Kabras, and they have lost this game with more like 30 seconds to go, and he cuts back in, hands off, and now strong carry here, recognizes that he needs to take it out wide. Javan Otieno with ball in hand, chips over and begins his chase, he recovers it. Support is way off, they need to come quickly, they are not there, and the referee penalizes Kabras for going off it, no, for a high tap.
Elijah, I would argue that that play and possession play from Nakuru has come from a good take from Felix Okoth, the kickoff, showing us some good proprioception awareness there, Felix Okoth.
Time is up, that's why he's taunting them, waiting for the hoot, and the hooter is sounded there, and the home team get themselves into the 5th place final. A bruising win. Remember, they lost last weekend in Nakuru in the Mombasa to the same team for the 3rd and 4th playoff. They do one better against Kabras.
It was close eventually, Elijah. 2 minutes is a long time in the 7th. But I can assure you 7 days is even longer, because 7 days ago, Kabras did beat Nakuru, and 1 week later, Nakuru returned the favor and win this one 12-10. Here we go. It is, after all, Sunday.
Cup semi-final time. Cup semis. We do have Quia coming up against the Strathmore Leos. I want to welcome you on the ride for this afternoon's semi-final, the Cup semis. Nijo passing into Stanslar. Shikoli met strongly there. Mwita comes round. Elton Amalemba passing it backwards, but not meeting the mark. Gabriel collects the broken pieces, looking to piece together one solid attack. Strathmore Leos from deep. Nijo, they are capable of scoring from deep, long range specialists, especially having the likes of Victor Mola on the outside channels. Shkoli, Elton swings it out wide to Gabi, who acknowledges the pass before picking it up. Just tosses the oncoming defender. Barnabas looking to recycle the Leos. Slowing it down as if the ball had, or the player had gone into touch. Shkoli to Nijo. Nijo takes on Hassan Wambani. Victor Mola on the outside. Victor Mola versus Hassan Wambani. One thing, and that is the try line in front of the eyes of Victor Mola. Persistence. I did tell you that these guys would shoot from long range. Met there by Nijo Lamainta, who went to the edge. Offloaded on the outside, met Victor Mola, and that is a try time for the Strathmore Leos. Leos 5, Quia 0. Very, very important to strike fast. The conversion is successful. This form, rich vein of form for the Strathmore Leos, means that they'll be looking to make their way into the Cup semis. That is, if they have to win this, they have to do it the hard way. Leos ready to battle it out, keeping the ball very well, stringing in the passes, the faces, and all the hard work being done there by Quia not being sufficient. Kickoff, Arnold goes high and long. Well taken there by Catholic Monks. Players on the floor. Clear release needed, released, went up. This second time he didn't get on his feet. Tapped. Mola. They tell you that Mola is a good customer with ball in hand. He just needs to stay fit. Elton Amalemba swings it to Nijo. Nijo who shakes them. Nijo is playing confidently. Try time. Strathmore Leos. Nijo Amaita coming through for the Leos. Plays for the Shujaa. Nijo Amaita. Arnold Mwita sneaks in. Schofield. There Nijo just steps back to his right. Wicked step. Takes two defenders and had the try line right ahead of him. Quia in 6s and 7s. They need to steady the ship. They need a bit of possession in hand to try and see if they can be able to mount a comeback. But as things stand, Strathmore Leos are comfortable. Quia, of course, playing in the first Cup quarterfinal. That's a knock-on advantage. Strath, Shkoli, big, tall, lanky. Ferry tells Quia to leave it. Gabi, Elton, Gabi, Elton, Gabi. That is Elton Amalemba rocking his headgear. Showing and splitting that Quia defensive line. They are celebrating even before scoring the try. Simon Jawichre, Kenya under-20 coach, they are asking his team, Quia, why are you guys not charging down? They spent a whole 1 minute there. Well, very good management of the game. Playing at their pace, scoring, and of course asking Quia to do the heavy lifting. look in tip-top condition here. Drawing closer to that final match. Remember, they made the cup final last weekend at the Driftwood Sevens. First leg of the 2025 SportPesa National 7th Circuit. Have 18 or 19 points on the score, on the log. Remember, it's a long season. This is the second stop of the caravan. After this weekend, we'll be having a break next weekend, and we will resume SportPesa National 7th Circuit activities the weekend after the next, with the return of the Christie Sevens at the RFA grounds. So mark your calendars. Kenya Harlequins will be hosting the Kenya Rugby Fraternity at the Kenya Rugby Union headquarters, that is the RFA grounds. In the meantime, Strathmore here with yet another attacking opportunity. They've been lethal from such positions. That backline of Nijo, Elton Amalemba, and Victor Mola. Getting clean ball. Elton dances, goes in, shrugs, passes it out wide. Playing confidently. Mola apprehended. Victor goes down the blind, insisting we have to come through this gate. Mola on the support line. The sweeper is scrambling and not getting there. Try time, Strathmore. This is men versus boys so far in this half, as the seconds die out. It's 26-0 as the hooter sounds. A hill becomes a mountain for Leos. Beg your pardon, for the Queer Monks. Another snack-in conversion. Schofield makes it 28 going into halftime. A complete shutout this first half. Halftime scores: Strathmore 28, Queer 0. High-hanging wristed, well taken there by Queer. Traveled the required 10 meters. Linge flings it out wide, stepping back against the grain. Monks trying to give a good account of themselves. That's Strathmore's ball. It's open ball. Barnabas Owor. Bano. That's Shkoli. Shkoli cuts back. Player is isolated but not coming round. Strathmore's are now literally enjoying their time, just bringing in the passes, try time. Strathmore's also now Amalemba. It was inevitable there.
Some of our viewers may be forgiven for thinking that Strathmore Leos here are toying with the men of the cloth on a Sunday. But I'll tell you what, they're showing a lot of respect for the Monks. Remember, they didn't get here by chance. As you see that try, they beat Mwamba in the quarterfinals. Mwamba who themselves beat Kabras and topped the pool yesterday. Strathmore here are playing with clear intent of not allowing any opportunity for the Monks. And I think it won't be unfair to say that they perhaps are on their way to the final here. Walter.
Yes, they are on their way to the final. I mean, nothing really stops them from proceeding to the cup final. Well, this is a big result for the Leo side. I wouldn't say it wasn't expected, really, because a week would not really be big enough opportunity for Quer to really mount that gap between themselves and Strathmore, the gap that was clearly evident from Driftwoods.
Yeah, Leo's finished second there, so they came to this tournament as seed number 2. And they expect seed number 2 to perhaps have a better performance rather than the Monks who are in the later stages of the table.
Yes, definitely, there goes Wafula. Wafula showing it, knowing very well that he might sell it, and he dives over try time. Strathmore Samuel Wafula. Leo's now just it's embarrassing now.
I think you'll see a lot of substitutions here now. I think they can afford to do substitutions with one eye on the final, or one to the final. Gabriel Uko converting. Walter just gives an indication that Strathmore confident that they are going to the final.
Yes, they are. They have 1 foot, actually two feet now in the final. Barring any calamity, 3 minutes, 19 seconds to go. Not enough time, really. It's time now, actually, to have a look at this Strathmore side and enjoy what they are able to do as a neutral, really. Enjoy Sevens rugby as it's served by the Leos.
Well, this is a difficult moment for the Monks. This is the highest they've done this season. Remember last year they did reach a couple of quarterfinals. I think in the Christie Sevens last year, 2024, Monks beat Nondies convincingly in the quarterfinals, went to the semis. Oh, and unfortunately, pass goes forward. They seem to be playing a team without confidence here, Walter. That pass just going forward there. No pressure really, it's an enforced error.
Yes, the confidence levels might have gone down. They've dipped slightly. I mean, the try line has not been in sight. Quer have not had a sniff. They've not played in the Strathmore half, arguably the whole 14 minutes. So it's been a tough one for Quer to take. And well, I think they're just waiting for the full-time whistle to go. However, maybe Strathmore will be looking to sharpen their claws further for the final.
Now, Coach Jawichi will be very proud of his players here, because playing in the, as we see wraparound play there from Strathmore, playing in the Cup semi-finals is a huge achievement for the Monks, if you consider where they were last weekend. And some really good work must have happened the last couple of days coming to this tournament at the Quer training ground. and it's showing here today. Just unfortunate that perhaps it was one level too higher.
Yes, it seems like this is a level higher. Ofula Samuel.
This is really good possession rugby here by the Leos.
Yes, and one thing the Leos do very well is they know how to keep the ball in hand. They know how to ask the questions, and it's the pressure that really now takes its toll on the defensive line. I mean, you can do so much on defense. You can go so many directions, but the energy levels, and as you see there in your picture, as the ball is knocked on. However, the damage had already been caused with the ball being kept closely in hand by Strathmore.
Yes, the damage has been done there, but as we see that knock on from Dennis today, some of these fringe players who are perhaps not in the starting lineup coming through in the Strathmore bench, resting some of the starters, you'd say. Was that a high tackle the referee called?
Yes, that is a high tackle. Brian Mwendwa tackling there strongly. That's a turnover. Referee allows play. Tubei, Shemokola on the outside. Tubei knocks it on again. You were speaking about fringe players and people coming off the bench. Well, there's no better opportunity for you to give your bench players a run, Oscar.
It's unfortunate, the double whammy there by Dennis Tubei. With the Thailand beckoning about 45 seconds ago, he did knock on, and then again here, I think it goes to show that game time and match sharpness, tournament sharpness comes with more games. He will be better, make no mistake. This is a championship team, Strathmore, with a good championship campaign, considering that they are in the final here, with the buzzer having gone. But I'm sure Dennis Tubei there will be bring those opportunities to show his coach that he is also good enough to participate in this campaign.
Yes, there's an opportunity. They'll be making it to the final. I'm not sure if the final is the best place for you to show your coach what you're made of, but that is the best place for you to show your coach that you're made of championship material.
Strathmore happy to just hold on to this, hang on to this. Simple workout to the end there for Strathmore Leos. It looked like not as difficult as perhaps we all wanted to. I'm sure our neutrals out there would want to see a real tussle in a cup semi-final. But unfortunately here for the Monks, Strathmore overpowers them here, and with good reason. And they walk all the way to the final. And they meet the winner between the next game coming in front of you. Kenya Commercial Bank, the current series leaders, Driftwood champions, taking on a resurgent Menengai Oilers, who themselves are at home. And this will be interesting to see. Could there be an opportunity for Oilers, you think? Banana peel, as they say.
The opportunity is there. The opportunity is there. Oilers just have to take it. The first things first, 14 minutes of a decider. Strathmore Leos doing the job on Quer, booking their ticket to the cup final. Quer will be playing the third and fourth playoff match. Another opportunity on offer for some points. Quer really should be proud of this weekend's exploits when making their way for that cup quarter and into the semis. No mean feat. Time now for Emmanuel Opondo to kick us off. KCB kicking off. Emmanuel Opondo goes high. Travels the required 10 meters, tapped backwards. A race. And the referee will be calling it back. A knock on in the air there by KCB.
Onyala with the knock on as he tried to tap the ball back to his teammates.
Well, this should be an interesting fixture. These are good teams, coached well, quality players. The
odds would be stacked against Menengai Oilers simply because KCB are the current league leaders. But make no mistake, the Menengai Oilers are capable of upsetting the order of the day. They did that last year at the Driftwood Sevens where they beat KCB. It's been a really, really painful part for KCB over the years during the Sevens. Kavoli sizing up. Floyd doing his defensive duties well. Nakuru County left with one individual in cup contention. John Okoth goes down the blind. Elvis Olukusi coming in high. It's a battle here. Strong fight. That's a knock-on as they attempted to place the ball. It's a fight here. Shows goes down blind. Big bump off there. Vincent Onyala has really gone through it this weekend. However, he stands strong. Asati there declining that attempt to be bumped off. Goes for the ankle. Fights for every beat.
Asati, one of the best tacklers in Kenya rugby, I would argue, especially when it comes to small man versus big man.
Yes, he never shies away from the contact area. Festus to Floyd. Floyd now looking to dance his way to the try line. Floyd, at some point, Floyd did make a move to the Menengai Oilers, but it wasn't a successful transfer. Now here's an opportunity, plying his trade with KCB. Smadi not finding it easy this time round. John Okoth there smartly pulling in Asati into that maul. It wasn't a maul because no KCB player had joined in, but then that small pull there meant that Asati became part of that, and KCB had to use or lose it, and they lost that battle.
KCB are decent in defense so far.
Yes, they look decent, but they've not been attacked as much. I think the possession now could be 50-50, but maybe Oilers edging it now. This scrum feed, strong shove there, knock on.
There you go, good defensive scrum by KCB, and that's one of the reasons why you have party in the team.
Yes, this is why you have the big boys who are now expected. But I did expect Abukuse, John Okoth and Fortune Aturo to also hold, because they're not small in stature either. It's just that they were not ready. That is, I think, an opportunity. You can see right now they'll probably hold on to this scrum quite well.
I think KCB have targeted the set piece here.
Yes, they have.
By having selected those particular players in there as forwards.
And you can see they're rushing up on Floyd, 3 on him.
Yes, they are. It's a danger man, Floyd, but he's released that one, I think, legally.
Yes, that is a legal release. Alvin Kavoli making the chase down, trying to cut down the angle. And it's Samuel Asati.
Asati gets the edge there.
Trying time, KCB. That ball was tunneled back. The whole defensive lot was interested in making sure that Floyd doesn't hit the ground and forgot to defend the outside part. That is the blind.
Yes, we've seen this even with Kenya Sevens. They hold the player up. But apparently KCB had a back door there with enough space just to fit for the ball for Asati to pick it up and race all the way to the try line.
Yes, that's heads up play. Most definitely Samuel Asati was ready for that. He knew that that was the only way, or it was either they were being held up or they were going to sneak down the blind, and exactly they did sneak down the blind. KCB 5, Oilers 0.
So far it's a good contest, this one. Oilers holding their own here, even though KCB have just scored.
Manuel goes high, goes long. Enough time allowed for Vincent Onyala and company to make their way to tackle somebody in the air. Referee playing an advantage. John to Philip, Philip to Fortune, John shows. Bob Muhati against John Okoth. John Okoth will be going round. Bob Muhati pulling in. Bob Muhati fighting so hard, and that is Bob doing a very, very good defensive tackle there. A good chase. And wow, I didn't expect John Okoth to be caught there by Bob Muhati.
Neither did I there, Walter, but I suspect Bob may want to take the knee at this point. He is blowing that real good scramble defense there by Muhati.
So this type of moments that really determine that the players will be looking back and they'll be like, that was the moment that we either could have gone down.
Yeah,
or
it could be a turning moment there. It could be easily a turning moment as Bob again does come here to send the pass. Not his best pass there from Bob, but he had done enough there for.
The tackle there, turnover effective. Dennis Abukuse tackle turnover. Perfect, picture perfect there for any young rugby player coming up. That's how you tackle, release, and go for that coveted prize, which is the ball. Oilers with an attacking platform, that should be a good platform for them to attack. 1v1 on the outside. Daniel Kipchichi will be looking to square it out with Festus Chiasi, as Alvin Kavoli on the other wing will be looking to take on Floyd Wabuire. And just at the halfback fly-half position, Philip Okeyo, John Okoth's younger brother, looking to take on Emmanuel Opondo. Making numbers on the open side, 1v1, Alvin versus Floyd. Floyd goes to the floor. Oilers.
But allow me to interrupt here, but Bob is blowing Muhati.
Yes, the gasket needs a bit of a change.
He is blowing. That looks like a high tackle, a high hit on the head.
Strong tackles there. John comes down the blind. 2v1. Daniel Kipchirchir. That is a big bump off there, ladies and gentlemen. That is Manuel Opondo.
He's a judge from knocked on.
Yes, that is a knock on there on the floor, but KCB scrambling hard on defense. And the referee noticing a big bump off there, stopping him nonetheless. That is the small bubble there of the ball, handing KCB the advantage going into halftime. The halftime score, KCB 5, Menengai Oilers 0.
It doesn't look like there's been any substitutions, but I think that one of the players who was very happy to hear that halftime whistle was Bob Muhati. He had done a lot of work, especially on that chase down the line. I hope he's caught his breath during the halftime break.
Well, we don't know if he's caught his breath. Kicked long and deep. Manuel Opondo, reliable as always. Floyd cutting down against the grain. Floyd looking to race the defenders. Sati goes up, passes it hard, gone into touch.
Good defense there by the Menengai Oilers. Feeding off the crowd there, the energy. Still a one try difference between the two. It's everyone's game to play this second half. Speaking of substitutes, I don't think I have seen Elvis Olukusi get a minute or two off the pitch.
Well, we've had Osaba Bora and Bora Saba, but I think so far the last 2 weeks from substitutions I've seen, what is that? I would argue Coach Mwanja has done a good balance spreading across game time across his team. But you're right, I think Olukusi, I've not seen him. I think he's played every minute for the last 2 tournaments.
Yes, he has. That short routine at the front there, working rightfully for Oilers. Daniel Kipchirchir is shaking. That is Floyd Wabuire versus Havoli. Havoli winning that battle.
The blind looked opportunity. There was a blind opportunity there, I thought.
Yes, there was an opportunity, but there is always an opportunity until it's gone.
Until it's not an opportunity.
Yes, that's a high tackle there. Referee playing an advantage. Philip Okeo kicks behind. He knows there's nobody home. An advantage being played. An advantage not gained there. Oilers have that high tackle, courtesy of Olukusi's high tackle. Oilers with a penalty.
Just a 1 score difference here. If Oilers get a score here, I think they'll get some confidence.
Yes, they need confidence. And they will elect to go for the scrum down. Once again, looking to bring that battle 1v1. Maura there feeding the scrum. They come down this side once again. Open blind. You wouldn't know where they're fashioned to go, but they eventually fashion that ball backwards. Philip Okeo with some hot potato ball to handle. Steps Elvis Olukusi in, out. Havoli needs all the pace, but knows very well that the defensive line and the defense plus the touchline were involved in that tackle.
I did say, Walter, that he's one of the best defensive scrum-ups. Asati put in the shoulder there and got the player out into touch.
Also, you can see that he was aware of the threat and went down that channel quickly to shut it down. Such awareness, the ability to know where the threats are. And at that instance, he was the sweeper and made that tackle successfully.
Well, it was a good tackle, a good defense there from Asati, but I think there was an opportunity there for a bit more evasive play from the Oilers attacker. They still have the ball here. There's still a threat here, Walter, as
ball not straight, okay? Just off the
I think the referee says not straight line out.
Yes, he says the lineout wasn't straight. KCB guilty of giving away that opportunity 5 meters out. An opportunity here for Menengai Oilers to draw the game or maybe take the lead if they do score close enough to the H.
I think they look good enough here to contest here. Oilers have come to contest this one, but they look really, really good as far as the attack is concerned. They look dangerous. I hope they can string the passes here. Looks like a knock on.
KCB were always going to challenge for that try time. Oilers, we have the benefit of the replay. It's a try awarded. Arturo confusing Sami Mwaura. There you see, there was a slight bubble there, but the scrum was also not doing them a favor. It was shaky. Samuel Mwaura there getting the 5-pointer for the Oilers side, leveling up the scores. Hopefully this conversion by Dennis Abukuse sails wide.
Eventually Mohati was substituted there. Remember the KCB were dominating the scrums in the first half, but Oilers have done some really good adjustments in that one. And by the way, that adjustment made a difference in that scrum, because when Oilers had their own scrum in the first half, KCB was really disruptive. But this time they were able somehow, not sure that it was substitution of Mohati being off the pitch, but they got the ball back and scored.
Yes, the changes there. Ball travels 10. Manuel Opondo goes back the blind. He knows quite well the numbers are situated down that line. Philip Okeo, the last-ditch defense. There's no clear release there. The referee gives KCB an opportunity. They'll be asking for a scrum down, if I'm not wrong, or probably going for touch or tap and go. They have 3 options. They've asked for a scrum down. Looking to create an opportunity for Floyd or Festus, or even Emmanuel Opondo, or even probably Samuel Asati, who could snipe from that base of the scrum. Samuel Musiori Asati, an alumni of Cardinal Tunga Masocho. Floyd Obure tackled high. Referee didn't see the high tackle there. Samuel Asati has clear ground and will probably swing that ball. Swing it and give it.
Yeah, the free space player, because it was Oilers' hand that took it back. Walter, for those who didn't watch the Deep 7s last weekend.
Try time. KCB. That is Vincent Onyala with his trademark run, making it look so easy. Onyala says, thank you so much. Picks up the ball from the rack there, goes. No defender. The pillars had collapsed. Grounds it so classily. That is KCB at the very best. The conversion is unsuccessful. Time still on the clock. Referee knows that this probably could be the final play. We do also know that time has run out, so this is indeed final play. So this is what Oilers need. They need to score now or play in the third and fourth playoff game.
It's a free kick.
Perfect opportunity.
With the buzzer gone, we're having an interesting end to this game. Need to be patient here when the guy realizes.
Steve Arunga goes into contact. Maura swinging it to Kipchirchir, who has pace. Kipchirchir is quite fast, but KCB have other ideas. You could go around, but you can't go through them. KCB strong on defense. Full-time scores, KCB 10, Menengai Oilers 5.
But I do appreciate players have to try the opposite man. And I do appreciate you have, as a winger, the likes of Kipchirchir. You do have to try and get outside your man, but with the buzzer gone there, perhaps you could have stayed in. As opposed to all the way to the edge, it's really frustrating when the player at the edge gets stuck on the touch. But so that's the outcome. It was a close one, that one, compared to the other semi-final that we had. It's the same suspects that we had in Mombasa in the final. KCB will take on Strathmore Leos.
Yes, KCB will take on Strathmore Leos. I repeat, all the final at the coast. It is an important step for the two league leaders, 1 and 2, still maintaining the pace up top.
Yeah, I keep going on this way. I think the two teams will run away. Should be an interesting final. Should be interesting to see what Coach Willis Foxy Ojala has adjusted to his team this week. They looked good. They did lose a game yesterday, but they've come very strong today. And it'll be interesting to see that final between what is obviously now the two runaway teams in the National 7 circuit.
Well, finalists, KCB making their way to the final once again. It means that last weekend was no fluke.
Yes, if you look at that outcome, it was quite close in the end versus Oilers here. I think Oilers still had an opportunity. I could teach him the last play there, good button to touch. If he stayed in, who knows what would have come out. But yes, I think this is it. These are the two best teams so far. Two finals, same teams. I think there's little to argue with that.
Yeah, it's quite tough, a tough one to argue with what you can be able to see. MSC will definitely be looking to go home with a bit of silverware. Boniface had Litoro on the outside, decided not to use Litoro. Ken Fry, Dieki. Ken Fry. Lawrence Ndumu. They fashioned out an opportunity. Nai kicks a grabber for Litoro. And the touchline there not being so friendly to the man. Stallions relegated to the Division 2 category. Mombasa the same. But here is an opportunity to finish with a podium conversation. It's a knock on there. Referee allows play to continue. Mombasa shifting gears. Kicking behind, and the chase being led there by Mombasa Sports Club. Collins Amayo, and that is a knock-on.
There's a turnover there by Stallions, but eventually they did knock on. Amayo just caught there as he tried to find it to the try line. It's a good turnover by Stallions, but unfortunately they knocked on.
The knock on there denying Mombasa that opportunity. Mombasa come down the open. A lot of ground to go into. Mayo tackled, loses it forward. Probably wanted to deceive the referee that he had released, or he was releasing. That was a knock-on.
I wasn't convinced either.
He was off his feet, so...
Now there's no tackle. Release that when there's a tackle. So just play on there. Just control that ball.
Ken Fry. These gentlemen are attacking from deep, the Stallions. Offside. Free play. Lawrence Nungu wraps around. Litoro. Another switch.
That was now necessary to release Lavin.
Yes, it was a strong counter coming through there. Referee was playing an advantage initially.
Mombasa have used this counter-attack in the other previous games, especially Harrington Mbaka there and Malenya. Usually make life very difficult for teams when when they get a ruck and the two of them are in there.
Doty. That's a knock on offside. Trying to hit that strong running line by Brian Ondieki. They lose the ball forward.
But I'm challenging teams to review how they play out of the 22. They do take some risks. It's fine, it does pay off. But I'm challenging.
Try time. Mombasa Sports Club. Bundled over. And that is the first try of the game for Mombasa Sports Club. Stallions really guilty of giving away that opportunity. And Mombasa good enough to take it and convert.
Look, I have no problems teams playing out of the 22 or out of the 5 meter. We did see a 95-meter try by Mwamba. Strathmore are also very good at it. But I think they need to look at the statistics. Each team must look at the statistics. How well do they execute that? If the percentage is low, I would argue perhaps they need to reconsider playing out of their 5 meter. If I say that, they penalize the game. What do you think, Walter? I mean, you're under pressure, a couple of meters away from your tie line. You try to play out. It's not disrespect to the defending team, but it requires you to have really clean, crisp passing. And in this case, Stallion, this is the second time of asking, and they've made another error.
Yes, they're guilty of giving away those opportunities to Mombasa. In that case, that was an obstruction play. Kipski Emmanuel caught there, running through the same channel that Kenfra Mnai was intending to go into. Once again, they go down the open, fashion it backwards. Mombasa strong there. Pass backwards, but lost forwards. Ezra Mumbo bundled into touch, but he had passed it backwards. Lucky enough, Stallions knocked that ball.
Yeah, Kelvin Cheko just coming around across a little bit. Looked like he squeezed space there for Ezra, but again, another error from Stallion gives Mombasa another opportunity.
Dennis Njaguru fills the scrum. Check it there, taking on Stallions defense, looking to hold the player up. Floated, looking to play with the touchline. Ball is knocked backwards. Oh, they had the try line in front.
Oh, it looked easy to score that one.
As Boniface needed to come back in against the grain. Looking to set the platform there. Mombasa has to release. That's a penalty. No clear release. Quickly tapped. Kenfra Mnai is tackled. No 10 meters. It should be a yellow card offense. And the referee rightfully goes to his pocket. Cynical play there. Should have allowed the attacker to at least gain 10 meters before you make contact. Serving his man is Dennis Njaguru from the Mombasa Sports Club rugby team. It's a scrum here. Kenfry as a whole open side full length of the pitch to work with. It's a matter of execution. Brian Ondieki will be looking for Litoro on the outside. Litoro picks that low-hanging pass. Takes Mombasa backwards, Stallions forward. Can Fry. He'll probably look to step his way to the try line. Referee is playing an advantage, an offside encroachment there by Mombasa Sports Club. Tapped quickly. That is an advantage once again. Mombasa not retreating 10 meters. This probably looks like they are slowly getting into the referee's yellow card territory. Remember, they are serving a yellow card as we speak, as Dennis Jagur still is in the sin bin. Can Fry shows, passes out wide. That ball is knocked on. That is halftime. Mombasa Sports Club 7, Stallions 0. Second half. Long hanging wristed, traveling the required 10 meters. Stallions, Shamala, Jackie Brad, placing that ball in the air. And knocking it forward. It's another opportunity that has gone begging.
Yeah, I think Dolores there had one eye on the tackler coming in, or the tackle coming in. He had to jump for that ball. And he would have received something on his ribs.
Kicked, touched. Another kick, advantage over there. Another knock on. And an easy run in there. Referee will be consulting. For that, I'd give a clean bill of health there as Collins Amayo.
I think that's a try. That is a try. Or it should be at least a try. There's a knock on there from Stallions. That should be a try. It's good prudence there by the referee to consult. He wasn't sure. Eventually the outcome is what we thought it would be. Even though Mombasa missed out on the extra points.
Yes, they do. The ball was touched into touch. Stallions electing to go for the scrum down. Still enough time on the clock.
Yeah, I think this is good enough time. If passes can stick for Stallions. They just had too many errors. Sometimes enforced. And that pass, they're just lucky that the Mombasa player touched it. He looked to be under pressure. The passes can stick, yes, Stallions. They're good enough, Stallions. Remember, they're ranked 9th in driftwood. The passes just need to go to hand.
Zulik Buyuni goes to the races quite fast. Zulik will take them to the races. He'll run them down. He'll go round. That's it. Try time. Stallions. Zulik Buyuni using his pace on the outside there to run them down. MSC. Zulik Buyuni there. Stepped back, grounded, got hit late. Got hit late there.
Yeah, it was a simple pass in the end. As Ndugu makes that conversion attempt. Good kick, but doesn't go in. The changes do come in from Mombasa Sports Club. Harrington Baka leaves the pitch. Coming in there, it looks like Dennis Jaguru, I think, is coming, yes. I didn't say if the passes just go to hand, their Stallions, they're good enough, they're a decent side. At least at this level, they're a decent side.
Yes, they're a decent side. On any day, they could take on anyone. It's just that level of quality that probably they'd be looking to achieve in the next seasons as they exist. Very young team. It's a turnover. Tackler now needs to release. Lawrence to Mosh to Brian. Brian again, Mosh. It's a penalty. A reprieve there, an offside.
It is a reprieve, but because the passes again not going to hand. It's a good wraparound play there, but unfortunately because the pass, rather the player didn't look. So the waiting of the pass wasn't good enough. But lucky for them, they did have an advantage here. I think it was a knockout.
They had an advantage. A good advantage. One that they can use to strike now. Shamala. Feats. It's a good line there by Zulik Buyuni coming off his wing. Good shot. Shamala needs to send it out. Brian Omosh. Zulik. Zulik looking to run around that sideways run. Very, very expensive there, losing that ball forward. Swinging it sideways, not making ground, moving forward. And they're guilty of giving away that opportunity. Let it go.
Mombasa have 51 seconds on the clock to make this count.
Yeah, again, passes to the floor. But it's good defensive effort there from Mombasa. I think it was Vinto Malenya who had a good shot there and was good enough to organize his defense after that. Even I did say earlier that they do contest racks, this Mombasa, especially Malenya and Baka, and this time they milk a penalty.
Yes, they milk a penalty there. Not shoving straight. Players standing up in contact. Mombasa looking for touch, hoping for touch, and finding touch.
That was a really good touch finder from Mombasa.
Yes, it was a good touch finder. It's time now to execute the line out. Stallions have this one last opportunity. They have to contest this. They can't let Mombasa get a free throw. They have to contest.
They do have to contest because Malenya takes his time to get the line out. All they have to do is just catch this one. Malenya then taps it back.
The ball didn't travel.
Which they can knock on. Doesn't matter
knock on. The players have to roll. Just lucky enough.
Yeah, don't mind Mombasa.
That could easily have been a penalty. They knocked it on. They didn't release. The advantage wasn't played. But the referee, Saidi Kenya, gives Mombasa something to smile about at full time. MSC Rugby 12, Stallions 5. Coming up next, we have Zetech Oaks coming up against the Daystar Falcons in what is a challenge trophy. Final. Daystar Falcons donning the Mwamba kit. The color clash playing parts in that decision. Varsity affair right here at the Nakuru Athletics Club, who are celebrating 100 years. Of course, many thanks for joining us. Thank you so much for everybody who's tuning in. Remember, the big final later on today will be KCB taking on Kabras Sugar. And speaking of KCB, passing my shout outs and of course recognition to all the fans for both sides who are watching this game from at home, the comfort of their seats. Probably seated somewhere in a bar, church, or a marketplace. The games are live. You can just tune in on your phone and enjoy the SportPesa National 7 circuit.
Yes, also watching from London, UK, former Nyore and Impala and Simba's fullback, Vincent Mose.
Forgot to say he's also a Nondies legend.
He is also a Nondies legend, that's correct. A guest player, of course, for Nondies. Did play in the win versus the Uganda Legends in Kampala a couple of weeks ago. Hopefully we can convince him to visit us again in the return match, September 27th here in Nairobi.
Yes, the Nondies Legends return match between Kenyan Nondies Legends and of course the Uganda Legends means that is an opportunity for you to come out. Family friendly affair, try time. Daystar Falcons. Daystar Falcons going over for the opening try. Tony Ogoma there looking to add an extra 2 points. We're missing. Keragori will be kicking us off. Kicks it forward. It doesn't meet the required 10 meters. Ball goes into touch. Zetech Oaks promoted this weekend. They've survived the chop. That must be a very good sigh of relief as they head into the break.
They'll be happy with themselves this weekend. Have a good account to stay up. The two teams that played just before this, Mombasa Sports Club and Stingers, are the ones that go down. As we see that unfortunately knocked on there by Zetech.
But you meant Stallions. The ones who've gone down.
Yes, Stallions and Sports Club. I think it's both of them, right?
Yes, Mombasa Sports Club went down. Well, there are quite a number of teams that have gone down this weekend, and it's a break. They'll have time to go reset, retrain, re-strategize. It should be ready for the return of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. Sunday testing. Dego. Duncan. Ogoma. Obuya. Fast customer, that one. Chris Obuya. Enjoying his time. I talked about Chris last weekend at Driftwood Sevens. He's part of the gentleman we asked our listeners and our viewers to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I think it's good enough there for Kenya Sevens, at least in terms of the academy. Maybe you can say, if you can call it that, Kenya Sevens is really decent. He does score tries. Obuya is feisty, also gets his defense decent enough in defense, but he also does score good tries as well. Some good pace on him. He's a big lad. I won't be surprised if I see him being part of the training squad for Kenya Sevens.
Well, it would make a lot of sense to have such talent training there. And this, remember, is the platform to choose our national heroes, future national heroes. And this offers a platform for Shujaa to pick the current and, of course, the future. And so Chris and very many others will be raising their hands as high as possible for the selectors to have a glimpse of who or what they're made of. In the meantime, there we have Anderson Odor looking to feed that scrum. They're trailing Daystar by 10. Dego passing it, whipping it. The ball is lost forward. Losing the ball is Gilvan Shilibwa. Tony Ogoma now will be looking to stretch this Zetech Oaks defensive line. Well fed there. Kiragori comes round. The open side beckons. Obuya once again. Held high. Tricky customer. Players not 10 meters out. Pushing the pass. Duncan on the outside. Duncan good enough to finish that try time. Daystar Falcons. Duncan Olile getting this one slightly deeper into the bag. Daystar Falcons showing Zetech Oaks why they are a step higher in terms of the league that they play. Well, the Zetech Oaks were promoted into the Championship League this coming season, so Daystar Falcons have been promoted to Kenya Cup. You can see the disparity in terms of the quality, the physique. Also, you can see that well-conditioned boys from the Daystar Falcons. And those are the margins, really. Those are the small things that need to be ticked for you to compete amongst the big boys.
Conditioning is a real factor in this sport. It's a multifaceted sport, rugby. And you need a body that can deal with all those circumstances and all those facets of the game. And condition is not just the physical side of it, but also being able to manage the skills, not just not only just under pressure, but also when there's no pressure. And Zetech here are trailing Daystar. And I agree with you. I think I would agree with you from the conditioning perspective. Just from the naked eye, Daystar need to rather look to be better conditioned than Zetech.
Yes, remember this is the home of Patrick Odongo. Daystar playing Patrick Odongo less. You can see that difference from Driftroots all the way to Nakuru. The gap between having Patrick on the pitch and having Patrick off the pitch. Daystar Falcons, we couldn't say they're struggling, but a bit of a gap to fill.
Any team that uses Patrick Odongo is poorer. He is a prolific try scorer. We are still holding his own here. He's doing his best, doing what he can. We are, but surely the form man, the man of the moment, Patrick Odongo would have added some real value to this team. But against Zetech here, even though they are Odongo-less, I would argue I think Daystar is still good enough, and the scores does show that.
Yes, they're good enough. That's why they're in the lead. Anderson kicks it 10, well taken in the air there, tackle though mid-air.
Yeah, I think Gilbert is guilty there of taking the man from the air. Lucky for him, didn't seem that dangerous.
Eddie Ombugu looking for touch. And successfully getting the touch on the far side. Today marks the start of the Chan football tournament in Nairobi. What are your thoughts about hosting this prestigious event in Nairobi and of course sharing it across East Africa, Uganda and Tanzania involved?
But after about 3 failed attempts, if I'm not mistaken, finally Kenya gets to host this wonderful, wonderful tournament that looks at local talent within the continent. And we do host the AFCON, if I'm not mistaken, as well, in 2027. So this looks like a dress rehearsal. From the pictures I've seen, I haven't visited the stadiums. They look in magnificent shape, those stadiums. Of course, they're broadcasted live on National Broadcasting Corporation. So I think this is really good for sport in Kenya, showcasing not just our ability to compete. Of course, everybody will be behind the Harambee Stars. The new coach, Ben McCarthy, who knows a little bit about winning. We'll all rally behind them, but I think it's a wonderful opportunity for Kenya to host sporting events. For Rugby Safari Sevens has been a good tournament over the years. Finally, we get an African tournament as is from the football side of world standards. We've had some in the perhaps junior level, but this is really good for Kenya. And hopefully Harambee Stars gives a good account of themselves.
Well, everybody else
supporting the Harambee Stars is hoping that they give themselves the advantage of playing at home and their performances to match the fact that they are playing at home. Try time for Daystar Falcons. Obuya, confident. You can see from his running, he is quite a talent. Conversion is successful.
No pressure, Walter, to Coach Bling in terms of selection. No pressure for him and his technical team here, but it'll be interesting to see some of the new players that come through out of the series from this year. And I think a lot of players, a lot of people, a lot of viewers here won't be surprised to see Chris Obuya in amongst them.
Yes, we wouldn't be surprised to see Chris Obuya there. And that is exactly what the local 7th circuit is all about, unearthing the next stars.
Scrum here for Zetech. Good defensive scrum there from Daystar, but the referee says they're not shoving straight.
Noon.
Is Noor playing scrum or full time?
Noon is multi-talented, Oscar. He's tall, he can play at lock if need be, but he's also very good with his skill set. Well, Noon is that talent that you see on the pitch, and you'd want that talent to flourish. His story might not be told at the moment, but just like one Monate Akwe, Joseph Noon is on the right path, especially having joined Zetech, most probably for an education there. This is a good choice.
Yeah, well, some of the players you say that they are a victim of their own success. When you're multi-talented, it just makes the referee, I beg your pardon, the coaches sort of fix you everywhere.
That was Sunday. Racing for contact. No defense down the blind. Looking to exploit that channel. And that is try time. Daystar Falcons. The Falcons, ladies and gentlemen. Arnold Agonda. Getting that 5-pointer in the bag. Daystar now cruising towards the final whistle.
Some tired bodies out there at this time of the tournament, at this stage of the tournament.
Yes, tired bodies. Everyone craving for that full-time whistle, the final whistle of the day. The players have served us a lot of entertainment over the last 2 days. Understandably that they could be tired. The game of sevens takes its toll. It's quite challenging. It's quite a big pitch for 7 people to defend, playing over the last couple of days.
The fitness does improve as you get deeper into the series, but it also gets harder for some. Zetech coming from Division 2 and then straight up playing the big boys who have been around for a while, so they will be struggling. I think they've done well, decent enough. I do see some good wraparound play here from Daystar University.
Yes, manipulating the space there, coming round. creating that illusion that there is an extra number there. But they lose it forward. Next up, we have the 5th place final. Kenya Harlequins taking on Nakuru. Seconds ticking. Time has run out for Zetech to get something out of this. Not sure what Daystar Falcons are up to. Probably one more move before they call it a day here. Meanwhile, at Kasarani, Harambee Stars have taken the lead, barring any VAR issue. It's right time. Daystar on the pitch here. They were intending to finish on a high, and they did. The Falcons sharpening their claws. They've risen highest. They've done the job. Full-time scores. Daystar Falcons, ladies and gentlemen, your Challenge Trophy finalists and winners. Falcons 39, Zetech Oaks 0. The two sides bow out of this year's event. It was a final. Thank you so much to both sets of players. Zetech and the Daystar Falcons have entertained us, the likes of Obuya. We've seen revelation. We've seen the future of the Daystar Falcons right in front of our eyes. And now time, ladies and gentlemen, for 5th place action. And the 5th place battle is between the hosts, Nakuru Rugby Club, coming up against Kenya Harlequins. Kenya Harlequins looking to finish strong. Nakuru looking to finish strong. Podium finish wouldn't be bad for the hosts. Neither would it be a bad result for Kenya Harlequins. You can only win what is ahead of you. Take it fast. Tunnel backwards. Usha Wangila asked to make the tackle. Goes high. Referee should be playing. Penalty there. I'm not so sure about that. Should have been penalty the other way. Musami kicks behind. Nakuru retreat. They kick the ball dead. That is a 5-meter scrum. Under pressure, Ali. And opting to kick the ball into touch. Really welcome back.
Yeah, thank you, Walter. Both these teams met yesterday. The top of the table clash. Nakuru trying their best but ran out of time. Quins were holding the pressure. emerging victorious in that one. Opportunity for Nakuru just to get even with Harlequins here.
The foot race here. Advantage was over there. Ramadan Masinde not able to pick that ball. It was a low-hanging pass. A difficult pass to pick with motion or on motion. Kenya Harlequins losing that 5-meter attacking opportunity. But once again accorded an opportunity 7 meters into the Nakuru half or 5. The line out is fed. Sami moves forward. That is not a ruck. Players off their feet. Wainaina, Wangila. Risho Wangila has been very strong for Kenya Harlequins. Let's really talk about him because he looks like he is ready for this. Referee allows play to continue. Nakuru stood there for a minute. The ball went backwards. And that is a try for Kenya Harlequins. Ramadan Masinde alive to pick up the pieces and grounds the ball. Eli, I was talking about Risho Wangila. He looks to be in the best of conditions in terms of his physical ability, and most importantly, in terms of his game awareness. You can see him driving Kenya Harlequins forward. Besides the likes of Musami, Wainaina, and you have Matthew Ouma on the wing, and the world, of course. Risho Wangila has really stood up.
Yeah, you're not far away from the truth. Wangila really the go-to person for Kenya Harlequins when they want to up the ante. And he has been solid for them. He's been a reliable pair of hands, and he's taken his opportunity here to ensure that he seals that number in the starting 7 for Kenya Harlequins. Nakuru, of course, their fans have been quieted here, as Harlequins are not giving any space to them to work with. A bit of tired legs, of course, last match of the day for both teams, but Nakuru still have to give their home fans something to cheer about as they go in here, offloading in the tackle. Felix just going through and offloading again, and finally the home fans have something to cheer about as Strathmore person touches down. A well-deserved try.
Yes, a well-deserved try. Good offloading skills there. Started off by Felix. Floated to Cyprian Ombaso. And that picture perfect dive there. I'm sure, did he even grab that ball?
Just barely within the try area. But he has earned the right to touch it down as he feels fit.
Well, Quins 7, Nakuru 5.
Yeah, going at it, Herman Tongs, even as for the title here, for the 5th place title. Both teams wanting to garner as many points as they can. With 4 more legs to go. Every point counts in this circuit. Felix, of course, going high for that one. Doesn't recover it, looks to have come out worse, and it looks like very winded there, but play goes on. Action is away from him as he steps back in. Harlequins going all the way. Now he has support on both sides. Good defensive play there, but Lucky Dewal picks up the pieces. Goes to score for Kenya Harlequins' 2nd try of the match.
Lucky there with that bounce. Oh, yes. It was defended well, tapped backwards, but the bounce was favorable, falling into the breadbasket of Lucky Dewald Human, who goes over for Kenya Harlequins' 2nd. Patrick Wainaina adding the extra 2. That is Kenya Harlequins 14, Nakuru RFC 5. Felix Okoth still reeling from that attempted take in the air there, falling awkwardly, receiving medical attention. Signal to the bench is I am okay to continue, and Felix is back to the defensive line. Long, deep restart. Getting that restart is Bonaventure Opande. Javan Otieno shakes the attentions of Lucky. Referee playing an advantage for offside. Options on the outside. Bonaventure stops, goes. Bonaventure has wheels in his red headgear. Should do the job. Try time. Nakuru RFC. Created by Bonaventure, finished off by Bonaventure. That is his trademark.
Bonaventure was like a deer caught in the headlights there. If you notice from that particular play, there are 4 Nakuru players in that set piece. So when the ball went to him, he was outnumbered, and he had to play what was ahead of him. First thought of coming back in, but the gap just opened and he went ahead and finished it.
He has finished quite well there. It's halftime here at the Nakuru Athletics Club. Nakuru AFC trailing 2 points. As we see the conversion there. A halftime score, ladies and gentlemen. Quins 14, Nakuru 12.
Off for the second half. Nakuru RFC puts it high in the air. Venture Opande, and that was a good contest. Referee calls it for touch, and ball seemed to have been played by the Harlequins into touch. Therefore, that one becomes put in the line out for Nakuru RFC. Nakuru, of course, seeking to take this 5th place and reward their home fans for coming out in numbers, huge numbers, I must say, to support them. As we see there, another step by Bonaventure, getting into the gap there. High tackle, and referee plays advantage. Step back in by Javan Otieno. Then they recycle it out wide. Felix Okoth, show and go, and a long pass that is knocked on by Victor Matiko. The referee was playing advantage. They head quickly back to the mark. Key thing for Nakuru here is to appreciate the territory that they are in and try and fashion something that can reward them. Harlequins, of course, just called into the scrum, compressing the pitch here, creating space out wide for the backs to utilize. Harlequins still in the lead by 2 points as they make some changes. You can see they're coming in for Nakuru, for Harlequins. Amon Wamalwa immediately goes into the scrum half duties. Rival has moved to the center as Harlequins shake up the lineup a bit here. Ball goes out from the scrum, safe and secure there. Venture out to his Daystar. He steps back in off his left and steps and again needs immediate support there. Kabarak. Venture just puts it out. Javan shows to go, attempts and dummies the kick. Immediately gets support. Running straight in. Opens up the Quins defense with a man out wide, Felix Okoth, but that pass didn't go to hand. In fact, went behind Felix Okoth. Still made good of it. A look to pass beyond the defender and trying to offload the tackle. Referee says no advantage. Nakuru trying all that they have within their arsenal. Break past Harlequins defense. And they once again call for a scramble. Changes being made there on the Nakuru end. In comes Edwin Anunda and Josephat Nyunje straight into the thick of the actions in the scrum down. Javan Otieno has been a mainstay for Nakuru with ball in hand. Seems to me that the best option is to go to the shorter side here, but they come back to the open side. Javan just takes his time to think, and in the confusion that arises in the Harlequins ranks, gain some few meters, just short of the try line here by 1 meter or so. Good territory here. Patience required from Nakuru as they look to score another one. That pass would have been better, but still an opportunity to score here as he steps back in, steps again, and goes over for Nakuru's third try of this particular match. Kabarak. And fans are up on their feet, acknowledging that this is what they had. Look forward to trying to catch up and surpass Kenya Harlequins. Basically no time on the clock here. This will be a gut-wrenching punch for Kenya Harlequins and a sweet revenge for Nakuru after their loss to Harlequins yesterday. A good way to sign off the 5th place. Conversion is good. Nakuru hit the front with a full 7 points, 19-14. As you see, that goes all the way to Habakkuk, and he steps the first one. Then steps again, leaving the defender clutching at straws. Still enough time on the referee's clock for a restart. And Harlequins being given an opportunity here by a missed kick. What an error from Nakuru RFC from that kick-off. The world is not waiting here. Steps, tries to manipulate the defense, a back-in pass to Amon Wamalo, who is a very tricky customer. But Nakuru are on him, making him lose around 7 meters in that tackle, shoving him. Of course, he doesn't have the biggest of the bodies. Now, danger times here for Nakuru. The inside supporter should be at hand to assist Kabarak, and he does so as Harlequins now come into the red zone, passing out to their right here. Danger times here for Nakuru, coming back on a cut, on a switch. Referee calls it offside call here, and they go out wide. Comes in on a hard run, a hard angle, and Harlequins just about a meter from the try line. The ref called it as a maul. Now tackle completed, ball is on deck. Harlequins here really sniffing, try line in sight. Finally Nakuru ran out of bodies to defend. Pick and go around the fringes of that rack, and Kenya Harlequins hit back right at the death of this game. Really enterprising game. Nakuru, the fans left speechless, the fans left quiet here, while we were thinking that Harlequins had just lost the match. They composed themselves. and score crucial points there. And now the game is tied, 19 all. Who would have scripted this? But the signs were there from yesterday's game, which was really close, 15-12 at the end of it. And the same teams gifting us with another thrilling encounter here as Basso offloads there. Bonventure just looking at his options, elects to cut back in, wise decision. That track is properly contested and turned over by Kenya Harlequins. Now they need calm minds here. They need calm minds, just reset after turning over possession. Look for your options, look for your runners. They go to the left where they have numbers. Ball in hand, and he kicks and chases. This, if goes to hand, will be tall order for Nakuru to defend. The hooter has sounded here. That should be the end of the game. Go to extra time, 19 all. Kenya Harlequins and Nakuru serving us a thrilling match here. First sudden death that we are going into the knockout stages of day 2, Prinsloo Sevens. 1 minute break, then we resume for the extra time. Really at the end of it all, quite difficult for both sets of players. We are off in the extra time. Nakuru kicking us off. Bonventure puts it high up and Nakuru recover that ball, but they have to secure it against the onrushing defense from Kenya Harlequins. Go to take that ball, pops out of that track. Felix Okoth, given a very hard pass to contend with, does well to retain it and dummies for an overhead pass. Still retains it and Javan Otieno dishes it out. Really a bit of loose passes there from Nakuru. Remember, this one will just require any score. Too tempting there for Kenya Harlequins. Went for it and the referee says no, the rack was already formed, using his hands there and getting penalized for it. And Nakuru clearly going for territory here. They only want to play and mess in their own half. Short of Harlequins 22. Retain possession. You can see there Amon Omalo just trying to reason out with the assistant referee that was excess yardage given to Nakuru. Javan Otieno. Really worrying times here, anxious moments for both teams. Execution is very key here. Tired bodies after 2 days of dummies there, and just attracts attention of Kenya Harlequins defender Javan Otieno. Goes on the loose to the left. But enough defenders from Harlequins there bundling him into touch. Ref penalizes Harlequins for not releasing in the tackle. His knee was already on the ground, and they proceeded to push him out, and the emotions getting high here between Amon Wamalwa and Javan Otieno, and this referee just watching to see what happens. One gets a feeling that somebody will go to the scene here if they're not careful. Such an extended brawl doesn't end well. That is what you get when things are very hot, when any small mistake will lead to the end of the match.
Start with the scrum.
Ref being lenient there and just telling both sets of players we don't need any of that. Players, fans have come here to watch the real action, the ball in hand, both attack and defense. Javan Otieno played all of the minutes that Nakuru have had here. Again, that scrum needs to be steady. Kenya Harlequins have to take the hit. You can see they're already wheeling to the left, trying to make that ball messy. Of course, Jan Remke, the loose prop side of it. Pick and go there, trying to manipulate the defense. Worrying times, they go for the kick pass, and now steps back in. Duval just at hand as the inside defender to attack and save that. Quins turn it over and kicks it out just to ease pressure. Yeah, I don't see what the contest was there from the Nakuru players, because the play was within the 22. There was no straight out call there. A clear call for line out at the 40 meter mark, still within Kenya Harlequins half. We have less than just barely over a minute to play for this first half extra time. Start going to the rule book, tournament rule book, just to get clarity for you on what happens in the event that they go the full extra time. Still on the same scores. Tired bodies, but they have to pull themselves back. And Javan goes to the backyard of Kenya Harlequins, but Amon is good for it. Chases it down all the way and kicks it into touch, getting himself injured. He was carrying too much momentum, goes straight into the advertising boards there. And we really hope that he is fine, because those boards are not designed to crumble under pressure. They have some solid foundation behind them, and that impact, just hope that he survives that. Not a bad option from Javan, so that the sweeper was up close to the defense line and decided, let's put it to a foot race. Bounce of the ball can come into play in such cases, and that can just favor you. Again, it's also down to the will and the desire to win it. Chasing down a ball like that after so many minutes of playing in the extra time game of sevens, the muscles are aching. The lungs just require more oxygen, and it takes a lot of fitness and mental will to stay in the game. Having a break here just to decide whether Amon is coming back or not. The referee just consulting with his assistant referees here to see if he does go on or not. And Amon Amalwa, thank goodness, comes back in after treatment. Duval takes over the kicking duties and puts it deep into Nakuru's half. We are almost out of time here for the first extra time. Referee says there's no effect there for the players who are attempting to go and tackle Kabaku Kouma, but he isolated himself, and a quick tap and go here for Kenya Harlequins. Danger signs for the home side. numbers out wide, but the pass not going to hand, curtailing the momentum that Kenya Harlequins had, able to regather that ball and reset it. These might require some form of individual brilliance if any team has to score here. Advantage being played for a high shot, high tackle there by Nakuru. Just consulting and seeing what to do about these options. Coming in for Kenya Harlequins, Matthew Ouma, and an attempted goal. Doesn't find its mark, and the game still goes on. That three-pointer would have been sufficient, but we've run short of time. First half of extra time is over. The direct swap, there is no time for the technical benches to come in. Referee signals for a direct swap of the teams. Welcome back, Oscar. Seems like we are in for the long haul here. Extra time, second half of extra time.
To end action minute by minute. Can't get your eyes off the screen here. One of the unfortunate thing about these kind of games that the team is just about to come in. Will have to stay out a bit longer.
Good retention there by Bonventure, and he's off to the races here. Amon Wamalwa waiting for him at the back end. And he doesn't utilize his support coming in from the side. Still retaining ball here. Referee says play on. Quick tap and go by Bonventure. He's really worked so hard today. That first man in, turning over the ball.
Over there by Kenya Harlequins. Quick on the ball, speed there, execution is critical in that situation. That is equally good speed of execution of a tackle.
Yeah, suicide pass to Lucky Dival there. Harlequins just lucky to retain that ball because he had lined him up, and it was a fair tackle.
I see a box kick here, and indeed one is executed. I was just saying earlier here, Oilers, I think Stallions are ready to come in. They finished their warm-up protocols, ready to kick off about 10 minutes ago. But now they have to sit out there, and this is where the SNC, the Strength and Conditioning coaches, earn their keep. They have to be creative now. Some leg swings maybe.
Yeah.
Out there.
Really at risk of getting into the match cold here.
This is really wonderful for the tournament, for the home side, fighting all the way to the end here against Kenya Harlequins.
Yeah, they have to give their supporters something to go home with. The 5th place is up for grabs here, and who would have scripted this to go as far, as deep as it has gone into, showing that both teams value the points on offer, finishing 5th. Nakuru with the put in at the line out. Felix, of course, recovering that well, and they attack out wide, looking to change it back in. There's a loop around there, but the execution of the pass slows down the attack, giving Quins enough opportunity to just come back and organize their defense. Again, just Javan electing to go for the chip and chase, and that looks like it's gonna be a try. Short, just short.
It's just short there. I think. No, it's taken back. It's taken back. So the referee says no. It's not. I'm sorry. I think when Diwal tried to field the ball earlier, he knocked out. So the referee was playing advantage there from Nakuru.
Yeah, and
the play was held up on the line.
Yes, they did manage to ground it. Advantage play there, as you can see. Watch out just to see what happens here. Didn't have the opportunity to stretch out and score.
Yeah, cover defense there by Kenya Harlequins. I've been really impressed with their defensive play, Kenya Harlequins, the entire weekend. And the Harlequins player gets underneath that on the tackle. That's really important on the line there. You must put all your limbs under that ball so that when he spins over, you make sure that he doesn't touch the white line.
Yeah, Javan Uteno damming to go to the right and comes back to the left and step back in. This should be a try, and it is. Habakuk Ouma steps back in, and finally Nakuru put down 5 points to complete and seal their 5th position.
The Nakuru Athletics Club erupts here in celebration. It's one step lower than the white Mombasa Nakuru Athletics, but to be fair to them, it's a good attempt there by German.
Yeah, Habakuk Ouma, strong carry there, gets it over the line. Lucky Diwal, not lucky this time.
And not having long enough limbs there. I've also been very happy with his defensive efforts. Unfortunately for Kenya Quins, Nakuru win this one.
Yeah, 24-14, 24-19.
Elijah, it's not 4th place like they did in Driftwood, but I'm sure they will be really proud of themselves to play 6 games all the way to day 2 here at the home ground. Absolutely.
Even as we wait for the next match, the 3rd and 4th playoff between the losing semi-finalists, Menengai Oilers and Catholic Monks.
The prize giving ceremony is immediate because of the delayed extra time. That was a really good final, Elijah. I hope it doesn't affect the next final here on the 3rd and 4th. If this is anything to go by, it's fantastic competition here between the 2 teams, Kenya Quins and Nakuru Athletic Club. Wanyore coming out tops on this one. They have been really good value, this team. As they celebrate their reflection calls and discharges. Fantastic final there, fantastic outcome for the home team. It's a good mood here to set us up for the next 3 games.
Indeed it is, and goes to show how teams value the opportunity just to compete at the tail end of the tournament, as demonstrated there by Nakuru, who are celebrating their 5th place finish.
Another Nakuru team coming up here, Elijah. Oilers fighting for the 3rd and 4th playoff.
Yeah, last time not so. They've gone one better. Last time they were playing for the 5th place. This time around, playing for the 3rd, for the bronze.
Yeah, they stopped over here with their across the road neighbors. And I think they play the Monks.
Yeah, they play the Catholic Monks, who in their first semi-finals, same as Menengai Oilers. In the grand scheme of things, Menengai Oilers will want a 3rd finish place here because of the remaining legs, and who knows what will happen against the competition in the remaining legs. Every point counts here. As we know, finishing 3rd here will give you 17 points, and 4th will give you 15 points. So something to look forward to, something to fight for.
Monks have improved this weekend, and so have Oilers. They have been really, really competitive as Monks kick off here for this one.
Yeah, Monks take us deep into Oilers 22. A good territorial gain there for them because they immediately apply pressure on Oilers, pinning them in their 22. And Oilers have to work hard to get out of it. Some 75 meters to go before they can actually score anything. Going about it well, moving it from one touchline to another, using both sides of the 15-meter channel, and then swinging it back, spreading the Catholic Monks defense, creating opportunities out wide with that dummy and loop pass, and going all the way. Abukuse going all the way to score Oilers' first try of this 3rd place play of the bronze match. Just taking his time, one of the unclean areas of rugby nowadays, waiting for the
Argentina did bring this situation into light more in the world of sevens rugby. And Mukuse, there's every right within the laws to wait for that defender. But I'm sure his teammates won't be happy with that conversion attempt because he hits the post after keeping Monks waiting for about 30 seconds. What should have been a simple conversion, he misses.
Yeah, I'm sure that wasn't scripted. That wasn't the way it was supposed to be. But good score early on. The first half, setting the pace, setting the tone for this one. And Catholic Monks have to know that they have to be competitive here. Don't risk a grabbing from Oilers, who are smarting from that tight semi-final loss to KCB. It was a 10-5 loss. It was really hard fought, and they have to pick themselves up and go for this bronze match. Not an easy thing.
Just in case you missed that call from the referee, the retreating player is supposed to be at least 1 meter radius of the tackle. It wasn't an interfered place. It was a penalty for Monks.
Linge there, dishing the ball out wide to Ambani Osundwa. Osundwa goes into contact. They're taking time here to consider their options. They go around the fringes. A carry there by Philip Walukana. Monks just identifying the shorter side as their area of attack and doing well just to retain possession here. Very solid with their racks, retaining possession and now creating enough space out wide to swing the ball. They need to carry it forward though to make any impact on the Oilers defense. Chickening pass there from Victor Mupere, not going to hand, therefore losing momentum in attack, and they keep going. Ulinge now going left to right on that one. Chip and chase there, advantage was over. And Mwaura doing enough just to stop them from scoring. There's a yellow card coming in.
I think the referee there said that the defender was not on his feet, so penalized him. But I think that it was cynical there, if I'm not mistaken. I think he interfered with play that Monks could take a quick ball, quick tap. It should be an easy, simple walkover try here.
Yeah, numbers to burn outside. Samuel Mwaura going to cool his heels for 2 minutes in the bin, costing his team 5 points there as Catholic Monks get themselves level with Oilers.
It's tempting when you're 5 meters out to take that ball and try to step back in and score the try, thinking you'll make the conversion easy. Very tempting. But the one where we can say there's almost a guarantee as long as the pass goes to hand, just take out the defender, send that ball out, and as you can see there, all players were just jogging in. Looks simple, but sometimes not easy to do. And then the kicker, as the kicker's work, does the conversion.
Yeah, Brian Nyamboku with a very sweet conversion there from the 15 meter, actually 5 meter mark there. And that is really good because it gives them the lead.
I know teams from Division 2 are also watching this. Everyone's watching this. Some up-and-coming players watching this. That's a good lesson there of utilizing your overlap and allowing the kicker to also utilize his skills. And you get a score of 7 here. As Oilers continue here trying to build up again some play.
Yeah, Oilers now have to make do with 6 players on the pitch. They have to be very smart about this. Just try and maintain possession at all costs, not giving Catholic Monks any possession while they're at 7. They have to play it smart. They have to be patient with ball in hand. They have to support one another. And as we say so, Abukuse goes into contact and knocks on the ball.
Not too smart there, but just unfortunately, I think it was unlucky, Abukuse, because they done really well there. Some running lines, show and go.
Yeah, and now, you know, it's 7v6 with a scrum down. They will have to sacrifice.
I'm interested to see how they defend this one, Elijah.
Very interesting. Their first choice is to ensure they have chosen not to put a scrum up.
Correct. And they've covered the field, but I think Oilers are shall I say, sufficiently intelligent enough here to cover this one. Quick breakout from the scrum there by the prop, so it's covered, but it's a good kick, good option here.
Off to the races here, just need some
That's
composure.
one-on-one, that's a one-on-one fight. Good one. Kabrak picked the ball, well done to that player. Can't get his number there. Oh, it's fantastic ball retention here by the Monks. Really, really good ball retention here by the Monks. They go back short side. This is not new. They do like to play the short side, the Monks.
Well, Victor Mpere carrying it to the short side, then giving it to Brian Nyamboki, who just sidesteps and keeps the defenders into that small channel. And then they swing it out wide, but the ball does not go to hand. But still, game is live here. Ball is live because they managed to kick and chase and scores for their second try. Catholic Monks dotting it down.
I apologize, viewers, if you had me demonstrating there, thinking the player, Monks had lost the opportunity with the pass going behind, not to hand. But I guess unfortunate for them rather, because the Oilers had few men in defense. They couldn't afford to go up there and contest that. So there was time to go back, pick the ball, kick behind, and score.
Yeah, Mulinge with that pass that went to ground, not Mulinge actually, but John Okoth was tempted to go for it because it was a loose pass.
Yes,
and that's where he got out of his defensive line. The conversion not successful, and halftime scores here called by the referee. Catholic Monks leading 12-5 in this bronze match.
Elijah, yesterday we did say that Monks are mixing it up quite a bit. They're playing all the sort of different variations of tactical variations of sevens rugby. They do a pick and go, which seemed a bit strange, but they did score a couple of tries using a pick and go. They do a couple of switches again, change of direction. They do a lot of kick and chase as well. And 2 tries almost, I think they've scored off kick and chase. Good awareness there by the Samuel Jawichire coach team.
Yes, we look forward to the second half. This is still tight. About kickoff for the second half in this bronze match between Menengai Oilers and Catholic Monks. Catholic Monks finishing strongly after Oilers lost Samuel Moura to the sin bin. They managed to score in that session, gifting them the lead here. Kickoff way deep into Catholic's 22, and immediately Moura comes back in holding the Catholics player, but still not succeeding Catholic Monks to retain that possession. It's a maul, unplayable.
Yes, good contest there by Kipchirchir. And then a couple of players in defense for Oilers to get that ball back. Deep kickoff. It was a deep kickoff, and they did get the ball back after holding the player up. And they get advantage. The advantage here, Oilers.
Yeah, advantage Oilers. They have to ensure that reset of that scrum is good for them to utilize this possession. Samuel Moura with ball in hand, and they have split their attack left and right of that scrum.
Yes, Oilers, Monks keeping it close, neat.
And immediately Philip Okeo comes to the right here,
this looks like
and he was unattended to just pull, attracting in the winger, leaving space out for Daniel Kipchirchir, and Oilers score their second try of this match, bringing the scores to 12-10. That was a simple one, Oscar.
And that was also intelligent service right there from Oilers.
Yeah.
They painted the picture here that they were making it difficult for the defense to make a decision which side they're going to go to. And I think again the scrum of this comes out to the ball and then creates a 3v2 there, and the ball goes to the hands. It's a simple try in the end.
Seen this move pretty much the whole tournament, and what's the best way to defend it? Because the scrum half has the ball, the fly half has the ball, you have your defense on the other side of the scrum. Who picks who?
I think it's a multi-layered defensive approach. I think this has to start with the scrum. There has to be a really disruptive scrum and try to make that difficult so that the scrum doesn't get an easy ball. And then the scrum also as well has to try and get some defensive pressure on the scrum half so it doesn't have to pick an easy ball to come around. And then hopefully then you can number up from there. So it's not easy, but I think that would be an approach I would take, make it really difficult at the scrum time.
Yeah, Oilers just kicking off and restarting, and Abukuse going into the air, retaining that ball, gifting Oilers with that possession. An attempted pass, short pass there. No, they spill that, knock it on, and Catholic Monks not getting any advantage from it. Ref calls it back for a penalty, not releasing in the tackle. A lot of good work done by Abukuse there, not getting the rewards as a knock-on in that play by Stephen Arunga.
I mean, it's an interesting tactic here. Some teams would look at this and say, if we're leading, with sort of 3 minutes to go, kick this to touch, perhaps it's a final. Maybe you're not too confident about their line out set piece. You know, play this game or play this particular play here some 30 meters down the field and then try and build it up from there. But they choose to take a scrum here. Maybe it's a sure bet for them to take a scrum. Let's see whether the Oilers will be disruptive in this scrum. That's what the defensive play start from.
Catholic Monks giving a good account of themselves. Remember yesterday in match day 1 against KCB, it was a close one, bringing it to 17-10. So Oilers had better be very wary about Catholic Monks. As we say so, Mulinge, very crafty player.
He's isolated Mulinge, but he does very well there. But Oilers keep coming. They think lost their feet. Oh, the referee says play on.
Yeah, referee plays it on. Says that there was contact in that rack while they were contesting it.
Good steal there.
Good steal there, eventually by...
Is it Brian Jamboki?
Yes, Jamboki. Now, players just weighing their options here.
Does he have the pace?
Yeah, he has the pace. He has the pace going all the way to score for Catholic Monks. A very popular try here.
Stephen Arunga looks like he was struggling there. He showed his face.
Yeah.
Arunga showed in his face that he was struggling to defend that one, giving confidence there to the Monks winger.
Yeah, Duke Monda just looked at Arunga's face and he knew he had his number.
Arunga, I'm sorry. I don't think Duke Monda should play poker, Elijah. Duke Monda should not join any poker table, because what he needed to do there is, even if he was struggling, to put a poker face, but he quickly showed his hand.
Yeah, and he lost on that one, and just Catholic Monks making it a meal of a fight here against Menengai Oilers.
I was saying Arunga is the one who should not play poker, because Monda read that very well.
17-10, stretching their lead. 7 points and a knock-on in that one, not going 10, and turning over possession immediately to Oilers. 1.5 minutes to go. Oilers, of course, really have enough arsenal to get into this and build that Ogeta coming in on a hard run.
I'm wondering why they didn't go deep that kickoff there.
Yeah, they should have gone deep and banked on their defense to put Oilers under pressure in their 22.
I thought so, yes, I thought so.
John Okoth with a lot of hard work to do here. Checks back in, secures possession, but like terrier dogs, Catholic Monks are all over them in that rack. Oilers able to pass it out, attacking on the other 15-meter builder. Ogeta just opting to come back as usual. First option when he has the ball and is held up here.
He's in trouble. Oh, no, he has to, just lucky for him, builder there.
Referee quite clear, shouts it that they should release him because his knees hit deck there. Here they go again, coming back in. Strong carry there by
Advantage now, offside.
Antonio
Yeah, there
Wino.
was a hit of offside. I'm just going to say, Elijah, there was a hit of offside here. Oilers struggling here to defend. They're creeping in offside. I think the referee is playing advantage here.
Yeah, Catholic Monks doing so well to retain their shape here in defense, and Oilers trying to go end to end here without any success, not making any impression on Monks' defense. And finally, the defensive efforts by Monks pays off. They have kept Oilers with only one option, going end to end, but not getting to penetrate Catholic Monks' defense.
And there was some good catch-up defense also from Monks. They took some risks there, and it paid off eventually because the referee was calling a couple of those advantage being offside.
Last play for me.
Yeah, and you know, with sevens, after 2 or 3 passes, you lose the advantage, especially if those ones called for the offside. And time is up. Seems like time is up. Wow, Catholic Monks walking away with the bronze against the second most popular side, Oilers. Oilers losing points here. Many had them as favorites, but ending up losing this one to Catholic Monks 17-10. Catholics finishing third, the Prinsloo Sevens.
The man of a cloth on a Sunday afternoon win this one. Really, really good improvement here from Catholic Monks. Coached very well here by Samuel Jawichre. Jawichre himself, the under-20 coach. I saw a little bit of his signature coaching style here on some of the tries they scored here. Where an overlap is an overlap, just commit your man and let the ball go, making the try look so simple. Job very well done here for by the Catholic Monks, beating Menengai Oilers.
Yeah, good job, Monks. Highest finish so far from Graham, even as we prepare for the next round of matches, the Division 2 finals. The Division 2 finals, beating Kabarak University against KU Blackblood. KU Blackblood, of course, were in Division 1 in the Driftwood leg, but then got relegated and had to go into Division 2 and fight it off for a chance to come back and grace the Christie Sevens Division 1.
Ideally, you'd say that Blackblood should have this one, but considering that NYS played Zetech University last weekend in Mombasa, NYS themselves not in this game.
Yeah, NYS were knocked out in the semi-finals, I believe, and Kabarak and KU, who were there in Mombasa. KU finishing with 3 points on 13th place, and Kabarak finishing 14th with 2 points, making their way, bidding for the opportunity to go back.
So it does show that the two top-ranked teams in the Division 2 have come out tops here to play in the final.
Yeah, as we see on your screens there, Catholic Monks walking away with their trophy, really, as we prepare for the Division 2 finals. getting ready to kick us off this match. Of course, there's a clash in kits here between Kabarak University and KU Blackblood. Last minute changes here on the kits they are wearing, and we'll just have to ensure that we know who is who, especially on the Kabarak, on the Blackblood side.
Well, these are the two teams that dropped off from the District 7s to go into Division 2. So it shouldn't be any surprise that they've come back here, because I'm sure the experience in Division 1 does help when you go to a division lower, or rather it should help. And I think in this case confirmed that it has helped.
Yeah, and it shows, because they are straight back into contention for Division 1 in Christie Sevens. Our next stop, the National 7 SportPesa circuit. And looking at it, you will not bet against either of the teams going in and staying there, just as Zetech Hawks have succeeded to do.
Aden Nur there with the ready to kick off.
Raising it high into waiting arms. Blackblood picks and goes to the blind side, but gets the attentions of Kabarak University here. Then they just go through the person, but that pass was very poor onto the head of the player there. It goes loose, turned over, and Kabarak now have an opportunity to attack here, going to the left and seeing that there's no one at the backside, but indeed there was, coming in and recovering that one. Ayeko. Again going to the blind side, that pass not going to hand Oscar these passes. Just curtailing momentum for teams.
Yes, I mean there's pressure there, good pressure from Kabarak. And the play, they got to take it quickly and score the try.
Yeah, as we say so, Kabarak University benefiting from that throw. Just quick enough. Playing heads-up rugby before KU Blackblood could settle in, going over for an easy try.
That seems to work sometimes. Quick penalty does work before the team sets itself up. Quick over try there. It's an overthrow.
Yeah, Teddy Washira benefiting at the end of that line out. And an attempted conversion. Not going in. So scores remain 5 in favor of Kabarak University.
That's actually Moses Jack with the kickoff. Initially I thought it was Nur. The lucky figure of a Jack there giving just the kickoff, but well taken again there by Blackblood.
Blackblood now pinned in their own 22. And that one is another spilled ball in a tackle. Kabarak really screening the Blackblood players here in defense quite well, benefiting twice now. Using defense pressure and then turning over the ball and pinning KU Blackblood in their 22.
I don't know, they are trying to do a kick over, but didn't work. They go back the penalty. Should they go to hand that one?
That missed loop pass doesn't benefit them much. Just transfers pressure to Moses Ajak. Moses Ajak hits deck, but KU again guilty of not rolling out, using hands in that rack. They still go to the short side. Ajak with ball, tackles. That ball is not secure. Now it is. Now come back to the right side.
Sorry, Elijah, those were long limbs there from Ajak. Presented that ball. Pass the go forward there. You're right, Ajak seemed to have been estimated there, but his long arms there, just getting the ball away from the would-be juggler from Blackblood.
Yeah, Justin Unale had the try line beckoning, but that was a forward pass. And KU Blackblood getting a breather here. For the last 3 minutes or so, they have been pinned in their own 22, and finally they get ball. However, they're still under territorial pressure.
How do they exit from this one? What do you think? How do they exit from this one?
I think they will kick. They have camped here for so long.
Okay, I think they'll try to pass themselves out of this one.
They have to really be accurate on this one.
They've spread themselves wide. Looks like they're going to play this one.
Those are pressure passes. Trying to pull out 15-meter passes. Never easy when you're just in your red zone. And we've seen those passes going to the shoulder, going to the head, going above the players. So really
seem to be confident here. The scrum doesn't look stable. The player wants to come round. He is coming round.
And it's a dummy move.
It's a dummy. I told you, I think they play out, and they are. That's what I think so far.
Gaining possession there as they go into contact, securing the rack, and now having a full width to play with the pitch. Carries it at the heart of Kabarak's defense. That pass again, making them lose ground. Tries to step his man and go, but gets arrested. Henry Juma hits deck, and the pick and go here, again by Blackblood, laboring to get out of their area as a Kabarak University player needs immediate attention on this other side. Puts his foot down and goes. Now he needs support on both sides. Missed tackle there, going all the way to score. Blackblood's first try, is it? No, is short. Has presence of mind to just lift the ball, stand up, goes to score. What a nice piece of play by George Ambale.
Elijah, they did play out from their 22. The passes did stick. Some missed tackles from Kabarak, I think, allowing them to go the distance.
Yeah, because it wasn't an overlap, they were man on man, but the missed tackles from Kabarak put to pay their efforts to defend that particular one. Attempted conversion just falls short of the try line, and we are tied up here with a minute and a half to play in the first half. This Division 2 finals, pitting Kabarak and Blackblood. University sides in this one.
Mbala didn't panic there at the end. His tackle, he was alone, he was isolated, didn't panic. Just got up, raised the ball on the floor, and went again to score.
A good ball, raised high up, and it required good retention, but knocked on by Kabarak University. And another knock on also by KU Blackblood. No advantage. KU now for the first time, second time actually getting into Kabarak's territory here.
If they score this, it means a 100% visit.
Yeah, it means so. After bearing all the pressure the first 4 minutes of this game, are put in there quite comfortable by Winston Ayeko, and takes off from the blind side. Immediately attracts the attention of the defenders, but a strong carry coming in from number 8, just comes short and is guilty of not releasing the ball after the tackle was completed.
Yes, referees claims here that he went one goal too far.
A good kick, a good touch finder, easing pressure.
Professor Jack here seems to be good with his foot. Very good kickoffs, and the exit kick there in this case.
Line out call there from Kabarak University. They go deep and lose it at the tail end of that line out. Waiting there comfortably for that ball was Douglas Ifuna. Then juggles it and just gives the ball back to Kabarak University.
I've seen referees penalized for that one.
Yeah, somehow Blackblood players finding some comedy in that.
I've seen referees penalizing defenders for that tap. I mean, I think it's coming for pick the ball there. Blackblood. And the Kabarak player just tapped him, I think, as he was coming in. They do get the ball back here. I think when Ali takes
from Blackblood as they protect the ball, they go for a cross kick here. George Ambale running out of field there, and the halftime score tied here 5-all in these Division 2 finals, playing for a post to be promoted to the Division 1 of Christie Sevens. getting ready to kick us off for the second half of this Division 2 final, and looking to get into the Division 1. Looking to get into Division 1. Kabarak University with ball in hand here, just looking to putting themselves back into this game. Then now they go to the right, trying to catch them napping, electing to go for the boot. Territorial pressure here by Kabarak University, but Major Mulongo at the end of it all.
I was going to say, I think it's a good option. It's all tied up. It's a good option to kick deep, but I think Blackbird worked really hard to get back.
Yeah, benefiting there from that kick. The ball lost in tackle there. No advantage for Kabarak University. Yeah, that kick worked in this instance.
Yes, I think they sacrificed possession, go for territory. But I think I would argue that Blackbird scrambled really, really well to get back in numbers. First player, defender got there in good time, and by the time he was getting the ball, I think those two other defenders just unfortunately knocked on there in the end. But it sort of balanced out because you're back 50 meters on the field.
Yeah, that chase was good. Game really tight here, 5-all. And looks like it might go to the extra time we saw in the Division 1 third bronze match. And coming in at a very good line there, going all the way from Kabarak University.
Doesn't get all the way,
just goes short. Danger times here for Blackbird. Good scramble defense to get him while he looked like he had gone all the way to score. Aden Noor did all the hard work, came in on a switch, very strong line all the way, just stopped just short by around 2 meters. And in the ensuing play, locked it on.
It was a good, really good line there. But I think it took too long there. Oh yes, his own player just
foot in the way there.
Yeah, the knee, I think just the ball got caught up in the knee there, under the knee.
Still in a good area, red zone for Blackbird here. They have to look at the way to exit well.
Good scrummage defense here from Kabarak, but referee says they were shoving in a takeoff position as opposed to parallel with the ground there. You do have to take that scrum shove, shoulder square and staying parallel to the ground. Shove upwards or deep down to the ground, then get penalized.
Yeah, that would be an unfair contest, and Blackbird benefiting from that. Secure their line out. Now going to the shorter side. Strong carry there. Gets into contact and retain possession. Swing it out to their left here where they have numbers. A bit of putting it. Cross kick here being employed. Will it get it to hands? Yes, it does.
It's a good kick,
but
good
Kabarak
defense.
scramble defense already on him. Good offload from the ground. Just short of the touch line there. Referee calls for a forward pass. That offload from the ground went forward. One of the Blackbird players goes down injured in the attempt to offload from the ground. I think must have injured himself. Referee calls a medical break.
He was twisted there in the tackle. I think he just sprained the ankle there, but it's an arm wrestle here, Kabarak versus Blackbird. It's a real arm wrestle, top two teams in Division 2. I think that twist there, yeah, you could see him wrestling in pain, but still committed to getting the ball out to his teammates.
Yeah, he's up and seems to be okay. The twist of that ankle getting some attention, and he's able to step back in. As we say, so another player from Kabarak University goes down the farthest end of the pitch, and we are not yet able to resume play as we wait for him to get attended to.
So third bodies now in the 6th game of the weekend. Not surprised to see some of these players taking a bit longer on the floor after some contact.
Yeah, as we say so, Griffins Analia comes in from the center position for Kabarak University. As you said, it's end of day 2. A lot of tired bodies here. Is that allowed? No, you can't kick the ball back into the scrum.
Referee gives him the benefit of the doubt that the ball didn't go in, so
very
lucky to do a retake.
He's extremely lucky there. Thomas Ombaso.
Ombaso is a very honest player in terms of how he puts the ball in, because he should feed into the scrum.
Yeah, and kicks back into the backyard of Black Blood here, but the winger was already onto it, and now he has to make proper choices here because the chase wasn't as bad. Hands him off and goes, returns them back, offloads, nice support play, but this one is isolated here. Presence of mind to just put it down and go up, but Kabarak knocked it on when they went for the jackal.
Yes, good rugby both ends. There's a good fend there, but there's also good enough scrambling defense from Kabarak. Unfortunately, eventually they knocked on.
Yeah, referee calls timeout there to allow for the Kabarak University player to tie his laces.
I'm sure everybody on the field here will be happy with that player. This is end-to-end stuff here.
Yeah, lung-busting lungs. You know, the muscles screaming for more air, more oxygen. Big shove there from Kabarak, but it is illegal again. Same call.
Same call, yeah. They're shoving in a takeoff position. When I say takeoff, means like an aeroplane takeoff.
Yeah, the body shape, the torso has to be parallel to the ground. Otherwise, the keen eye of the referee spotting that will always penalize you, because it also has its own dangerous aspects to it.
What happens if they split again here? Do they get a yellow card?
Barely seen it in the sevens.
It looks...
Goes to the blind, but that was a pseudo gap, immediately covered, and decides to hold on to that ball. KU Black Blood now playing with just barely seconds remaining. If they score here, they will seal their first position in Division 2 and qualify for Christie Sevens. Danger times here for Kabarak University. They have to be alive, they have to remain in action here as Black Blood swing the ball. Blitz defense there, stopping them from passing to the man out who was waiting for it. But Black Blood retain possession now. This is danger times because it's 2v1 here. Going to score. Stopped short there. Good scramble defense by Kabarak University.
The support players are late in coming here. They do get there eventually. I feel
that's a high tackle.
That's a penalty try.
Yeah, most likely.
I'll perhaps say.
Finally badging over, quick tap and go there from Black Blood with no time on the clock. Will this be it for them?
I think I was too eager to make that call, Elijah. It looks like a last man tackle there that went high. In some instances, we've seen referees give that for a penalty try and a yellow card. But in this case, perhaps the referee was satisfied that there was a cover defense coming through that would have stopped him.
Yeah, but that was really risky. Nonetheless, Black Blood are rewarded. The hooter has gone. Conversion not good, but it doesn't matter. What matters is that KU Black Blood have won these Division 1, Division 2 finals, and they find their way back to the Division 1 next weekend in the Christie Sevens. We look forward to seeing them there as we prepare for the next match, the women's final, the women's category final.
Elijah, the stadium is full here. No Division 2 rugby anymore because Blackbird have won Division 2 here. So it means everybody on the field has come here to pitch one.
Yeah, all fans now congregating on the main pitch as we get into the finals. And with the first finals we've watched there, Division 2, Black Blood, emerging winners, just coming quickly here for their, coming in for their presentation here, even as we wait for the women's category finals.
For those of you who may not know, news just coming in is that Harambee Stars had a good start to the Chan tournament, winning 1-0. I'm sure that's good news for everyone here at the Nakuru Sports Club.
They'll be headlining Pool C. And finally, Pool D. We have the runners of Division 1. Thank you so much, Victor Sudi. All right. I'd like to ask now Leslie Njenga Mongali, Director in charge of the Kenya Rugby Union competition and fixtures. All right, Leslie. Going into Pool A, Kenya Harlequins. Going into Pool B, Nakuru RFC. Going in to Pool C, Kabras Sugar RFC. And finally going into Pool D, Mwamba RFC. Thank you so much, Leslie. Like to ask Willis Ojuang, Public Relations and Advertising Manager, SportPesa, Karibu sana Willis. All right, Willis will be in charge of Port C, picking his first ball. Zetech Oaks going into Pool A. Second pick, Impala RFC going into Pool B. Third pick, Daystar Falcons will be going into Pool C. And finally, making the last is Nondies RFC making Pool D. Asante sana Willis from SportPesa. Time now for the last pot. I'd like to ask Kezam PC and Bridget Wambua from Tusker to kindly make their way. The duo will be giving us from Pot D. All right, going fast. There you have it, Keza. Keza will be picking, and that is the invitational team. The first invitational team will be going into Pool A. The second invitational team will be going into Pool B. Thank you so much, Keza. Time now for Bridget Wambua to also pick. There you have it. The third invitational team will be going into Pool C. And finally, the winner of the Division 2 category, the Prinsloo Sevens, will be going into Pool D. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That has been your draw for the SportPesa National 7 Circuit, third leg, which will be happening at the RFU EA grounds in a fortnight, hosted by the Kenya Harlequins. Thank you so much to our dignitaries, Victor Sudi, Leslie Njenga Mwangale, Willis Ojuang, Kezam PC, and Bridget Wambua. Ladies and gentlemen, time now for the finals. The two teams, the lady sides, the Kenya Harlequins taking on Mwamba RFC.
Preparing ourselves to get into this one. Finals of the Mwamba, finals of the women's category. Mwamba ladies going up against Kenya Harlequins ladies, Quins. Kicking us off, of course, on your right side of the screen, Kenya Harlequins. They go short for that one. Turning into a mole. Ref calls a tackle and identifying space immediately on the left side, on the blind side, on the shooter side, and he goes pinning her ears, going all the way for the first try for Mwamba ladies. Fantastic choice. Heads up rugby, identifying the blind side to be open. Goes all the way to score for Mwamba. Striking very quickly here. Attempted conversion, just not making it to the try line. and Mwamba leading early up here within a minute. Kenya Harlequins up now. They know they need for this match. 70,000 shillings on the offer here for the winner. The runners-up going home with 30,000 shillings. Both players, of course, eager to have that prize money in their purse as they play the last match of this tournament. First women's category, first women's sevens being played in the SportPesa 7th circuit 2025. Input there from Mwamba, they go to the left there. Again, another dummy show and go, trying to get to open up and spread out the Quins defense lines here. Strong carry there, again retaining possession, overcommitting into that rack, but they still have the ball. This one is going one way only, the route one. Quins aggressive, attacking those racks, looking for turnovers, but no clear release is the call from the referee. Back 10 and they go 10, looking for the switch call. Mwamba applying the screws here on the Quins defense, get shifting it out quickly to the left side. Then chip behind on the defense line, the ball stays within the try area, finally just beats all players, goes into the dead zone.
Believe it or not, unless I'm mistaken, this is the first final by the Quins. They are only a team that is only about 2 years old. Almost an experienced team there, as we see. A good carry there by Naomi Mwangi. Nice offload there.
Yeah, Quins determined to make an impression in this final. As we said, still a young team, but they have it in them. Making it to the final is not easy, and a clean pair of heels there are shown, and they go all the way to score. That is Refa Ochando.
Oh, he's got the tackle. I think the knock on there is good to cover defense there. I think that's Leticia.
Yeah, we
looks like a knock on.
All thought she would just ground that ball easily.
Oh, it's good scramble cover tackle defense there by Mwamba. The experience here showing.
Yeah, Maxina Buga, the captain here, the vice captain here for Quins ladies, just a little bit too casual with that put down.
I think she was casual, yes. She already crossed the line, just needed to score. She had already crossed the line. She needed to score that one.
So the scores remain 5 to the advantage of Mwamba. That try being cancelled and ruled out by the referee for the knock-on. Now they prepare themselves to defend here. It is a defensive scrum for Quins, but they're in the right territory, applying pressure on Mwamba ladies here. And if you look at it, territory is an issue. Territory pressure here for Mwamba.
I think that was Lynette Mura there who made that tackle. Lynette Mura is no stranger to rugby sevens. She's very experienced. And she noticed that the player had really gone over the line, but taking her time to score that try.
Yeah,
and kept racing across the field.
Even with the extended break here, just about to resume, time is on from the referee. And with a put in there, they have to exit here. Of course, facing enough pressure from the Harlequin ladies. Succeeding to kick it out into the backyard of Kenya Harlequins here. A good chase to secure themselves. and they do so, going all the way, stepping in, out, handing off and going, keeping the ball alive here. Refa Ochando. That ball is slow from the rack, but Kenya Harlequin ladies survive that one and go to the right hand side. A lot of space out there if the ball can get to the winger. Don't get it down and still tries to take off to the shorter side. Again, going off feet there, trying to compete and jackal for that ball.
Elisha, watch the number 17 from Kenya Harlequins, Naomi Muhanji. She's a front rower, but she has got really good passes. She does deliver really good passes. I think Faith Levoy there just taking them. Yeah, she took the penalty off the mark. Assistant referee just let's listen in here. This looks like the Kenya Harlequins. Yes, the Harlequins ball here.
Ball near you. Stay 10. Back 10, back 10. Back 10. What's the scrum? Sir.
Again, opting to go for the scrum here. Maxine Nabuga with ball in hand for Kenya Harlequins.
Again, ladies, crouch.
Slender lead here for Mwamba ladies. One strike needed from Kenya Harlequins, and this match will be tied up. Picking them, going to the left here, looped pass. That just curtails momentum for them. But still pumping and getting out of the tackle area, pumping and going all the way and scoring the try for Kenya Harlequin ladies, Refa Ochando. This time round, there is no denying her of this try. She looks a little bit sore from that run. Yeah, seeing there again the break from Refa Ochando, going all the way to score that one. Attempted conversion is unsuccessful. The game is tied. Barely seconds of the first half remaining here. Kenya Harlequins restarting this one. A lot of start-stop here in this particular match, this first half. And kicking us off, Milka Chitechi. Restart here that is important for them. The game tied at 5-all.
The Quins giving a good account of themselves here. They're playing against top internationals here as far as sevens is concerned. The pass from Faith Levoy just going forward, I think, just traveling forward.
Yeah, that results to the closure of the first half. Both teams tied, tight affair here, 5-5.
It's even Stevens here, Elijah. And with time, the game tied, you think that these are the best teams at the tournament that have come through here. Remember last year Impala champions, defending champions, Impala lost in the semi-finals to Mwamba. Last year Impala did win all 4 tournaments, playing Mwamba in the final. So Kenya Harlequins Quins here, having getting to the final, have done well for themselves.
Yeah, creating some history for themselves here, upsetting the normal order of the women's rugby, finding their way into these finals of the Prinsloo second leg of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit.
That was a good pass for there from Naomi Muhanji. She really excites me every time she sends that ball out.
Coming off on the right side of the pitch here, just getting tackled short of the Refo Chando. They move out, they need support play here. Carrying in strong, going in short, Naomi Muhanji.
Naomi Muhanji, I did tell you she would go straight, but she does have a good pass, even though she carries straight. I think it's a deliberate selection there, Naomi Muhanji, because Mwamba's picked some big bodies there.
Back. Not 10 on the quick tap there by Kenya Harlequin ladies. And they are going off again, no sweeper in this case, but the defenders are quick to cancel out that kick.
Yeah, Faith Levoy falling back there very quickly, cover that. She muscles away. I think that's not allowed. Pulling of the hair is not allowed.
Yeah, that would cost you even a red card if you're not
That
careful.
should be yellow against Faith Levoy. It's not allowed to pull the hair. It is a penalizable
Taking matters into her own hands here and going all the way, being chased down. Yes, she'll get caught, not having enough wheels on her. Holding on, guilty of holding on. But she was isolated.
I think the Quins players there are aware that Naomi Amuguni, her legs don't carry her as they used to be. Naomi, she is after all a Kenya international. She's not as quick as she used to be in her day, but she runs really good lines. She has a really good understanding of the game.
Yeah, here we are having a sprint race. One way, Mwamba went, and now coming back and being stopped. No, they won't be. Maureen Muritu going all the way, while the Mwamba players were still trying to set themselves up.
Yes, Naomi Amuguni got isolated on the other end of the field. Quins chased her down, turned over. They were confident she was not going to go all the way. Got the ball and then did a quick tap before Mwamba set themselves up. And Maureen just sauntering to the corner there. Good step there, right off her right foot. She was being chased here by Faith Levoy. She'll come to your screen shortly. Faith Levoy from Mwamba as she chases Muritu. But eventually she had too much there. Faith Levoy just arriving at the end, they acknowledging. But at least pushed her to the edge.
Yeah.
To make the conversion difficult.
And also tire her out. You know, sevens is also a game of tactics. But the conversion wasn't good. Scores remain 10-5 in favor of Harlequins. Still enough time here for Mwamba.
Faith happy to concede the 5 points, but not the full 7. And perhaps that may make a difference, because all they have to do is just score one, have a one score here, and catch up with this one.
Yeah, there's a short break play here, needing attention there after her exploit in scoring that one.
There was no injury there on Maureen. I think she's just trying to catch her breath. Faith chased her really, really hard, taking her to the edge. I think Maureen just running out of breath there.
Then she better just be hidden somewhere, because
yeah, at this point you want to.
If I'm a Mwamba player, I will identify her very quickly.
I know some teams do attack the player who just scored. Let's see if Mwamba will do the same.
Nice kickoff there, but again, too easy for Mwamba, able to be set there and go into the attack. No pressure on them from that kickoff. Tackle just short of the 40-meter mark. They have the ball in hand, swing it to their left here.
Muguni is asking for a kick here, but she's being given the ball to hand.
Yeah, again testing pace here against Maxine Abuga, who's done a lot of hard work in defense. Sufficient pace to just ensure she chases down everyone.
Muguni just showing experience there.
Dangerous times here for Kenya Harlequins. Dangerous times, and she goes all the way to score. Responding in kind. Mwamba hit back to level the scores in these finals of the women's category. just identified space right in the middle of the Quins defense and pumped her way through that feeble attempt to stop her.
Yeah, Edith Nariaka there, I think, looked up and saw Naomi Muhanji in front of her.
Somehow, center post conversion is missed, tying the game, leaving it at 10-all.
Elijah, that kick, that chase by Faith Levoy on Maureen Murutu when she scored for Quins may come into play here because she forced that try to be scored at the edge. Otherwise, Quins, I think, if the score's under the post, Quins will probably be leading here. And sometimes defensive play there may have come to give Mwamba an opportunity, even though they should have converted their try themselves.
Yeah, game of small margins. Those 2 points now turning critical here. They would have been still ahead. Now the game is tied. And a lot of injury breaks in these particular finals. Again, players just...
I think, not taking anything away from the Quins players, I think they are really blowing Quins players because this is a really good Mwamba international team here. Rather, a team full of internationals. But Quins giving a good account of themselves.
Yeah, holding their own clearly here. Scores tied at 10-all and doing well to shift the ball to their left. Passes under pressure and passes going in front of the person. Dummy there and goes straight ends again. Maureen Muritu, really a thorn in the flesh. Faith, sorry, that is Faith.
No, it's Maureen who, I think Faith was trying to jack with the ball. And I think she'd come from the side there. Sorry, I was just trying to say that Faith looked offside, and indeed the referee calls it.
Yeah, Faith really just, Maureen Muritu just carrying the ball well, showing and going, stepping back in, straightening her runs. Somebody that Quins will look to the finals, the dying moments of this game when they need somebody to go to.
She's done a lot of work, Maureen. She is also an experienced player.
Yeah, together with Maxine on defense, 2 key players for them here, and they have really put their hands up, keeping Quins in this contest, and what it will do for them if they are able to lift this trophy. Pick and go to the open side, blitz defend there from Mwamba, the very end, curtailing the passing of the ball to the winger. Referee calls it clearly for Mwamba to release the ball carrier. Again, that kick, a bit of nothing.
Yeah, Elijah, I think Maureen is quite tired there. She's the one who executed that kick. Mwamba guilty of defending in close, a bit tight. Now mind you, the line speed there, but they got the ball, and then now they too also kick back.
Yeah.
Edith, how she get the ball? No con.
Both teams wary of making mistakes in these dying times and trying to get that responsibility to elsewhere.
It's a panic station here with 1 minute to go. This will be interesting end to the game.
I think both teams preferring to defend rather than attack.
I think so. I think all of them don't want the ball.
This one will need a special moment. One player just grabbing this game by the scruff of the neck and taking matters into their own hands, because no team showing the momentum, no team showing the urgency, ball in hand.
Yeah, I think Edith has already. Edith takes this one on the blind here. If she goes short here, I think she
has the wheels to go. But chest down, but all she needs is just to score with the hooter going.
I did think she would do this, picking on the blind. She does this a lot, Edith. She does this in the 15th game as well. And I think Nariaka wins the tournament here for Mwamba.
Very smart
sniping run here on the blind side to her left, Edith Nariaka.
Yeah, Edith scoring her second try in the finals. A lot of confidence showed in that play there. She backed her own pace. 2 Quins players homing in on her, but they couldn't lay their hands on her. And she dots down to put Mwamba in the lead right at the end. And that is it. Mwamba ladies emerging victorious here in the Prinsloo Sevens, winning these finals 15-10 against a very determined Harlequins who've come short, but giving a good account of themselves.
Elijah, believe it or not, as we see the colorful hairstyles and kit here for Mwamba FC, collab, the club for you and me. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's almost 2 years since Mwamba won their last sevens tournament. Remember last year, only one team won all the tournaments. And perhaps I think the last tournament Mwamba won was in 2023, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow,
so this
that's
is
a long way.
Yeah, so this is a really good win. But they've been in all, perhaps, if I'm not mistaken, all the finals for the last 2 years.
Yeah, even in the 15th squad, they have always been there.
Yeah, they've won. Remember, the second exchange of Impala won all the sevens last 4 tournaments before this one. Mwamba won all the last 4 Kenya Cups.
Yeah, indeed.
And again, it's the finals. But it seems like the order has changed here. Impala didn't play their internationals, but Mwamba having none of that. And this is a really, really reward.
They have reaped the rewards for coming to participate in Prinsloo Sevens, the men's team, giving a good account of themselves, even as we prepare now for the big one that is beat of the finals a week ago. And this one will also be on Strathmore, but this time around, Strathmore are wary of what KCB have to offer. 22 points on the offer for the winners of this. 22 points on offer for the winners of these finals. Runners-up will get 19 points. Welcome to the finals of the Prinsloo Sevens, the second leg of the SportPesa National Sevens Circuit. 4 more legs to go. KCB emerging winners 1 week ago in the first leg. Same opponents in Strathmore. This one will be a repeat of that one. But what will be the outcome? KCB gunning to go 2 wins in a row, and that will put them in good standing in terms of the points collected as we get. These are still early days for the circuit, but both teams will want to ensure that they stay in touch of each other as they draw closer to the midway of this particular circuit. Kicking us off is KCB. Emmanuel Opondo putting that high into the skies, and Strathmore not keen to retain it. Gabriel Aimba under pressure there, just recovers it and swings it out. Another pressure ball all the way into the try box. This one is going to be tricky for Strathmore. Are they going to gift KCB an early 5-yard scrum here? No. Vincent Moller just gets the ball and pins his ears. Now it's a race, and he's gone. Cleans out Emmanuel Opondo, who was sweeping behind, and just within 30 seconds, going all the way to score from right inside their try box. Vincent Moller strikes first here. Strathmore Leos showing their intentions quite early here. Going and gone. Emmanuel Opondo, fully player, hand on him. Good start for Strathmore in the finals. That came under pressure for Strathmore, and I think they lulled KCB defenders into some sleep of some sort there, because they thought there is no way they can carry the ball out of their try box. They go coast to coast, put in the 5-pointer, and this one is tied. It's gonna be a good one for the finals. Conversion missed, scores remain 5-0 in favor of Strathmore Leos. Hitting very quickly here.
quick start there for Strathmore Leos there, feeding off what was an opportunity to attack from deep. I did talk about Strathmore being long-range try scorers, and there was testament. The evidence was there. Strong ruck play there. Barnabas shaking the midfield, offloading it, but offloading it to the danger man, Floyd Wabwire. Floyd Wabwire is quickly held up. The ball has to come out for KCB to do anything with it, but it's stolen there. Barnabas, Gabriel with a chicken pass, chicken wing flick. Mosori, that is a tackle into touch. Samuel Asati is no stranger to this type of situations, has quickly taken Mola into touch. He knew Mola's ability and defended well with the touchline there. Tohili didn't allow the guy to barge over for that try.
Yeah, one of the best defensive scrummers we have right now. That overthrow of the ball from to the tail end. Olukusi spills it and quickly onto the score sheets again here. Strathmore applying pressure in their faces, playing rugby in KCB's faces here, scoring a second one off a knock-on by Olukusi at the tail end of that particular line-out. Early days here, but KCB suddenly in unfamiliar territory, trailing 10-0 for the first time since the start of this National 7 circuit. As you see there, Stanlas Shikoli pouncing on the loose ball from Olukusi, and KCB trailing very early on here. The big threat here for KCB is that you give Strathmore a sniff and they will take you all the way. Quite a very fit team. They are capable of going all the way the last minute of this game.
Yes, you do. You give them an inch, they take a mile. It's all for KCB to do here. I would like to welcome all the KCB fans watching. Felix Tukale all the way from Cape Town, Karibu, to the live stream. All this courtesy of SportPesa. It's an opportunity here for the viewers to enjoy the best of the best in terms of the Prinsloo Sevens 2025. Elvis Olukusi apprehended. Manuel Opondo swings it, shows a tricky customer, but Leos defending the title they won last year. Strong on defense and attack. Victor Mola not allowing Vincent Onyala. Vincent Onyala knows the trickery. And Bob Muhati there. Bob still has wheels. Bob has wheels. And he dives over. Picture perfect finish.
Onyala taking matters into his own hands, identifying the dog leg there, and he knew Bob Muhati, a good ball carrier, changed his running lanes there, came into the inside of Onyala and benefited from that offload. He has pace, he has serious pace. Don't be fooled by his body frame. He can take you on pace and puts KCB back into contention here with the 7-pointers. There's a successful conversion. Scores 10-7 here as the skies open. A hint of rain here as it starts to drizzle. First time we're seeing drizzle here in the finals. And KCB back in it. Strathmore have all to do just to keep this one going. Big take there from Arnold Mwita in the skies. And Gabi just steps back in, offloads that ball to his supporters. Again, looking to go and keep the ball flowing, keep the ball alive. Danger man Vincent Mola, clean pair of heels again. What a player, what an asset to have, what a weapon to have here. And Strathmore hitting back instantly. Going all the way, Vincent Mola, fantastic player, is coming to shine in the finals here, taking all the plaudits here, but a lot of hard work done by the forwards in recovering that. Strathmore again stretch their lead to 15, KCB 7. No one is able to match him for pace. It's always a mismatch whenever he gets the ball. Floyd Wabwire is not there, no winger inside, and a lot of mismatch being created here by Strathmore in this play. Noticed that during the play, Floyd Wabwire finds himself in the center position, and KCB in very unfamiliar territory.
Yes,
Strathmore learning a lot from the loss they had in Mombasa a week ago, and off to the races here very early.
Yes, they've learned the lesson there, trying to attack KCB before they start forming those very many attacking lines that they possess. Samuel Asati apprehended there. Lihos strongly at the breakdown. They've made it a habit. They are fighting for every ball. Players not 10, referee playing an advantage. Barnabas Award, big Barnabas. He dives over, try time. Strathmore.
Yeah, KCB shell-shocked here. The intensity with which Strathmore are going at it, not giving them any time to reset, to reorganize in the defense. It is as if they are on steroids here, just going straight in. Floyd Wabire not being able to muscle him out of the ball there, and Barnabas Awar goes right at the center there. Halftime score, the conversion. Strathmore take the lead, a healthy lead for that matter, 24-7. And second half is all gonna be KCB, or they will lose this one. Too much to climb, mountain too high for them.
From the opening, they did a good job on them, and by the time Nondies were raising up their heads to try and mount a comeback, it was too little, too late. Maybe KCB here are still shell-shocked, probably going into this final confident enough that they'll be winning it, but they've had little or no ball at all to try and work with.
Yeah, there's a saying that familiarity breeds contempt, and today Strathmore showing exactly that. Familiar with KCB's play, especially in the coming from Mombasa driftwood, and they have done their homework on KCB. KCB not getting any ball, and the intensity and the tempo by Strathmore Leos is the main difference from last time, and that makes it hard for KCB. And familiar territory, they'll also need a lot of mental strength. This is the first serious test they'll have coming from behind.
Yes, as the gates of heaven opened. It's coming down, but it's 7 minutes to go. The weather held its own quite well these 2 days. Final now being played. KCB looking to respond, at least get to score fast in the second half, keep the hope alive. Bob Muhati scans through the midfield. Samuel Asati, Vincent Onyala. Onyala passing it out wide to Floyd Wabure. Floyd is asked to do what Victor Mola has been doing, that is beat the whole pitch. Referee says don't milk the penalty, so that as KCB were looking for that penalty on the ground there, Bob Muhati floating it to Samuel Asati. These are experienced campaigners, they know what to do, where, when and how. An offload there, beating Nigel. Victor Mola comes and knocks on the ball. That is a robbery in progress. Someone called the police. Toeli.
Yeah, just when Asati thought that he was going to score, not recognizing that the conditions have actually changed. The ball is slippery, and all that Victor Mola needed to do was just go for the ball. There is not enough grip on that ball right now, and that cost Samuel Asati to lose a try-scoring opportunity just right in front, center post of Strathmore Leo's try line.
Yes, that is an opportunity gone begging, not sure. I think that is the first time I've seen Asati robbed that way. Asati should be filing a complaint later on.
Yeah, really gets exposed there, and I mean, right now he must really be feeling a lot of embarrassment for that particular mistake. As the rain now pours and the conditions will not work in favor of KCB here, they'll need to be very accurate with their ball passing, their ball handling. But that looks to be a tough one for them, even as you see the error starting to come in here.
Yes, the error rate and the error count going up. That is because we have the rain tumbling down. However, KCB have so much to do.
Yeah,
they have
a
so
lot
much
to do
to do in this second half. 5 minutes, 12 seconds to go. But most importantly, they need points, and that is what they're looking for. Strathmore Leos have, for the last 2 weeks, been quite impressive. They made it to the final in Mombasa. lost in that final. It was a narrow loss, 14-15. I think it then meant that they had to go back to the drawing board, probably ask themselves the hard questions, and that has come to the fore this weekend. The hard questions have been asked, and
boy, have they answered those questions.
Yes,
the
they
last
have.
time they ran short of time on the clock, but this time round they have started fast and furious, and catch up is for KCB.
Yes, KCB have to catch up. They have to catch up or they'll be losing out. However, remember they stand up top in the standings. So this would be offering an opportunity for the Leo side to go probably into the lead. They would be looking at the point difference between the two.
Yeah, Floyd getting apprehended there. I mean, you could see that he was feeling a little bit out of this game, and then they decided that it's gonna be him against Mola there, and he couldn't just make it.
Yeah, definitely.
Very tough times for Floyd in this particular match.
Floyd has had little or no ball to work with, and every other time he has had an opportunity, Strathmore Leos have been right in front of their faces to ask them to do the hard yardage. Elton Amalemba breaking the first tackle, going into Jenkins. Kipruto just come off the bench. Elton Amalemba rocking his headgear. No fear, all these Lions. Referee saying no hands, and KCB insisting, and that's a penalty awarded to Strathmore Leos. Leos and everybody else is screaming, please hold on, don't kick, don't restart, don't you do anything. They know they have this in the bag too early. 3:38 to go.
Yeah, penalized for side entry, and KCB just losing the plot here, trying to be very aggressive on those breakdowns, but the referee is not having any of that. I think aggression won't work for KCB here. They just need to be very particular with ball in hand, and that is the challenge that they face here as the rain pounds the pitch here.
The rain is coming down hard. We have a few minutes to go.
Yeah, the weather just changes drastically here.
The weather doing that thing. Seems like there is a call from our tournament director to probably hold proceedings.
Yeah, because Nakuru is known for flashes of lightning, and the recommendation here is for the game to be stopped. Let's listen to the referee.
Just wait, just hold on. We are getting the communication. Just hold on, guys. No, just hold on.
Referee getting to consult with his officials.
Players of the pitch.
Yeah, the game has been called off. The game has been called off temporarily, we hope, because of the downpour. The downpour is quite heavy, and the player has been suspended. We'll wait to see what the outcome is.
Get out of the pitch. Out of the pitch.
Yeah, player safety comes first, of course.
Definitely player safety comes first. We do apologize for the stoppage in the proceedings, but this is not really
conducive weather.
Yes, the weather saying that these 3 minutes have to wait. Nonetheless, 3 minutes, we will wait.
Yeah, and we wonder if this will work in favor of KCB, because the momentum was all Strathmore. 3 minutes also is enough time to make up for that particular deficit on the scoreboard. But it's all to see here as the place temporarily stopped. It's a heavy downpour, even from where we are operating from.
Yes,
There's a seepage of rain into the commentary booth, and it's pandemonium here as we try to outlast this downpour.
Well, we'll do everything to keep ourselves warm. We hope you guys back at home are keeping warm, keeping happy, keeping safe. Thank you so much for being part and parcel of our stream this weekend. We've huffed and puffed all through the weekend. We've finally come to the last 3 minutes of this game as the players make their way off the pitch. You can see in your picture there the heavy downpour. Blessings nonetheless.
Yeah, blessings for KCB. I mean, they were being pounded heavily by Strathmore. They had very little, and it seems the decision is that the match will be completed at that, seen by the celebrations of Strathmore. The match has been called off. Strathmore have been awarded this game because the chances of a recall here of this match, nothing shows, as KCB walks very forlorn, very dejected back to their tent. Strathmore get into the pitch and celebrate their first win. Prinsloo's 7th title goes to Strathmore.
Well, 3 minutes to go. Difference
24-7.
Would it have made a difference? Those 3 minutes, nobody knows. But yes, the tournament officials have decided that let's give it to Strathmore. Strathmore are the champions of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. Second leg, Prinsloo 7th. Not sure why the players are on the pitch. Ideally, the reason they were removed from the pitch was
because of their safety.
Their safety. Now we've thrown away the safety.
I mean, the score is quite huge, but you have to be on the grounds here to appreciate how the weather has really turned. The surface will definitely be unplayable. It's really risky for anyone to step, and the lightning is a real concern here. It's a real cause of concern for the tournament officials, and they rightfully so, in my opinion, call it off because it is a really heavy downpour. Kudos to Strathmore. They've played well. They have played well for the whole tournament. KCB, of course, also have done good to make it here. They might feel cheated, they might feel robbed of the 3 and so minutes which they think they would have used to get back into this, but this is where taking your chances when it matters most, getting early onto the scoreboard, building that gap. I mean, 24-7 is a huge gap. Even if the weather was dry, the momentum was all Strathmore, and KCB had a lot of work to do.
Yes, it did. They had a lot of work to do. You've spoken out rightfully so that it's important for you to start quickly, start well, and that showed here. I do remember there was a game, 15-a-side game where KCB were trailing Kabras Sugar at the Den, and the rain became unbearable, and that game was called off. Same thing happening here, but this time round, it has happened in favor of Strathmore. Oscar, the rain has brought proceedings to a halt here, but most importantly, we've had a very good final there. Strathmore struck early, and it means striking early was the deal for them.
I think that was always going to be a tactic that any team wanted to beat KCB had to employ. But look at some of the first try here by Victor. They played literally inside their try line. I didn't say perhaps they're one of the only teams who can do that. Scored early, put KCB under pressure. I think it's the right decision in the end. It's a convincing score there, 24-7, 3 minutes to go. With the lightning, the threat of lightning. I think the right decision there.
Ladies and gentlemen, another day, another guest on the Game Changers, brought to you by leading online gaming firm SportPesa. My name is Ochieng Steven, and this time round, I'm sitting with one of Kenya's finest rugby exports, or is it imports, Mr. Lavin Asego. Lavin, how are you, sir?
I'm good, Steve.
Good to see you.
Nice to see you as well.
Asewa nakujua love on the fairway, love the fly half.
Yeah.
Love
for that.
I'm just gonna throw you in the deep end right now. Lavin the coach. Asego, when did this start? Did you ever think about being a coach, if at all ever?
No, actually, I never thought about being a coach.
Yeah.
In fact, at some point, I think I always said, once I stopped playing, I'll just stop on completely and just disappear. Because I look at what we put our coaches through, and I was like, I would never want to experience that.
Yeah.
So, finding myself here, it's a bit of a strange place.
Yeah.
But I think I'm liking it so far, with all the stress it has.
Mm-hmm.
The only good thing is I've lost all my hair already, so I can't lose anymore.
So when did this illumination come about you getting into coaching? Because clearly you didn't have it.
I think the thing about coaching has come as a necessity for the club.
Yeah.
Because you find that last season we didn't have a very good campaign in the Kenya Cup.
Yeah.
And there's been sort of a transition, sort of a vacuum.
Yeah.
And then the current head coach was a bit held up when we had the pre-season's training for the Sevens. And there was a rough and tough tournament that was hosted by Nondies a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
So I mean, I just came in to watch the boys train.
Yeah.
But you know, sometimes once a rugby player, always a rugby player. So there's a few things that I thought they could do better.
Yeah.
So I stepped in and was advising them. And lo and behold, that's how I ended up on the touchlines at the rough and tough.
Yeah.
And luckily Mwamba had a good campaign then, and they were like, I mean, why don't you just take us at least for the first few tournaments in the circuit and see how that goes. So I can say it's been a journey where I've been thrown into the deep end.
Yeah.
But you know what? You either sink or swim, and so far I think I've chosen to swim.
Yeah. So for the kids watching this, they just see a bald man standing on the touchline. But they don't know you are probably one of Kenya's finest players to represent the country.
Very kind words, thank you.
When did you make your debut, and how was your playing journey all through? And when did you retire?
I think first things first, I've never officially retired.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's why I've asked, when did you retire?
So bling, in case you need, in case your back's against the wall, I'm a phone call away. But anyway, my journey started way back, I think in high school at St. Mary's Yala.
Yeah.
It was an interesting journey because every single day, Monday to Friday, at 4 o'clock, there used to be games, mandatory games.
Yeah.
And I mean, you have to find somewhere to go.
Yeah.
And for some reason, I found myself on the rugby field. I saw all the favors I could get by playing rugby, and I was not exposed to the usual quote-unquote duties that are assigned to Form 1s in high school, thanks to rugby. So I think that's how my journey started. They saw something in me. I was in the school team by Form 2.
Mm-hmm.
Straight out of high school, I came to Mwamba, played for a season.
Which year is this?
I finished high school in 2001. So in 2002, I played for Mwamba. The Safari Sevens of 2003, I played for the second string side, which was then the Shuja.
Yeah.
That was the second team. By December 2003, I was making my debut for the national team in Dubai. So it was a very quick turnaround for me. So straight from high school into club, into the national team.
That's how your journey with the Kenya Sevens started?
Yes, and actually when I made the national team, I was called up by then team manager, Mr. Makandere, who was then the team manager of the national team and also part of KCB.
Yeah.
And it was funny because back then Mwamba was a regular feature in what was called the bowl competition then. Bowl and shield. I mean, we didn't have a really good side, seven side.
Yeah.
Our bread was mostly in the 15s. So it was I think it was good for him to spot me even when I was playing in the lower competitions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So around this time was when Kenya was making its entry into the World Seven Series.
Yes, I remember that time we were only attending, I think, 3 tournaments. There was a Dubai tournament, there was a South Africa, and we got an invite for Hong Kong. We were not a regular, so we only get an invite for Hong Kong.
Yeah.
And I think after one season, that's when we made, we had a good run when we were invited to the New Zealand tournament.
Yeah.
So we were playing in 4 tournaments. So once we had a good run in the New Zealand tournament, then we became a core side, attending all 8 tournaments at the time.
Yeah. How was the treatment like during that time, during these early days, I'm imagining?
I think it was a bit of a culture shock for me personally.
Yeah.
Because I think the level of rugby at that point was very high, and for Kenya we were the minnows, so to speak. No one expected us to do big things, which was both a good thing and a bad thing. A good thing in that there was no much pressure. Back then there was not much television, no social media. So anything good or bad you do was not really highlighted. But then it meant we played without much pressure. And I think for me, just making my debut, and when I made my debut, I made my debut at a time where the starting fly halves in Kenya were some of the greatest names Kenya has ever produced. So that was Steve Gishuki back then, who played for Mean Machine and Nondies as well, and Kanye Gitonga, who was also a Mean Machine and a Nondies player.
Does this explain why you're in that list of some of the greatest flyers in the country? Is this why you learned your trade?
I would like to see that list because me being there is a privilege, it's an honor. But yes, I can say early in my career, I was privileged to be under the tutelage of some of the greatest rugby minds that Kenya has ever produced. So I also had a brief stint with Sami Kakame, who was a Quins flyer and also the Simbas back then in the 15s. So I learned from the best, so to speak.
What was your best tournament during this playing stint?
I think tournaments were many that had very good memories. I have, just to name a few, I think we normally had good outings when we went to New Zealand for the Wellington Sevens, because first of all it's a rugby country, and they really supported us, and especially our first tournament when we beat Australia in New Zealand. So that was big. So I mean, we were their good team to support, apart from the All Blacks as well. But I can say one of the games that has meant the most to me personally, and I'm sure for some of my former teammates as well, was in Adelaide when we played South Africa in the final, because that was the first All-African final in the World 7 Series. So it was just a testament to the growth of the game in the continent, because rugby was predominantly dominated by England, New Zealand, Fiji, and a bit of South Africa as well. But for Kenya just to rise up and play South Africa in the finals, despite us losing, I think it was a win for us, but also a win for Africa.
And then we went on to achieve some of the greatest things. I think the major one was in Singapore 2016.
Yes, 2016.
But you were not there.
No, I was not there.
How did you feel about that? This point ilikuwa mpata kama umeshaanza kuretire?
No, actually at that point I was just recovering from an Achilles tear. So I had recovered from surgery. For me it was like completion of a journey that I had been part of for a long time. And I remember it very well because it was also on my son's birthday. So when I paused the cutting of the cake, because Kenya,
really?
Yes, April. It was April 17th, 2016. I can't forget, because I said pause the cutting of the cake because Kenya was playing Fiji in the finals. And we were hunched over in like a small screen, just streaming the game. And I remember when we dominated, it was a good feeling for me. But I can say it was good to see what we worked towards being accomplished, even though it was not accomplished in my time. But I feel as though I was still part of that particular journey. I mean, the proverbial Bible, they'll say that Moses did not see the promised land, but it was still vital for the whole journey.
Which brings me to my next point. At least now rules have changed with the HSBC rugby series, and now Kenya is in Division 2. First of all, what do you make of that?
Personally, I think in my view, it was very unfair, because all the investment that the team made, that's from the players and also from the stakeholders, was majorly to give Kenya a chance to go back to the World Series as a core team. So everything was geared towards that achievement. And Kenya having achieved that, and it being withdrawn from them at the 11th hour, I think for me personally it was very unfair. Because what does it mean for all those who sacrificed their time, their resources for that one goal, only for goals to shift at that last moment? So personally, I think it was unfair. Decisions were made for whatever reason, consultations or lack thereof, but we find ourselves in the situation that we're in. And I think as a country, we make the most of it.
A lot of people argue the decision will probably kill rugby more than it will help it, because now only the top 8 nations get to play all these tournaments across the world, and then us, we have to rely on 3, and then another 3.
I mean, I think I had some former national team coaches say it's sort of like a clique of the elites, and then there's the rest, which doesn't really do much in terms of rugby development, which personally I've been a beneficiary of, but also some of the other rugby playing nations. I mean, if you look at Zimbabwe making it to the Rugby 15s World Cup, it's because of exposure to those levels of rugby. So, I mean, it will sort of kill that competitive nature and also that level of growth. But I think it's also an opportunity for the quote-unquote tier 2 nations to sort of reinvent themselves and see how they can provide that platform for their players and for their unions, and also to give back a return on investment for their particular sponsors, so that despite being in a sort of Division 2, they can also have that level of competition that tries to be at par with their counterparts in Division 1.
Yeah. Just as we wrap up about your playing career and all that, I want to put you on the spot for a minute now. Can you just please name for me some of the best players, or can you name a Kenya Sevens dream team from a Lavin Asego point of view?
Does this include the current playing crop or from my time?
Should it? I think from your time.
From my time, I think from my time is a bit easier.
Yeah.
I mean, I've played with some of the greatest rugby players this country has produced, but if you were to sort of put me in a corner and force me to choose, from my list, you can tell that I'll be a bit biased. But if I was to pick from previous generations, starting prop, I think I would go with Dennis the Ironman Mwanja. I think followed by Victor Odur, aka Opong, and then Humphrey Kayange at prop as well. Scrum half, wow. Scrum half, I would have to go with Michael Wanjala at number 9. I'll be at number 10, obviously. At number 12, at the center, I'd have to go with Namco's Ian Simu.
Yeah.
And then on the wing, none other than the top try scorer during my time, Mr. Collins Injera.
All right.
And I'm very cognizant of the fact that I've left out a very great, just special mentions to the likes of Lucas Onyango, of course Biko Adema, but the late Benjamin Naimba at prop.
Yeah.
But I've been forced to pick only 7.
All right.
Yeah.
Just as we got into the Kenya Sevens now, you see what the kind of boys are trying to do. Just unfortunate not to maintain their series status this year.
Yep.
But what do you make of future of Sevens in the country and just moving forward?
I think for Kenyan rugby, I think it's always been the other way around, because if you look at the tier 1 nations, they use 7s as a feeder program to the 15s. So you find that they use 7s as if you're coming back from injury, if you're a player under a watch, if you're a player they'd like to pick but they're not sure about you, they send you to the 7 setup. Then when you make it, you go to the 15 setup. But for Kenya, 7s has really been a goose that lays the golden egg. So everyone sort of dreams to play in the 7 setup. Unfortunately, we find ourselves where we are at the moment. What I'd like to see in a perfect situation would be, first of all, is the partners who came in to support the team staying with the team, because that's the only way we can maintain a 7 setup. In that, with the coaching, with the players, and just to have if they have the academy players, because running that program needs resources. And you see, it's just an urge to the sponsors just to remain with the team, because Sevens has to reinvent itself. We might not be sort of commercially viable in terms of broadcast with the tier 1 nations, but I think Sevens has changed lives. Sevens has changed my life, and I think it has the potential to change lives as well, because you find that the juniors who come through the setup, their lives will be changed through the 7 setup. And that, I think, if you're serious about the 15s program as well, they can use 7s as a build-up to have the 15s program thrive as well. So it was unfortunate we missed out on the Rugby World Cup, but I think still the 7s vibrant 7s program, we can attract some of the top top talents, and hopefully through that feed it to the 15 system.
Yeah, just on the point, you've laid it out really well. You've said our sevens is what we really depend on,
yes,
instead of the other way around.
Yes.
And just in Uganda, I was in Uganda for the qualifiers, and there was some sort that we are currently lacking in creativity in the fly half position.
Yeah.
There's probably not much creativity like your times.
Yeah.
Where do you think we went wrong, or the rain started beating us from that point?
I think it's not a matter of going wrong. I think it's the evolution of the game.
Yeah.
Because even watching the local 7 circuit, I saw someone make a comment that the strongest team physically will win.
Yeah.
And I think back then, one of the things that helped me as a flav is that when I joined Mwamba, Mwamba first of all did not have the biggest of forwards. So it meant I had to be evasive, I had to be elusive for me to survive.
Yeah.
And through that, I could spot gaps where there are not gaps.
Yeah.
But you find that these days, you find that there's so much emphasis on the brute force of the game.
Yeah.
So you find that the creativity has sort of been curtailed.
Yeah.
But I still believe that even with that brutality and the physicality of the game, there is still room for that creative flyer. There is still room for that flyer who has a vision for the gap. Because you find that the strength would only take you so far. What if you meet a team that's stronger than you? What's your fallback plan?
True.
So I think it needs a shift of the mindset. That's why I still like seeing a dummy switch here and there, and no look pass here and there.
Yeah.
I'm a sucker for the old school fly half, so to speak.
Yeah.
Even my favorite players are the Steve Lackhams, the Carlos Spencers,
Yeah.
flashy fly halves.
Yeah.
And I still think Kenya's strength is the creativity and the speed. It's a good thing that you have the strength now, but if you can still maintain a mixture of both, then I think for us we can go back to our playing culture.
All right.
Yeah.
Which brings me to my next point now. You're in charge of Mwamba. You're in charge of executing all these things you're telling me right now,
Yes.
and passing them down to the
Yeah.
next players. And just this challenge in the early days, in the early months, how has it been, and how have you taken it in?
I think the challenge for me is, first of all, Mwamba has a young set of players, young both in years and in experience.
Yeah.
So for me, I don't have the quote-unquote luxury of players who've been in the club sevens for setup. Forget even the national team setup.
Yeah.
Because for the national team, we only have Tony, who at the moment is not part of our training squad. He might join us a bit later for that experience, but I've had to sort of dumb it down, for a lack of a better term, just to bring it back to the basics.
Yeah.
And Mwamba as well is not the player. The players are not the biggest in the circuit.
Yeah.
So we really have to be creative, use our speed, move the ball into space. So for me, that has been a challenge. It will take a bit of time to click. You look at the last tournament we had in Driftwood. We had 0 wins out of 5. But I think for me, it's looking at a bigger picture. And for the boys, just to try and see what we are working towards. It's a bigger picture in that through the sevens program, the success of the sevens team is also a build-up for our 15th season next season. Because we're playing in the championship, we're not in the Kenya Cup.
Yes.
So it's also something to bring the boys back together, because last season was a big disappointment for us. But for me, having a training session, the first training session that can have like over 25 players, for me is encouraging. And for me, I just want to encourage them, despite the scores, the results that have not gone our way, let's just stick to a particular way of play that I believe the Mwamba boys will be accustomed to, because some of these boys, I cannot force them, and I cannot put them in a system that emphasizes brute force, because I'll be doing them disservice. So I have to think of a creative way with the other coaching staff to utilize their strength, to bring out their uniqueness. So far it did not work out, but I think we'll still keep there. Wherever the sevens, the local 7 circuit, wherever we end up at the end of the circuit, I believe whatever we'll do in the local 7 circuit will be a builder for our 15s next season in our quest to come back to the Kenya Cup.
And I think this is kind of a point of a reset for Mwamba as a club.
Yes, it is.
Because they are relegated from the Kenya Cup now into the championship, but now it gives you a chance now. Also, I think with the squad you guys have, it's mostly composed of young players.
Yes.
Guys from high school. At least Diala was there last year in the training setup with Morans. But what's the long goal now? What's the target? What's the objective?
I think the objective from a coaching perspective is for the sevens, we want to remain competitive. We want to get a few scalps. because I believe that's what motivates the players, because it shows them that you are capable.
Yeah.
So for the sevens is to remain competitive. If you can get into a quarterfinals of the main cup here and there, that would be even better. But if, knock on wood, if you drop down, I still want us to be competitive, because there's still points to play for. And if you don't get the points, you don't get invited for the Division 1 of the next tournament. So that's that for the sevens. For the 15s, I think there's a much bigger setup for the 15s, which requires a bit more resources.
Yeah.
But for the 15s, we want to go back to a Kenya Cup as soon as possible, because unfortunately with the relegation, we've lost some of our key players.
Yeah.
So this gives an opportunity to the other players to just come into the setup and step forward and keep the name of the Rock flying high.
So you're already in charge of the sevens. Are you going to be in charge of the 15s?
Hopefully not. Hopefully not. For the 15s, I don't think I'll be in charge, but I mean, you know, I can just come in and here and there, just take care of the backs when called upon. But there's a whole different coaching setup for the 15s. But whenever I'm called upon to step in, I'll be more than willing. Hopefully, my schedule allowing, because I believe a bulk of the sevens players will be the backs for the 15s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Kulabu fans are known for their pride.
Yes.
Of associating with Kulabu.
Yeah.
Once in Mwamba, you're always in Mwamba.
Yes.
And just what would be your message to them? Just this starting from Driftwood. I know Driftwood wasn't so good for you guys, but it's a learning phase. You guys are building. Just what would be your message to these guys?
I think first of all, a big thanks to all the Kulabu fans, the diehard fans, who've stayed with us, even through this difficult moment as a club. We lost our grounds. We've had to move. We have had to move quite a bit. It sort of destabilized us, but the fans have always stayed with us. They've showed up. They've lifted up their hands when called upon by the club, either to buy merchandise, just to contribute, to support, either with monetary or other resources. They've always showed up for us, and I'd urge them just to keep showing up for us. Our next tournament is in Nakuru, not too far off. I'm sure there's quite a number of them who will travel. We have a few tournaments coming up in Nairobi. There's also our home tournament, Kabara. So definitely the fans, just keep supporting Mwamba. Come watch the boys train, talk to them. I know the banter is always there, but develop a thick skin. As Mwamba, we've always developed a thick skin. But I always say about banter, if you dish it out, you must be able to take it. And I think for us, it's our turn to take it. But all shout out to the fans for always supporting us.
All right. Just lastly, to your players, what would be a message to them, and what would you like to see from them as you go on this journey?
For my players, my message to them is rugby gave me exposure to things that I wouldn't ordinarily be exposed to. And I think for me, rugby, for my players, and for me as well, it was a means to an end. It was not the end itself, because up until we professionalized the game, at some point, they will be on this seat, having either retired or being in the coaching setup. So I'd like for them just to, when they have the time and the energy, just to maximize themselves. Don't go into any training session 50-50, because it's a contact sport. So just do whatever you can, when you can, and just wherever you are, either with Mwamba or even other players in other clubs, wherever you are, represent yourself to the maximum, represent your family to the maximum, and God willing, when the time will come, represent your nation to the maximum.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you've had it from Lavin Asego himself, who's going on this coaching journey with a young Mwamba side, and who was slightly on a recent journey, having fallen from the Kenya Cup into the championship. But Lavin Asego's word is, this is just the start. Till next time, that has been Game Changers, Episode 3, with the great Lavin Asego himself. Thank you very much.
Asante sana Steve.
Welcome to the new edition of Rada Safi na Biggie. Rada Safi na Biggie is all about good vibes, powered by SportPesa.
Rada Safi na Biggie.
Ini Rada Safi na Biggie. Kata simu, tupo site. County 001, tuko in the house, tuko in the area na Mazejo. Na tumekama hapa hivi kujua, ukishika over 420 million Kenya shillings ya mega jackpot ya SportPesa, utafanya nini nayo kaka?
Naweza jenga nayo nyumba, nifungue biashara kama ya manguo hivi, ya nguo za watoto.
Okay, mimi nikishinda mimi bro, mimi nitanunua ploti, nijengee wazazi wangu.
Alafu pia ile ambayo itakayobaki napiga sherehe bro.
Inabaki hapo ni kama 410 million. Unapiga yote sherehe?
Bro mzee, unajua tuishi once bro. Hata mwili lazima upige pole kidogo na mabesi ya nini.
Shikilia. Haya, ukashinda hii pesa 420 million Kenya shillings. Utafanyia nini?
Nitanunua my island.
Wapi?
Wasini.
Najenga nyumba kubwa na nanunua gari, alafu mambo mengine nafanya miradi yangu, mimi kutoka kwa ajiriwa mimi. Sipendi tu hata kama kwenda Amerika naenda huko nikaenjoy maisha yangu vizuri. Sijawahi kupanda ndege, nitapanda nayo hiyo niende Amerika huko na nini. Kula bata vizuri.
Mimi ni fan wa SportPesa. Nachezanga sana mega jackpot. Hapo msee ni kupumua kwanza. Nitulie hivi kwanza, akili irudi vizuri. Ndo sasa nipangie mikakati vizuri sasa.
With 420 million, I'm going to buy a plot somewhere, start constructing immediately. I think I'm tired of paying rent.
Nitajua jinsi ya kuboresha maisha yangu ili nisiwahi sota. Nione kama naweza fungua biashara hivi.
Wadau, this could be you bana. As we said, Rada Safina Big is all about good vibes, and it is happening now.
All eyes on us.
Good vibes are inshallah. Hey, SportPesa is doing the best actually.
I'm here for the vibes, and the vibes should be here for me.
Vibe iko top notch. See your vibe iko top notch mazee. Driftwood 7 leo imebamba bana, imeweza kinoma.
Tunahitaji support kwa players especially na pia ku bring up the game, to up the game. So the more the merrier.
Asanteni sana for sponsoring, and I like to see what you have in store for us.
Prinsloo na Nakuru, so tukama kesho tumalizie shuke Nax.
Prinsloo 7 we are there. Nakuru Sport Athletics Club,
Yes.
We will be there. Nakuru, we are coming. Dume Zabo.
Straight from Mombasa County, this is Rada Safina Biggie, Rada Safina SportPesa. We out.
Rada Safina
Biggie,
Rada Safina
SportPesa.
Masani ya saa 8 napiga ka walk pale mtaani kidogo, naona bezi ya kudishi. Very nice. Ndo mimi huyo nikaingia tu pole. Then nikajiposition. Waiter akakam nijenge mega. Waiter akashtuka. Kama customer pia wanashtuka. Wanashtuka nini? Nipe mlima. Wakaanda. Ndo hiyo kidogo imelandi. Indio dishi, indio mega. Kuna pale kasol, kachumbi, nini. Nikaiposition vizuri. Nikaanza. Indio mega, indio jackpot.
SportPesa Mega Jackpot sasa iko over 400 million Kenya shilling.
Hadi waiter enyewe, indio time ya kudishi. Masani ya saa 8 napiga ka walk pale mtaani kidogo.
National Sevens side. KCB an early 5-yard scrum here, no. Vincent Mola just gets the ball and pins his ears. Now it's a race and he's gone. Cleans out Emmanuel Opondo, who was sweeping behind, and just within 30 seconds going all the way to score from right inside their try box. Vincent Mola strikes first here. Strathmore, they are one of the best defensive scrummers we have right now. That overthrow of the ball from to the tail end. Olukusi spills it and quickly onto the score sheets again here. Strathmore applying pressure in their face.
On defense.